Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 272, and boy, is it an old school one. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined only by my son, Chris Raygun, which brings us back to the origins
vintage
of Sacred Symbols, indeed, the embryo of Sacred Symbols. Welcome to the show, my friend. How are you today?
I'm well, although this is extra classic because I feel myself on the verge of a slight sickness.
Really?
Which is unfortunate. Yeah, just this literally moments ago, I realized that I was like sniffling a little bit more than normal. I'm like, not great. Not great. You can always tell when it's on the precipice.
There's a new COVID strain going around, apparently, that like my uncle and my aunt got or whatever. But
sick.
I still don't know if I've ever even gotten COVID. If I did, I didn't know. You know,
I tested positive, but I also don't know if that's true at some point. Like not today, obviously. I didn't do it today, but like at some point, I know I was positive for it. But then I tried it again, and I was negative. So I was like, I don't know. I'm just going to assume I'm positive and take the day off. But yeah, I don't know. It seems like everybody I know has gotten it way more often than I have. Granted, I'm a lot more sedentary.
That's exactly right. That's what I was going to say too, is I'm just not exposed very often. I go to the supermarket or I go whatever. I went to the movies or something, but typically I'm not really around anyone. I guess Micah is more, so she could get it. Say she's at the deli counter at Publix and she's ordering boar's head pepper turkey, and then the guy breathes on her and he has COVID, and then she gets it and she brings it back to me. That's possible.
Yeah, he's wiping his tears on your sandwiches.
Yeah. Oh, that son of a bitch.
Asshole.
I don't even want to think about that. You know, I got to be honest with you. I'm quite taken with your sweatshirt. It's like a lavender.
Yeah. I like, I don't know, man. I was looking at my closet and I was like, this is so East Coast in the sense that it's just black and gray, like all of it. And I was like, I should get some kind of like something in here just to switch it up a little bit. You know, I don't want to, I know that like all my friends dress really nice too. Like they're really like fashionable people, so it's like extra frustrating when like I'm out with them and I'm just like black jeans, black shirt, black denim vest style sweater thing, and I'm like
going to a funeral for a friend show or something like that. It's funny, man, because I remember you will actually appreciate this. I used to go to Canal Street Jeans. Have you been there before in New York City? Yeah. So for people that don't know, Canal Street Jeans is like this massive store. Like Canal Street's a great place to just go buy clothes in New York, in Manhattan, but I remember going there and I was really into corduroys. So this was like in the 90s in like middle school. And I begged, it's the same thing you're saying. I'm like, I have these blue jeans and these gray jeans and all this. And I'm like, I begged my dad to buy me these purple corduroy pants from Canal Street Jeans. And then when I got them home, I realized I'm never wearing these ever. And they just sat there. And then my dad would bring it up for like several years that I never wore those purple pants that he bought me.
You never felt bold enough to wear the purple pants. That's so funny. I had a similar experience with like a pair of like red. I had these like really red, like really like eye-searingly red jeans that I always wanted like just red pants for some reason. And I have like lighter red pants now and stuff like that. Like I have a pair of red corduroy pants that I really like actually, but those pants were obscene. I think I might actually have pictures of them, so I can send them to you. They're so eye-searingly. It's so obnoxious. I wore them like twice, and then they immediately got ruined. And I was like, well, same thing with white pants too. I like white pants too, and that's a it's a very, very Caribbean thing. A lot of older Hispanic men wearing just white jeans for some reason.
I don't think I could do that. After Labor Day, you're not supposed to wear that anymore, right? I mean, where did that come from? You can't wear white after Labor Day?
I think it's fake. I think it's bullshit. Yeah. I don't think that's real at all. I think it's just like, you know what I think it is? I think because when is Labor Day? That was
like last week, I think. Well, wasn't it? Oh no, that's not Labor. Well, it was Labor Day. Yeah, just like last week, wasn't it?
So it's early September, right?
Yeah.
I honestly, this is a real conspiracy theory of mine. I think it's parents telling that to their kids so that they don't wear their white shit at school because they're more likely to get it fucked up and ruined.
Sure. Did you have play clothes? Did you have play clothes when you were a kid?
Did I have play clothes?
Yeah, like for instance, when I used to come home from school, my mom would make me get out of the clothes I wore to school and get into my so-called play clothes, which were like things we didn't care about because I guess I was crazy or whatever.
Oh, I went to Catholic school, so like we had a uniform. So every all my clothes that weren't my uniform were my play clothes, basically. To the point where I went to public school. When I went to public school, I had no idea how to dress.
Ironically, by the time I went to Catholic school, my mom didn't care anymore.
That's so funny.
It's like, yeah, just wear whatever you want. I'm like, okay.
You didn't have to
she's
wear
the one to send
something?
me to school. She's the one to send me to Catholic school when I got a mohawk, and they sent me home.
They sent you home for that?
Yeah, they did.
It's so funny.
They did.
It's such a different. That's like when like The Simpsons was considered like controversial, you know?
Right.
Like when Reagan was like, this is the show that's destroying the fabric of our country, and you watch like clips of it, and it's just like Michael Jackson in the body of like a fat man singing wholesome happy birthday songs, and it's just like, I don't know, it's very bizarre.
Yeah, people were a little unhinged in the 90s with a lot of different things. A lot of things were getting people upset.
Yeah.
Beavis and Butthead.
Oh yeah.
Night Trap. Not many people. Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter. Well, just really Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
And Doom and all the, man, people were upset about everything, man. But it's good to be here with you today, Chris. Dustin is away. He's in Japan, and I've been keeping up with his travels as best I can on Twitter. So he's been there for maybe 3 days. I've spent probably 20 days or so in Japan cumulatively in my life, and he has already done more in Japan, it seems like, than I had ever done there.
Right.
Just based on his litany of pictures. Like, he's done all of these things. I'm like, what kind of motivation? Where does that drive come from? I don't have that kind of drive. I get there and I'm like, it's cool.
Well, you were working when you went there, right? You were like on jobs working and stuff. Like he's on a strict vacation.
Yeah, that's true. I've actually only been overseas one time for fun. Every other time I went was
Where'd you go?
Or in other places.
Well, you said you've been overseas just once for fun. Like, where was the place?
I went to Iceland.
Oh man,
which wasn't fun at all.
It sounds like very dire almost.
Yeah, my ex-girlfriend really wanted to go there. It was actually cheap and it's beautiful. I've said before, 3 days in Iceland would have been awesome. I spent 7 or 8 days there and I wanted to fucking kill myself.
Too long.
But that's just me. But otherwise, yeah, IGN used to send me all over the place. So I would get, I'm well traveled in quotes, but not by choice.
Right.
And certainly I didn't get to do, like, for instance, I remember I've never been to France. And we were in Germany once, and one of the guys I was working with was like, let's just take a train to Paris and come back. And I was too paranoid that we were going to miss our flight back if we missed the train. And I was like, I got to get the fuck out of Europe. I can't stay here much longer. But I should have just went to France.
Yeah, just to say you did it. I'm the same way, though. Like, I can't. I would rather be 5 hours early to a plane than even slightly cutting it close to potentially being late for a flight. Dude, like, I can't do that.
12 hours out from leaving one of those places, I was like, yes, let's get the fuck out of here. Let's go. I got to get the hell out of here. I need to get out of here. You know, like where it doesn't matter where we were.
Yeah, let's go.
I got to go home.
Let's go to the airport the previous day, even.
Oh my God. I was you never saw me more excited than the day we were leaving one of those places. Even though I never had a bad experience. I just wanted to go home.
Were you doing that little dance like that? You see that video of the girl getting her IHOP pancakes?
Oh my God. I wanted to fucking.
That's the dance that Colin was doing when he was on his plane away from Europe.
Dude, I'm the person always in the back of that video.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
That's like, there's
some real toxic positivity stuff going on too about like that entire situation where like people are like, man, people are so angry whenever they see people having fun. It's like, that's not fun. That's performative bullshit. And you're involving people who didn't agree to be a part of it. There's a difference.
And I hated everything about it.
Yeah.
I hated the face she was making, the way she was holding her utensils like she was Wile E. Coyote.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I wasn't feeling any of that.
Yeah.
I just hated it. I know exactly what you're talking about. I hated it.
Mm-hmm.
Hated it. But what I don't hate is this show. It's time to do Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast star.
Yeah.
I kind of hate this show too, but it's fine. We have to do it anyway. It's Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. We do it each and every week. You can get it 3 days early and ad free over on Patreon. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. We appreciate you very much. Of course, you can listen to us on free feeds, audio, and on YouTube if you'd like to watch it instead. Leave us nice reviews and do all that kind of stuff. Merch at laststandmedia.store. Free shipping on all stickers. We appreciate that. You know the whole rigmarole. Plus, Sacred Symbols Plus goes live twice a week for our patrons. Lots of cool ones recently, including a review of Gran Turismo, the movie, which was fun. I had my friend Sandeep Rai on to talk about his upcoming retro PlayStation magazine, but I wanted to give him a special shout out here as well. I just got this in the mail all the way from the UK where he is.
Oh,
it's his most recent book that was kickstarted.
Oh.
It only did everything, and it's a book of essays and remembrances about PlayStation 3. And I wrote 2 of them, actually. One for Resistance and one for Fallout 3, actually. And so I'm in there, but there are a lot of other people in there as well. You can find this at 2old4gaming.com. So the number 2 old, the number 4 gaming.com. If you want to buy it a la carte, and his other stuff's available as well. Yeah, I'm real proud of him. This is hard. It smells so good.
Dude,
God, I love the smell of new books.
Yeah. Most new things just smell amazing. Like cars and even games when you crack them open. I haven't done that in a long time, obviously, because everything I get is digital now. But something about like a freshly printed book.
Yeah,
even
the
though
manuals were the
even
best.
though it's all toxic, what's happening there? It's all like it's all the toxins from the ink and laminate and whatever the hell else.
Yeah, good, fine. I don't care. It's
great.
It reminds me when I was at IGN during the instruction manual phase, still when we were still getting those, people used to make fun of me because I always used to be like, open a new box because it's the best. It's like when you get a new toy and you get that vinyl plastic smell.
Oh yeah.
I love that. Gasoline, WD-40, give it all to me. I want to smell all of it. Everything seasoning.
WD-40. Everything seasoning. Everything. I've always felt that everything seasoning's a little too much.
Yeah, personally. A little strong.
Yeah, it's a little. It would be fine if it was just like less dense. Like if it was less densely packed onto the bagel, I could probably enjoy it. But it's so overpowering.
Yeah, I love it. I go through phases where I really, really love it. It's really good on fries.
I've never had everything seasoning on fries.
Yeah, they sell like a McCormick everything seasoning. That's pretty good. Comes in a yellow bottle if anyone wants to check it out. All right, so it's just me and you today, Chris.
Yeah.
Do we miss Dustin? I don't know.
Not yet.
No, not
yet. You know, give it time.
It feels. I mean, I love him. It's great that he's on the show. This feels kind of right though, too, doesn't it?
It does. It feels. Yeah. I said before, like it just feels vintage. You know. Feels like almost like a throwback episode, you know, because we did one of these with just you and I, but it was a plus episode, I think, and it was like
right. Yeah.
It was less. It wasn't the show really.
No, we had fun.
It's been a long time. It's been a long time since we've done just the show.
Yeah, you're usually people wonder why you're not on Plus more often, and it's because you're pretty busy. So we try to leave you alone. I'm trying to find because I thought we put that episode up of me and you for everyone. Yeah, we did an episode called Tangents with Colin and Chris pretty recently. That was Sacred Symbols Plus episode 316. That was fun. People really liked that episode. You know what bothers me about these things, because I just had Micah do a mailbag for this weekend, so the day after this goes live on Patreon. It's just slow right now. There's really nothing to talk about, and so. But what I get bothered by is that I put all this effort into certain shows where I'm like, okay, let's do this list or this listicle kind of thing, or let's go see a movie and talk about it. And then people are like, why don't you guys just sit down and talk about whatever? And it's like, all right, let's go. And those are the episodes that do the best. It's like, I feel bad, but in some sense, the level of preparation for the ancillary shows don't even seem necessary half the time.
That's kind of what we discovered with the Snark Tank a while ago. It was like, I used to like really high, like I would edit them for hours for like 8, like we would record them and then I would immediately edit them for 8 hours. I would like meticulously like choose like what we were going to talk about and exactly when and what. And I realized that we just didn't have to do any of it. We just ramble and people have fun with it. So exactly. I mean, that has a place, obviously. There's a place in a format for that, but I don't think it works for a news show.
I'm starting to get that vibe with our own shows where we do find edits on our audio, and it's like, is it really even necessary to do it? Because we don't edit the videos, so you hear the audio unedited on the videos anyway. It doesn't really. I'm wrapping my mind around that. We might have to redeploy Ben into other tasks.
Redeploy
at some point. I don't know. All right. There's a lot of things to talk about this week. There's a lot of interesting news. By the way, we're recording this before the state of play that was announced, just a day before we're recording, but we're going to record a pickup if necessary.
Yeah.
I don't know because it's supposed to be third party, and I guess we're going to find out. You'll find out shortly in the episode, but they say third party in indie, but are they counting timed third party? Like, would Stellar Blade be a third party game? I guess so. Rise of the Ronin, people are saying, but Rise of the Ronin, I think, is a second party PlayStation published game. So
yeah,
I don't know how they're utilizing that term. In other words, this could be a very interesting show if they're going to show those kinds of games.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think so.
But they also said, like, I think it's like extra. I think another term they used was more information on existing games or like already announced games. So I'm not expecting anything crazy. I think they're going to wait for Spider-Man to come out before anything really serious happens. Although it is a little weird to choose to do a state of play now, because it really kind of limits where the next one could. I guess they could do whatever the fuck they want, but it would feel kind of close, you know?
Yeah, it would seem like a showcase, and I don't know anything per se. I mean, as I reported on the show months ago, I was told by someone that there would be some sort of showcase later in the year. Who knows if that plan remains in place or not? I have no idea. And also, who knows how people even, excuse me, I'm burping, how you even would identify like what a showcase is versus a state of play or whatever, these streams and all these different things. So I have no idea, but you could think that maybe something would fit in November. They said they're going to show Helldivers, which I thought was interesting. That came in a tweet right before I started recording, which is second party technically, and maybe we'll get a release date, which would be sweet, because I gotta be honest with you, I think that game's gonna be awesome. I'm more amped about I'm excited about Spider-Man, but I'm more excited about Helldivers just because it's an unknown.
Yeah. Do you think it's September, right? You feel like it's this year still? It's pretty late.
They said that it was going to be this year in what was that, June? So it could be something different. I don't know. I think that there's a possibility that this game is not. I would, if I were to have to bet on it, I would say it would be a full price game. But I think there's something more to this game too, where it could be in PS Plus, or it could be cheaper or free to play or something. I don't know. They haven't specifically said. It would be weird for them to not charge for a game like this, but I also think that might limit its reach. But people are kind of desperate right now for something. People that really feel. See, I love PlayStation games, obviously, but I don't feel the need to play them constantly in order to justify my PlayStation 5. I'm having a great deal of fun with the many third-party games. Yeah. But if you're really into first party and second party, then maybe Helldivers will be intriguing to you. I don't know what the window would be, though. It could be before Spider-Man, for all we know.
Yeah. It could be it could even be a shadow drop.
That would be pretty sick.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, I would like that a lot.
I'd be all over that.
All right. Let's get into some things to talk about. We'll stretch our legs, and then we'll get into the smaller news items. We'll talk about what we're playing. We'll get into the bigger news items. We'll wrap things up with listener inquiries, as we always do. I imagine the show will probably be a little quicker than usual because there's only two of us. We don't have to listen to Dustin pontificate about any number of subjects. I'm only kidding.
Any number of One Piece.
I know. I saw some pictures, like he found a One Piece bar. Or I don't know. He was doing something. I don't understand any of it. The hat.
Oh man, my nightmare. My nightmare is waking up in a One Piece bar. Oh fuck.
Do you think when a Japanese proprietor of one of these places sees a Western weeb, their eyes just light up with yen symbols?
Oh yeah, easily. Yeah. They spotted from a mile away. Like, oh yes, this is our entire business model hinges on these people.
I'm still convinced that's why Dustin really did cut his hair.
I think so too. I think you're right.
Yeah, like he didn't want to come off as
too obvious.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm clean cut.
I think at the very least that's 50% of the reason.
Yeah, it's sufficient enough for him to have maybe pushed him over the edge. I don't know. He'll have to tell us. Maybe he'll come to terms with it at some point on his own. I don't know. All right. So I thought this was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people wrote in about the Jets. I'm not going to talk too extensively about this, but I did want to acknowledge a few people. Chris Gillar wrote in and said, "Howdy, Sacred Crew. I thought it would be interesting to do a roundup on the Jets and Aaron Rodgers write-ins this week. As of right now, 75 write-ins, or 35% of the 214 total write-ins, referenced the incident in some way. Of these, 21 people, or 28%, offered their condolences. 14 people, or 19%, referred to a curse or higher power. 10 people, or 13%, were concerned for Colin's mental health or that he might be suicidal. 5 people, or 7%, blamed a member of the Sacred Symbols family for causing this. And 5 people, or 7%, implied Chris or Dustin don't understand football."
Well, that's true. That's a true 7%.
Yeah, right. So I went to the thread. I knew people were going to want to talk about this. I'm glad, Chris. Thank you for doing the math. I noticed as I was scrolling through everything, man, a lot of you wanted to talk about this. And I didn't realize that I was so associated with in so many people's minds with the Jets, which I appreciate, I guess. I mean, that's totally fine. But nonetheless, I thought that was an interesting thing. So, all right. So Bobby Strawn wrote in, said, "Hey, D equals CM squared. At the beginning of last week's episode, Colin predicted that Rodgers would tear his ACL in week 4. Immediately after this, the free feeds ran an ad for DraftKings in which Colin doubled down and said Rodgers would blow out his knee. This is yet another tragedy willed into existence by the Sacred Crew. When will it stop?" He asks.
That is
all right.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's all right. So I did say, let me back up. Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback, or was for 75 seconds, the quarterback of the New York Jets. And I know a lot of people probably listening don't care about sports, but one of the most important things in my life are the New York Jets. I love the New York Jets. I don't know why. I mean, I do know why. I mean, I'm from Long Island and
right.
And all that, but I don't know why I care about them so much, but I do. I care about them more as time goes on in some way. And I would consider myself a hardcore Jets fan for 20 years or so, and probably like a more cursory Jets fan since the late 90s. And for people that don't follow sports, teams have a vibe often about them, like a certain je ne sais quoi. For instance, in MLB, the Atlanta Braves were a really prodigious team in the NL. Still, I mean, they still made the playoffs, but they used to make the World Series a lot, but they would lose often. And teams just get like or the Atlanta, I don't want to pick on Atlanta, but the Atlanta Falcons obviously have a really bad vibe, or did under Matt Ryan, making the playoffs and getting thrown out or whatever. But the Jets vibe has always just been, often with rare exception, just pathetic. And there have been things that have drawn me in the past, and I was really drawn in when I was a kid by Vinny Testaverde, who was probably the last great quarterback before Rodgers that we had. And we had some trips to the AFC Championship game and some playoff trips and all of that, but we haven't even made the playoffs as a team since 2010, which is one of the longest droughts in professional sports in the United States, in any sport. And that's to frame it for you, that we somehow courted and signed a Hall of Fame caliber quarterback in Aaron Rodgers. We obviously had one Hall of Fame quarterback in our past in Joe Namath, but that when we won the Super Bowl in 1969, but it's been a long time since then.
Oh my God.
And so we courted Aaron Rodgers, and the whole offseason was about Aaron Rodgers and how amazing this was. And it felt good and it felt different. And people can listen to like famous Jets fans like Rich Eisen or Dan Hanzus or others that really put it better into words, that speak about football more often than I do. But what ended up happening, for people that don't know, is that Aaron Rodgers, on the fourth snap of his first game, blew out his Achilles tendon and is out for the year. It's over. And it's crazy how many people in my life reached out to me about this. It's just like random people I haven't talked to, people emailing me, DMing me on Patreon, plus all of the inquiries asking, how are you doing? And the answer is not well. I mean, the honest answer is not well. Now,
right.
I know that to many people, sports is silly, or sports fandom, the sports ball kind of shit that I hate. It's a silly thing. But for those of us that are into it and intrigued by it and drawn into it, it becomes important to you, and you do ride this emotional wave. And I'm used to being beaten up as a Jets fan. And we're going to go into this actually on Constellation, because we have the perfect Constellation lineup to do this on the next episode. The three other sports fans in our company, really, which would be Dagan, Cog, and Maddie. And I want to talk about, why do we care? Why do we get so invested? When Rodgers went down, I know football well enough to know, I'm like, that's serious, because he was being helped off the field. They obviously carted him off. Micah was saying like, well, he's walking. And I'm like, it doesn't matter, dude. He's in complete shock. You can walk with and then they started showing this shot where you could clearly see it snapping in his leg. I don't know if you saw it, like his.
Oh no, I didn't see it.
If you slow it down, you can see his calf shake as the thing like snapped, right?
Oh, whoa.
And so it was clear before they ever announced anything that he was done. And I told Micah, when I was emailing my uncle, who's really into football too, and a few other people, and I said something before the game, like, I'm ready to run through a fucking wall right now. Like, I was so excited. And when that happened, I told Micah, and she was like, oh my, I was like, I'm going to fucking throw up. Like, I really am. I'm going to throw up. It's as if all of this excitement, just imagine anything you love and care about, anything.
Yeah.
And you have all of this love and excitement, and you're paying attention to it every day. You're reading about it every day. This miraculous thing happens for this downtrodden unit to get the one piece that might make them competitive, where people are talking about, wow, the Jets could. And this is what I was saying to Micah. For the first time in my fandom, like truly in my fandom, I went into the season thinking we could actually win the Super Bowl this year, which is something that I never really thought. When we were good in 2009 and 2010 and made the AFC Championship game, I just wanted to make the playoffs. And that was really painful, to get really close to the Super Bowl twice and lose. But it wasn't the same. Right. This team is more talented on both sides of the ball. And they just needed that one piece. The quarterback in football is really the most important position in any sport that you can think of. It's like, if you have a good quarterback, great things can happen. If you have a bad quarterback, and we happen to have one of the worst backup quarterbacks in Zach Wilson, who I'm rooting for, but really hasn't shown us anything in a few years. And so I don't want to go on too on and on about this and bore you and bore other people, but people were asking like, how do you feel? And I'm like, I feel like fucking shit.
Yeah.
I was trying to explain to someone like like the best I can describe this is like it's as if a girl broke up with you or something.
Yeah.
Or like you have this welling feeling like you can't escape it, and it's sad as fuck. And the one thing I can say is that, man, I was fooled into being positive about the Jets for really the first time in my life. And I'm not saying that to be sardonic. Like, the part of Jets fandom is the fatalism. It really is. And that's what and I know people find this weird, but there are certain fan bases where that's kind of fun. It's like the Lions, the Browns, the Jets in football, all this fatalistic, like, we can't do anything right. We wear fucking paper bags over our heads to games. And that's kind of like part of it, right? And then when you earn it and you're there, I really went into the season with different expectations for the first time. And for, certainly I never had playoff expectations. I had them a little bit last year, but
right,
for a long time either. And so I don't know, man. It's like, how can this happen? That's the thing. Like, how can this happen to us?
It's crazy. It is. Look, I don't know much about sports, but I knew enough to know that like that's a crazy thing to happen right out the gate. And that's like, that is so unfortunate in like so many different cosmic ways that it's almost like, I don't want to say ironic necessarily, but it's amazingly written. You know what I mean? Like it's exactly how you would write something, that it would happen in the way that it did at the time that it did. It's pretty, I don't know. It is nuts.
It's horrifying. Like it really is. As a fan of the team, people are saying like this might be the most traumatic and consequential injury a football team ever experienced.
Yeah.
At the moment it experienced it. Because as you said, I'm watching the game. I was saying before the game, I'm like, man, I should have went. The tickets were expensive, but I would have, and then it's in New York, it's 9/11, got the big flag out or whatever. Then Aaron Rodgers runs out on the field with the American flag, like Captain America. The place is going off. The Jets chants, Jets, Jets, going fucking crazy, crazy, crazy. 2 minutes into the game, he tears his Achilles heel. It's like, I don't understand that level of just how could all of the things that have happened to the Jets, and so many things have happened to them just in the time I've been watching them.
Yeah.
From the butt fumble to 45-3 main, primetime blowouts and fucking 2-14 records in the Adam Gase era, and all these horrible things, horrible draft picks, horrible choices, all the rest. And it just seems like there's just this glimmer of hope that is so incredible that you can't even believe it. Mm-hmm. It's not even like we got some. Derek Carr became the quarterback and he tore his ACL. That would be one thing, or whatever, busted out his Achilles. It's fucking Aaron Rodgers, who arguably only won one Super Bowl in Green Bay, but is often in the argument of the greatest physical like specimen quarterback ever.
Yeah.
Right. As far as like maybe the greatest just pocket quarterback that's ever played. And certainly no one would deny one of them. And we had him. And he wanted us. He wanted to be with us. He took a pay cut.
Man. Yeah, like, it's
just, we watched Hard Knocks on HBO starring him. We had all these interviews. Everyone was talking about it. There was all these predictions. I can't believe it.
It almost reminds me of like the dentist system, almost like Inspire Hope and all that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Just like separate entirely.
Separate entirely. Exactly.
Yeah. It's super unfortunate. Like it reminds me a little bit of the Curb Your Enthusiasm too, where it's like, did you see that episode where the guy killed himself because of the Jets?
Yeah.
It's this. So even just cursory as like somebody who doesn't follow sports really, I know about this kind of fatalism and this and subsequently how important it was to have somebody like Aaron Rodgers as a part of the team. Like even I understood that, and I don't follow this shit at all, dude. I don't know what they got in football. What, they got a goalie? Like I don't know shit about football at all, but I knew that Aaron Rodgers was an important quarterback, and to lose him in the first game on 9/11, no less.
Yeah, it's like another. I like. Do I need another? Now I have another 9/11.
Yeah, it's like
how many 9/11s do I have to experience?
Yeah, and another 9/11 involving Jets, no less.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
It is. I can't believe it.
It's nuts.
Jet fuel can't melt steel beams,
but the Jets can melt your heart.
Oh my God. Eugene Lanzoni wrote in and said, I was born with a very strange and inexplicable power. Ever since I was a small boy, I have been able to repair or delete Achilles tendons with a mere thought. I made a vow many years ago to never use this power, but I'm willing to make an exception for you, Colin. However, there will be a price. To receive this boon, you must play through Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, or Starfield. Alternatively, you can be prototyped twice. The choice is yours. This is easy, dude. If I could cut my Achilles out right now and hand it on a fucking silver tray to Aaron Rodgers, and that would matter, I would do it. Jets fans would. There are Jets fans that would literally snuff someone out in their own life, dude. Yeah. The incredible. The one thing I knew for sure after this happened, I was like, I gotta listen to W Fan, which is the sports radio station in New York City, like that everyone is. It's like famous around the world, really. The day after, and these people were losing it. And I thought it was commiseration and
right.
And I felt it and the high and maybe we're going to be okay with Zach Wilson. Oh, it's not that bad. We still won, which was weird. So maybe the team is going to pull it together. It's like, I know where this is going, dude. I've seen this before. The one thing I said to Micah was, I will never, ever be optimistic about the Jets ever again. It doesn't mean that I'm not going to be. I've seen every Jets game in the last 25 years, I've probably only missed a dozen Jets games, and they're all from 15 or more years ago. I don't think I've even missed a single game. The last game I actually missed, and I still listened to it on the radio, was Jets-Packers Week 4. I think that was 2013. I was going to Japan. So that was the last one I didn't watch.
Right.
I'm obsessive about this team. They mean a lot to me. Mm-hmm. But I'm never, ever going to believe that this is cosmic, dude.
Yeah.
Everyone that, I know it seems that way to you and maybe, but like people that are in the sports, like love sports, they're like, I've never seen anything like this. Like people, I got a message from someone being like, dude, I am heartbroken for you. Like, I can't even believe it. But I'll tell you one thing. I did get snappy. It's snippy with someone, snapped at them.
Oh.
And I think that they earned it. Sometimes I talk to people like fans through email, often for random reasons. They're on the show, we become friendly or whatever. Or they keep in touch. I do a lot of G.I. Joe trades and shit like that with random audience members. But this one dude that I recently did a trade with emailed me twice to make fun of the situation. And I emailed him back the second time. Here's what I actually said to him.
I'm curious.
Yeah. Let me just make sure. I know I used that word. There it is. He emailed me a Gone in 60 Seconds. You remember that movie?
Oh,
Gone
yeah,
in 60 Seconds? But it's like a meme with Aaron Rodgers. And that was the second time he emailed me. I just ignored his first email. And then I wrote to him, I'm like, dude, are you serious? I'm pissed you're emailing me like this. We don't know each other. You're presuming familiarity that isn't there and hitting me when I'm down. Very cool. That was really the only time I lashed out to anyone.
That's not lashing out. I think that's people get too comfortable, I think.
Yeah, it's like it's like people that know me would never do that. So you clearly don't know me. There are people I still haven't spoken to, like prolific Jets fans in my life, where we haven't even spoken because we know we can't do it. Like no text exchange. These are people I was talking with like 10 minutes before kickoff. Where like no words.
I had an assumption too, like because people were in my stream. They were like, it was a little bit before you actually showed up, and they were like, "Hey, have you checked on Colin? Is he okay?" And I'm like, "Listen, I know enough. I know so little about any of this, but I know enough to not reach out for something like this." You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
So, I know people were curious, and I don't want to dominate this conversation with Jets talk, but yeah, it's one of the worst things that's ever happened to me.
Oh man.
But in reality, it's the season's young. The Jets are 1-0. They have a very difficult schedule. I don't think there's much hope against the Cowboys, but we'll see. They have a very good defense. We have a very subpar backup quarterback, at least as we understand him now. Maybe here's the thing, and this is what I want to put out there, and maybe you'll understand this. We have a young quarterback named Zach Wilson, who we drafted a few years ago, and he's not good. And the fan base really lost their patience with him, like booed him off the field last year. Like basically, there were people that were like, you can't even imagine him ever coming back from this. Because the Jets fan base is really angry about a lot of things.
Yeah.
And he's Aaron Rodgers' backup quarterback. Imagine him going into week 1. Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback, right? You're just being like, I'm just hanging out. I got my uniform on. I'm probably ready to go. I'm familiar with things I practice, but I'm not going to play today. And then the first drive, they're like, Zach Wilson, you're up. The crowd completely deflated and all of this. And what I was saying about him was, at the very least, he must know this is his moment. He can become a historic, storied figure in Jets history if he pulls this together. But his time is over, I think, if this goes south. And in reality, we need another quarterback.
I'm looking for the video of him tearing his. You said you could see it because it shakes?
Yeah, you could see it. If there's like zoomed in and slowed down, you can see it. It pops, and you can see like the reverberation through his calf.
That's so nuts.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's
I don't know.
So I'm
used. Yeah,
it's a curse. I mean, it is. It's like the team. There's got to be something more to it.
I don't know.
I don't know what. I don't know. I was joking around with Michael where I'm like, when we won the Super. So I don't know if you know anything about Super Bowl III. You probably don't. That's the Super Bowl the Jets won. But what was famous about that was that the Jets were playing at the time the Baltimore Colts, who are in Indianapolis now, but they were Baltimore at the time, and they were way better than the Jets. Way, way, way better at most positions. They had a Hall of Fame quarterback and all the rest. And Joe Namath, our quarterback, guaranteed that the Jets would win the game in a press conference. And everyone's like, this guy's a fucking asshole, you know?
Yeah.
And they went in and they won. And I wonder if I was saying to Mike, I'm like, did he like be like, if you give me this win, I will sell the soul of this team forever. Like this team, like it will never win. It will never even sniff a Super Bowl ever again. And thus here we are. And the incredible drama of this specific situation is because this is such a serious injury and he's so old that it's entirely possible he never plays again. You know, I mean, I gotta say this because I'm talking about it from a myopic Jets standpoint. I really feel bad for Aaron Rodgers. Like, that's horrifying. He was all in with the Jets. He was so excited. He loved the young team. He wanted to be there. He chose the team. He made it happen. And now I can't even imagine what he's going through as a person.
Yeah.
It's gotta be horrifying. And everyone's like, he's rich. And I'm like, I don't think you get it, dude. He's not in it for the money. Aaron Rodgers doesn't need the money. I just told you he took a massive pay cut.
Yeah.
You know,
it's rough.
I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. Even as somebody who isn't into sports, I get it. I was never as into any given team, but I remember like I liked the Yankees, and the Yankees have been kind of a joke for a while. So like, you know, it's just a nice logo, man.
Yeah.
So
it is.
But you'll be all right. You'll pull through.
So we'll see. I mean, but the funny thing is that they ended up winning, right? So now it gives you like that little bit of hope. It was a great win, overtime win.
No, that's more inspire hope.
Right. Exactly. Right.
Yeah,
more the dentist system. And though I don't want to separate entirely, and I can never separate because everyone's like, you choose this. And I'm like, I know that, and this is what we'll get into on Constellation. I don't get it. I don't know how this team captured me. And so many. You can understand people being a Patriots fan or a fucking Rams fan or whatever, but the Browns, the Lions, the Jets, it's like these teams suck, you know? But they have some of the most hardcore fan bases. It's very unusual. So we'll get into that on Constellation with the appropriate audience. But I appreciate everyone's kind words, generally speaking, except for some of the assholes that emailed and DM'd me. I don't know why you would gloat and celebrate someone feeling, you know how I feel, and I appreciate it. And I didn't know that I was such a famous Jets fan, you know?
Yeah.
But I guess it's because, and people were like, dude, you predicted it. And I'm like, yeah, ACL is a knee. So I didn't really predict it. I also said week 4, not play 4. So
it is weird that you guessed the number though at all.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess there's only so many numbers you could have said, but like, it is still kind of like, everything about it is crazy. Everything about it. It's like your vague prediction, the 9/11 adjacency, like the serendipity. It really is all really insane. It's a fucking Curb episode.
It is. I was actually thinking about that because you were talking about that one episode, which is hysterical. And because they're talking in the show about a real game where like a dude scored a touchdown against the Patriots and it was taken back and everyone's like, what the and he's talking about how that was a touchdown and Larry's like going crazy because Larry David's a huge Jets fan.
Yeah.
Probably maybe one of the most famous, like George R.R. Martin, Larry David, and a few others are like the most famous Jets fans. Method Man is like a famous Jets fan. But I was thinking about that because they're not done with Curb as far as I understand yet, and
No,
I
there's
wonder
one
if
more
we're gonna.
season.
Yeah, and I was like, I wonder if they will. What would be fucking hysterical is if they, because they often get real people in it, obviously all the time. It's like get Aaron Rodgers in it to lampoon it, being, you know, how the Jets like destroyed Larry's life, or Larry made an amazing bet, you know, because the Jets were 15-1 odds to win the Super Bowl, which is pretty good, and when he got hurt, it went to 75-1.
Jesus Christ.
So,
yeah.
So yeah, like there could be something funny there if they're willing to do it, and it would be funny for Aaron Rodgers to take part in it. It reminds me of when they lampooned. This was a long time ago now on Curb, but when they lampooned what happened with Kramer and the when he said the N-word.
Oh yeah.
And then they had like a whole thing, like, and it was
they had
it was funny.
They had JV Smoove go up to his trailer and he was like afraid. It's really, really funny. That was like really soon after too. It was like maybe like 3 years maybe.
Do you remember? You must. I think it probably was because I know you just did a video using B Movie, and by the way, I love the reference of B Movie to the streaming. I thought that was very clever the way you did that. But I think at the time Jerry was doing the rounds for B Movie. That's around when that video came out of the comics thing. And do you remember him being on Letterman and then having Kramer earnestly
apologize?
I'm calling him Kramer. I don't know why I'm calling him Kramer.
Michael Richards.
Michael Richardson. Or Michael Richards, right? Richards.
Yeah, it's Michael Richards.
Yeah. He calls in, and then people are like thinking it's a joke, and Jerry's like, it's not a joke. Like,
it's not funny. He says it's not funny. It's not funny. It's such an awkward, so weird. It was like probably like the earliest. Well, I guess the Dixie Chicks, I guess, would be the earliest, but it's one of the earliest instances of not cancel culture, but like proto kind of like. That I can cognizantly remember, you know,
definitely
was that. Situation.
But I remember watching it and being like, what is the context of this? Like, this seems just pretty bad, but I don't know. It's the Dixie Chicks thing was hysterical too. When everyone, like when they went against George W. Bush, that's what you're referencing, right?
Yeah.
And then ultimately they renamed themselves the Chicks. To just remove the whole Dixie.
Yeah, because they got like removed. They got like banned off of conservative radio or something like long ages ago because they came out against
Iraq.
I guess that was more analogous to cancel culture than the Michael Richards thing. Because Michael Richards is fine, I guess. That is a weird situation actually. The more I think about it, because he's just sort of fine. Like people remember it, you know, but like people love Kramer so much. I think that like it's just like Like I don't think kind of like I really don't think about it at all. Like when I watch an episode of Seinfeld, I don't think about that at all.
I also what he said and did was racist. This is probably going to sound weird. I don't know if I can put this in the right words, but I don't think he's racist.
You know, I know like what you mean.
No one came out about him later and said like, "Oh yeah, dude, this guy was dropping fucking racist tirades at the comedy store for years or something like that." Like that. But so I just think it was a really horrible moment. It reminds me a little bit of what happened with Mel Gibson, where people kind of like are slowly.
Well, that was a little. That's a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean that was more egregious and for sure, and there was multiple times.
Yeah, he's a little bit more of a colorful figure.
But the thing about Mel Gibson is I want to love Mel Gibson. Like I do love old Mel Gibson. I love so many of his movies. He might be one of my favorite actors, really. But and Dagan and I always make fun of so many things. Like we've ruined Mel Gibson for people. If you pay attention when he does eye darting, like he just like in his serious moments, he's always looking around, and that's his thing. That's like his overacting.
That's what I did that with my friends with John Bernthal. You know, do you know John Bernthal?
I don't know.
He's the Punisher in those when they did the Daredevil. He's Shane.
Shane. Yeah, I know this guy. Yeah,
he does a lot of. He's always asking people if he can tell them something. In every race, like, can I tell you something? Let me tell you something. And he's always doing this. He's always like looking in every direction mid rant. Like
he's overacting.
And it's difficult not to notice it in everything that he does now. Like, and I like John Bernthal, by the way. Like, I think he's awesome. But like, but it is something that like every role that he has, he darts his head around. He doesn't look at the person directly. It's very interesting. The choices that people make.
It's so funny you bring him up because I never knew his name, John Bernthal. But we watched the first few seasons. I tried to watch The Walking Dead. I just couldn't do it after a while. But
it's not. Yeah.
They kind of ruin it actually. Like the prison is cool, and then they just bring in a bunch of new characters. I think it's season 4, and I'm like, I don't give a fuck about any of these people. I don't know. I can't do this again. You know.
That's around the time I fell off too.
Yeah, so that's when I stopped with that. But there's this random funny scene we were just talking about. So I don't know if anyone out there is going to appreciate it. I don't know where it was. It's like there's that love triangle in. I don't want to spoil it for people. But there's a love triangle in The Walking Dead, right? And the woman he's part of the love triangle with another man, like what the cop? I can't remember his name anymore.
It's Shane, Rick, and Lori, I think.
Rick, right? Shane, Rick, and Lori, right? That's exactly right. You're better with names than me, obviously. And he says something, and Micah and I always say this line, and we don't think anyone else has ever found it funny, where he's like going on and on to Lori, and he's like, "It was you, and it was me, and it was Carl." Like, because he was talking about like before, like what in the beginning, and we were like, why is he including Carl in this? Like, we just found it so funny. So recently Micah made a random meme using that, and no one understood the line at all. Cause like, we're the only ones that have ever identified that as being funny.
There's a lot of funny. There's that video of I think it's from The Walking Dead where Shane is running and he's like, "Who is that? Who is that?" And he's like running towards the camera, and it's like really it's really just bizarre out of context. Like I have no idea what the context could possibly fucking be. But yeah, I don't know, man. That show's good, but like it's I don't know. I only really remember the first season. The second season, I was like, this farm is taking a while.
Yeah, the farm is brilliant compared to what comes after.
Yeah, which is saying a lot to me. And that was only the way it was because of budget cuts. I think I'm pretty sure. Like I remember hearing like they slashed the budget on them, so they just had to do the whole thing on the farm. It wasn't supposed to be that way.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. I think I liked it more because I watched it at the time and I didn't really like it, and then I liked it more this time, and I was kind of getting into it, and I was disappointed that I didn't get into it more. But the other thing I have to ask you is that the character Daryl, he's in France now.
Wait, what in the what are you talking about?
There's like a new Walking Dead show. I saw an ad for it. I think it's on now, where he's literally in Europe.
How the fuck did he get to Europe?
I don't know. I went and read about it, and it says he washed up on the shore.
What the fuck is that?
That's like when I used to be on Long Island on the beach. Yeah. I'd look across the water and I'd be like, "Can I see Europe?"
No.
And my mom would be like, "Are you kidding me?" So imagine now, like, just drifting out there. So he must have taken a boat, or I don't know, but he's in France in this new show.
Okay.
And there's like a European warlord that he has to deal with now.
Oh, shit. What a downgrade, man. What if Walking Dead, but in Europe?
Why? Now, I love post-apocalypse. I've said before, and you and I have both said it, like, why can't more things take place in Europe?
No, it's fine if they take place in Europe.
Right. But we already have a Walking Dead. And why is this such an important franchise? That's the thing I can't quite understand. It's got real Simpsons energy, if I might, where people are just contemporaneously asking themselves, how does this thing still exist? But someone is watching it.
Yeah, someone's watching it. It still has like a lasting cultural impact somehow. Although, granted, it's a lot less strong. Like I don't have to cringe myself into oblivion every time I see what is it? If Daryl dies, we riot shirt. Which, by the way, was well founded. I guess they took that to heart. Yeah, he's still alive in fucking France.
He's the only one that's alive. I don't even know if anyone else is alive. It was you, and it was me, and it was Carl. Carl. Gotta protect Carl. It's like, oh my God, just let the kid die already. It's fucking, have you looked around?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, put a bullet in all your friends and family's heads and get it done with already. What are you even living for anymore? The Walking Dead is legit, like, completely hopeless.
Yeah. I don't see the point, really.
I mean, it's easier said than done. If I were alive, I probably wouldn't want to die either. But at some point, like, that's one of the cool things was the character, the blonde chick that wanted to die. I actually loved that character because it was cool. It was like she was robbed of that opportunity, and she like really holds it against them. And I'm like, that's pretty deep. It's pretty interesting. All right. Don't watch The Walking Dead. If you want to watch an AMC show, watch Mad Men.
But so I would also like to get back to this because I do think your choice would obviously be to beat Prototype twice.
Oh, right. That's right. Yeah. See, Baldur's Gate 3, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't like any of these games, to be honest with you. But yeah, Prototype twice would be the fastest. I guess I could mainline Starfield.
Yeah, you could.
I also don't think Starfield would be, I got to be clear. I don't think Starfield's bad. at all. I think it's probably great, and I know you love it, and we'll talk about it later. But it's just not for me. I just can't. It just seems overwhelming. That seems like a game that would become a job, and I don't have time for that. You know?
It could be, yeah. It's very Bethesda though. Like if you play Fallout 3, you could easily mainline it pretty quick. I think you wouldn't get really. It wouldn't be worth it though to do that because you would miss what's cool about it. So like
that's the other thing.
That would be the problem really with that.
Truly, and people are like, "Don't just play the main quest." I'm like, I don't play games like that. That's not the way I want to play any game. I don't think I don't even know the last time I just mainlined something. Like just straight up, like I'm mainlining this. And I'm not worried about anything else. I don't know what that game would even be. I'm always interested in doing what I can, not only for trophies, but just I like getting 100%. I like collecting all the treasure chests. I like beating all the enemies, doing all the hunts, whatever you're playing in that game. So I can only imagine I'm seeing people's hour counts in Starfield, and I'm like, this game would fuck me up.
Yeah.
You know, I just, how do you have the time to do that? You know, I don't.
So you got to beat Prototype twice.
Yeah, Now, does it count that I've already beaten it once?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
I beat it a long time ago. All right, I'll do that. Dude, I'll do anything. I mean, that's anything. Like, this is trivial. If it meant getting Aaron Rodgers miraculously, like they were, Ian Rappaport tweeted out like, oh my God, Aaron Rodgers has a miraculous recovery and he'll be on the field on Dallas. I'll be like, whatever it takes.
Yeah.
You tell me. You know? I needed this so bad. You have no idea how bad I needed it.
Yeah. It's Colin will donate his skin to the Jets, and then he'll walk around like a meat man, covered in Vaseline.
Oh my God, like a fucking stick of butter.
Like those bodies exhibits. You ever see those?
Yeah. Dude, I recently saw something too where I thought I was going to send it to you, and I'm like, this is maybe too horrifying. It was there's apparently only like a dozen examples of these of pristine human nervous systems.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen those before? Where it's like just the lines, and like apparently it took people like years to get this all done.
Yeah,
and I was like, this is horrifying.
It's gross to imagine that that's what we are at our core is really upsetting.
Yeah, it is. It really is. By the way, Mexican aliens, real or fake?
Oh, the fakest shit I've ever fucking seen. But it's hilarious. It is
hilarious.
It's very cute. Like they're so small.
I know. I love how small they are. That seems realistic to me in some sense.
I saw it at first and I was like, is this possible? And then I looked at it and I was like, the closer they got to it, I was like, this looks like the fakest thing I've ever seen. It's a mummified. It is a mummified tiny little alien with like eggs in its fallopian tubes. What are you saying? Get this to a scientist over here, please. Yeah, and then I'll, don't like nothing against Mexico, but like this has been happening in Mexico for a long time. Like where people have been kind of going up into like I guess I don't know the proper terminology for this, but like government chambers and like presenting like evidence of UFOs, and it's never been hidden from anyone. It's always just been out in the open in Mexico, just like, hey, here's an alien, and they're like, yeah, all right, which to me indicates like to me if it was real, they wouldn't be showing it even on Mexican, parliament or whatever the fuck you want to call it. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't make sense to me that they would just be like, yeah, here's a casual, and they're the way they're handling it. Did you see the video of him putting it down on the table? And it's so fucking, I don't know, man. I need to see something more substantial than a mummified thing, because it looks like ceramic. You know what I mean? Like it looks like I could make that like confidently.
Yeah,
like, I could do that.
You got to just make this thing available. I want to believe, but you got to make it available to more people. Because I was reading some of the stuff and I'm like, all right, I don't know the veracity in any of this, but I did think that they were. I almost wanted to make the picture of what the close up of their face is my Twitter avatar, because I just think it's so funny.
I think it is like. It is an awesome. It is such a different. It's like I saw one that says when she literally sucks me dry, and it's that little face. Such a shriveled little freak. I love him though. The little Mexican alien. I love him.
Yeah, I love him as well. All right, that Smoke from Canada wrote in. It said, gents, in a recent episode, you boys were talking about the Mud Runner series, ringing off the different games like it, Mud Runner, Snow Runner, etc. And our very own Christopher whispered "Cum Runner" into the mic. Nobody else reacted to it, but I nearly drove off the side of the road with laughter, and I just wanted to write in to say, we heard you, Maldonado, we heard you. There's something troubling going on Zencastr that I wanted to know if you understood too. I think it's Zencastr. We use Zencastr to record, and it's probably the best that exists in terms of just instantaneous, low latency.
Yeah.
But I think part of it is that it has... It records everything. So we record on our browser, it records everything to local caches, and then we upload everything, and it's totally fine. But I think for hearing each other, it only carries one audio channel. And so when someone speaks, like when you're speaking over someone else or you like cut in, something's lost on your end that you don't hear. And I think that it's causing us to miss jokes, unfortunately.
Yeah. But sometimes it happens.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that at the very least the audience can hear it. You know,
Come runner.
I'm sure that was worth. You know, that was worth bringing it up again. It's like not even a joke, really.
Did we talk about how funny I find the M&Ms? We put cum in M&Ms billboard. Like I think.
What are you talking about?
There's a hold on. I'll see.
What?
There's like an ad called "We're Here." I found a Snopes article about it. I'm putting it in the chat. That's like my favorite of these.
It's fake. Oh
yeah.
Oh, caramel. Oh, that's funny though. That's awesome. Where is that? What the fuck city is this?
I don't know.
It doesn't look like New York.
Let's see.
Where the fuck is?
Oh yeah,
this?
it's in New York City.
Really?
Yeah.
That building looks
8th Avenue and West 34th.
Oh, I guess. Yeah. That's so funny. We're putting cum inside. It looks real. Like it's actually like a convincing Photoshop.
It does. It's amazing. Because when I first saw it, I thought it was like, oh, what did it say? Gum or something like that? But it's actually so much more complicated, you know? Like,
yeah.
It's so much more complicated. They even made a letter that doesn't even exist in the script that was used.
So I had Twitter Blue for like 1 month just to check it out. And, you know, I had it because I wanted to post a video of something that was like, it was like an Imagine Dragons video that I had to get out. And it just, they wouldn't let you post the full thing unless you were, I was like, you know what, it's worth $11 to get this out there. So I don't have to deal with this again. And I'm going to cancel it once the month is done. But I changed my profile picture to this fucking bee, this cursed me as the bee from Bee Movie. And now I can't change it back. Because I'm verified, and it says your profile is under review. No new changes are allowed to the name and profile photo during this review period. So I'm stuck as this fucking cursed bee for like the foreseeable future, and I don't know how I feel about that. It's not intentional to be stuck this way.
That's a great picture. But why don't, dude? I'm concerned that you're not coming up when I search for you.
Oh, I'm shadow banned 100%. But like 1,000,000%, I'm shadow banned. I don't know. It only happened in the last couple months, so like I don't know.
Yeah, this picture is awesome. That's great. You should keep it that way.
I hate it. Like I like it in the sense that it's like it's deeply disturbing, but like I don't I don't like that. Like if I ever have to tweet, if ever I have a real opinion and it's accompanied by this,
yeah, that's true.
It just completely deflates it, which is probably good.
Pigeonholed. Yeah.
Which is probably good. Hopefully it inspires people to take things less seriously. But
you've completely pigeonholed yourself with that picture, no doubt.
Yeah.
All right. That's Smoke from Canada. Thank you for writing in. We hear you, Chris. Adam Kelm wrote in and said, greetings, gents. I was taking my 5 and 7-year-old kids to the store, and as usual, the car Bluetooth automatically connected to my phone and instantly resumed the last played media, which happened to be Sacred Symbols. The first thing out of my speakers were the words fat, meaty cock from the voice of Chris talking about the Hulk. My only instinct was to yell loudly and smash the pause button, but it was too late. My kids have definitely heard curse words before, but I was hoping I had at least a few more years before I had to explain slang for dicks. For the record, Lego sets make great bribes for not telling mom. Keep up the great work and take it easy on that chicken with those 19 inches. I wanted to ask you specifically about this. Were you ever in a situation with your parents or someone like a close loved one where like you cannot tell anyone about this? Because I don't know that I've ever really had a situation like that where it's like you got to cover for me or like you can't. Like, don't tell. I don't know. That seems like something out of TV and movies to me.
Yeah,
never happened to me personally.
Yeah, I guess I've never. No, I've never had that situation ever occur. Although I could imagine, based on the stuff that I'm interested in and based on the stuff that I listen to, that if I were to ever have kids, it would probably be a situation that would come up. You know what I mean? Where it's like, hey, listen, just don't mention this. You know, okay? because this is, you're not supposed to be hearing this.
Yeah, exactly.
But as a childless single guy, like, no, I have not had a situation where I felt like I had to have people cover for me or anything like that. It's too much energy. First off,
yeah, that's a lot. And the bribe, like I've always wondered this about bribing people. Like, how do you know that they're going to hold to it? That's why I've always wondered about hush money, blackmail, all that kind of stuff. It's like, how do I know you're in that situation? It's like, well, how do I know you're going to stand up to it? You're already lying by blackmailing me. So what if I just give you this money and then you just say it anyway? There's a lot of trust.
It's inherently an untrustworthy position to be in.
Right.
I guess the point is that you don't really have a choice because whatever's there is so bad that any work to do to minimize the chance of that happening is worth doing, I guess, because it's usually some really bad shit. But like, I don't know. I can't relate to it. Although I am sorry for screaming fat meaty cock at your children.
Yeah. Fat meaty cock.
I don't even remember.
Oh my God.
Oh, I do remember. I do remember because it was about them not giving the lizard his lab coat.
Right. That's right. And we were talking about how he would need a special tailor.
Yeah.
Just for him.
Which is the Hulk has his.
That's true. The Hulk has right, because the Hulk has his pants, right? Because they couldn't. What would have been more interesting is if the Hulk was a female and she had a cavernous vagina instead that you had to stare at.
Cavernous.
Inappropriate.
That is so heinous. That's such a heinous way to describe that. Oh, geez. All right.
Adam Kelm is now coming back to the car again with his kids, and he turns on and the kids crawling in the backseat with their McDonald's, and then they hear cavernous vagina.
You got to be kidding me.
And he's like, all right, these kids got to go to military camp now.
Yeah. Back to the Lego store.
David Wilson II wrote in, said, hey, CDC, is it me or is Colin talking faster? Colin, I've listened to you regularly since the Beyond days at IGN, and in the past few pods, I've noticed an uptick in your cadence. At first, I thought I maybe hit the 2x speed by mistake because I'm not one of those lunatics who listens to that like that on purpose. However, my player had said 1x, even though Colin sounded like a rural auctioneer. Either Colin has more energy behind his dulcet tones or I'm having a stroke. Please set my mind at ease. Thanks and be well. I don't feel anything differently. Here's the one thing I will say is that I used to, as a young kid, the thing that teachers used to always say to me, I'd be in first grade parent-teacher conference, Colin talks too fast. Right? Colin, that's what people used to always say to me, is that I talk too fast. I needed to slow down. It was a constant thing in my life. Mm-hmm. And somewhere in like high school and in college, people stopped saying it to me. So I don't know if either people became acclimated, I was older, so it kind of read better or whatever. But I've always been very self-conscious of that. And I was very knowledgeable in my mind that people had stopped saying that about me completely. Like, that's not a thing. I see people insult me, and you can't insult me in ways that are new. Everyone said everything possible about me at this point. But no one ever says like, man, Collins, why does he talk so fast? Blah, blah, blah. The Ben Shapiro kind of thing that people always say, So this kind of raises like self-consciousness in me that maybe it's creeping in, or maybe people are reading it differently, because I kind of thought I had escaped the shackles of being the kid, that young child on Long Island that spoke too fast. Like so many people around me did.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fast talking place. I don't think I've noticed it really. I think you talk fast, but not in a way that is particularly like faster than normal. I'd say you talk like a normal person that I interact with anyway. We all talk fast though, generally speaking. Like I'm probably like the slowest talker of everybody that I know personally, because my ADHD makes me think of like I overthink things, so I have to make sure that I'm saying what I mean to say and not what my brain tells me to say. Because my brain's always like, what's the funniest answer to this?
Right.
Which is never the right one. It's never the right answer. So I'm like, okay, I have to filter that out. But I don't know. You don't strike me as a fast talker,
Well, that's good. Yeah, I don't want to. It's so funny. Like when I read that letter, I had to use it because it brought up these welled up feelings inside of me. Like, yes, I'm back in Brookhaven Elementary School. The teachers are ridiculing me for speaking too fast. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong.
No, yeah, you don't got to worry about that. You're a far cry from like Ben Shapiro, where it's like hypothetically, right. what if the Mexicans are the aliens? And it's a different situation.
It's a good question, Ben. David Wilson, thank you for writing in. All right, John wrote in and said, Colin, if Dustin is kidnapped by the Yakuza, will you pay the ransom?
Yeah, Colin.
No, I don't think so. But I feel like he would fit right in. I think, if I'm being honest with you, I think Dustin would love to be kidnapped by the Yakuza.
Oh, I think so too. Yeah.
Yeah.
He'd thrive. We'd see him in like 6. We'd see him in 6 years, and he'd be somehow like 3 feet taller. He'd be like, he'd be jacked. Be a completely different person. He'd have tattoos all over him. He would take to it, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that's a possible and perhaps even likely outcome.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if he comes back next week. All right, let's get into the small news items we have to talk about now. It's time to talk about video games. It only took us over an hour.
Jesus, does Dustin keep us on track? I guess.
Yeah, maybe it's this is probably
this is the longest we've gone into a show like this, I think, without mentioning anything newsworthy.
Yeah, well, whatever.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
That's what. Well, no, I know. I'm not saying you're casting aspersions. I think that I wonder sometimes our show would be way bigger if we just got into it.
Yeah.
Like, that, right? There's no shows that I don't even know. It works for people for some reason. I've said this before. It's a lot how I feel about the Around the NFL podcast, which is a huge inspiration for me. It's just so silly, but it's serious, but it's silly.
I think it's fun, and people latch on to. If people are having fun recording, then people have fun listening.
That's right.
In my opinion.
Yeah, I get that vibe from you guys on the Snark Tank. Like,
yeah, we don't care.
You have fun.
Like, if most of the shit that we talk about, we don't give a shit about. But like we're having a fun time with it.
Yeah,
and so
as you should.
That's really all that matters.
All right. Let's see here. I wanted to sound off on this. Someone wrote in about this, and I saw a few comments about it as well. Corey Christensen wrote in and said, Colin, in the last episode of Sacred Symbols Plus, you detailed you were doing advertising for gambling outlets. I know you don't take any endemic advertising, but isn't gambling worse? Was this kind of advertising discussed with the stakeholders at LSM? Just wondering what was considered when taking on this kind of advertisement. Yeah, I wanted to speak to this a little bit because some people had brought up that we have DraftKings as a sponsor. And I don't personally gamble using those apps. My football gambling is done in fantasy football. So I do it a little bit differently than like the one-off game betting apps, which is totally fine. If I do that, I usually do it in Vegas. But first of all, there are no other stakeholders in LSM. I think what you're saying is like everyone else involved. And it's like, no, I didn't talk to anyone about that. I typically don't talk to anyone about any of the advertising we're doing unless I think it might be a good product for them, in which like I try to hook them up with maybe using it or whatever. But and what I mean by that is like Dustin with like the meal planning stuff, he gets that directly and then he writes the ads for that and so on and so forth. We typically don't, like Chris does his own ads on his own stuff. We don't do that with Chris. We don't, Maddie and Cog have to do some of the stuff with Duke. You guys have heard it, and so you know that. But I don't think gambling's bad. So I can't put that value judgment in there.
Yeah.
I think that you have to, like anything, you have to be responsible and organized and smart. It's not up to me to do that for you. You have to do it yourself. And the ad, as you know, because I have to read it at the end, has all these things. Here's help you can get if you're addicted to gambling. Really be mindful, play responsibly, all that stuff. You either have to take that on board or not. I'm not your dad, though.
Yeah. So, also gambling is, I don't know. This isn't. We were just talking about the Hulk's cavernous vagina. This isn't exactly like a kids show.
Right.
Generally speaking, like the audience is very clearly, even though it's video games, the audience is clearly skewed older. And so, I mean, gambling's just it's not like a morally fucking evil thing. It's, I guess it's a vice for a lot of people, but like, I don't know. I do ads for, I would do an ad for like fucking, alcohol or something. Like if it was like a good one that I liked,
Yeah.
Fucking,
Me too.
Why not? Or like a cigar or something.
Sure.
I would like fucking whatever.
The only ads I've ever turned down were either a few times over the years ads for companies I just don't like. So, and I won't get into those. Like, I don't want to insult anyone.
Obviously, yeah.
And then the other ads were like, you get the same thing probably with your reps too. You get questionnaires all the time. Like, what would you allow? What would you accept? What wouldn't you? It's like, I don't want dick pills because I don't know who could speak for them here. I'm getting hard. All right. I don't need the dick pills right now. It's gross. And then the other thing is
the whole
hair loss stuff, because I'm like, I want to only have things that someone can speak to. That's like, I think the bare minimum, as opposed to me saying like, go use this boner pill. It's like, well, I mean, I guess I got to trust that it works. Or like, go use this hair. Have you fucking seen my hair? like go use this hair loss stuff. It's like, well, when it starts to thin, maybe that will become an opportunity for me to use that as a sponsor, but I don't want to be able to. So in other words, I want it to be able to touch one of us in some way that's meaningful.
Oh,
like I'm not embarrassed of the boner pill stuff. It would be awesome to take the boner pill money. I just don't know that we can speak to it, right? Unless we're like back when I'm back at Northeastern and I had a friend that would literally just take Viagra. And like
I had a friend. We had a friend one night. We were walking back from a bar, and we stopped off at like a mobile to grab like Arizona iced teas and waters and stuff. And he just grabbed one of the rhino pills, popped it, and he says, "I'll report back to you in the morning." And he texted back the next day, "I'm so sick."
Oh man, the gas station boner pill, dude.
Yeah, you can't do it. The rhino pill, stay away. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's people. I don't know. To me, it's not really like an evil thing. There are places where gambling shouldn't be, for sure. Like, in at least in my opinion. But advertising for a show that's very clearly not geared towards kids is fine. Like, it would be weird if you saw like gambling, like Blue's Clues, and then suddenly like there's a DraftKings ad. It's like that's weird. That's weird in the same way that it would be weird for like, I don't know, like. What is I don't know, Jameson whiskey to be advertising on like Phineas and Ferb or something, weird. Right. It's weird.
Right.
But like that doesn't apply to us, I don't think.
Totally. It goes back to the whole cigarette ad debacle from 50 years ago where it's like, why are we so clearly catering to kids? I don't think that I see these ads or read the copy or whatever and get that vibe.
Yeah, Bugs Bunny smoking.
Right, exactly. It's like, that's a little maybe different. And so because I wanted to speak to this, Corey, because you say, I don't take any endemic advertising, which is true. We don't. And for people that don't know what that means, in the world of advertising, there's endemic and non-endemic advertising. And that definition changes depending on who you are. So endemic advertising means advertising having to do with what you talk about, products that are endemic to the craft, right? Non-endemic ads are anything else. So if you're in football and you have a Wilson football ad or whatever, then that's an endemic ad, and so on and so forth. So we don't do endemic ads, but he's saying, isn't gambling worse? And I say no, because I don't think gambling, as I said before, is bad. I think you have to control yourself just like everything else. I don't take endemic advertising because I think it's shady. That's different.
Yeah.
I think that doing business with the publishers and the developers that we cover is a conflict of interest. So I just don't, and trust me, I have left a lot of money on the table. Lots. These publishers and developers pay out the ass for ridiculous things. And if I wanted my reps to pursue that stuff, we could do that. And we've gotten offered things that would have been. So I do that at frankly great financial pain because I think it's important to if you take the show seriously or not from a content standpoint. But gambling, I mean, if you're saying gambling is a type of gaming, and you've realized this probably in your time that, Chris, especially if you go to Vegas and stuff, people use the term gaming like we use the term and they mean gambling. Like the gaming commission and all that kind of stuff. If that's what you're saying, I guess they could be in the same, but I don't, when you hear an ad on like running, not an ad from like an ad network, but an ad that one of us read, it's for a product that one of us has used or believes in or appreciates or thinks could be useful to you. And I think that offering, DraftKings ads or whatever is like the least of our concerns, to be perfectly honest. But
yeah.
So I wanted to speak to that. I didn't want to hide behind, Chris's skirt. I wanted to come out and nip it in the bud. But I think, and by the way, the most recent DraftKings ad is where I predicted Aaron Rodgers' injury.
Oh man.
So thanks a lot. Please gamble responsibly.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know if you saw this. Let's get into some of these news items. Bill Kuhn. I don't know who this guy is, but he's well connected somewhere. He has some sort of back end access to something. I don't know exactly what it is. It could be Steam or Epic Game Store or something else. But he's the guy that often reliably leaks PlayStation Plus games before they come out or before they're announced. And he says that Horizon Forbidden West Complete Edition is en route to PC and will be available on both Steam and Epic with an announcement in the next month. It's getting pretty close. It's getting closer and closer now to the release date. This is less than 2 years old. And the DLC is not even a year old. It came out earlier this year, so it'll appear on PC pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Horizon Forbidden West was a smash commercial hit. It sold nearly 9 million copies in a couple of months, and I would imagine it's closer to 12 maybe now, something like that. They haven't said, but I would think maybe 10 plus, let's say. And Burning Shores, unclear how it did, don't know. But I was curious what you thought of this. I think there's a few things to talk about here, Chris. One being the closeness of release. The window is tightening a lot now. And the game is big. Horizon is big. So we have that. It's not some incidental game like a Helldivers or something. So I'm curious what strikes you about this?
I don't know. I mean, what strikes me about it is that it seems, I guess it seems quicker than it actually is because of that DLC thing and how it's the same year. Like, it seems a lot quicker, although like Horizon Forbidden West, I guess, is technically a little bit older. I mean, I think it's smart to get this IP on PC in general if you're trying to make the push that Sony is clearly trying to make with Horizon and trying to make it like this big thing. It is smart to get it in as many people's hands as soon as possible without necessarily sacrificing its identity as an exclusive on your platform. I think they've definitely wrung as many sales out of the PlayStation as they can for now, and I feel like they feel okay about putting it on PC at this point. Although I'm sure there's like, as PS5s are more and more common and as more and more people get them, there's definitely going to be more sales still on PS5 regardless, because, people tend to prefer consoles anyway. But it's smart to get this IP out on PC if they are indeed planning on making like multiplayer games in the future, or if they are planning on this MMO thing. It makes sense to me. Also, I mean, it'll probably be pretty fucking cool. I might stream it if it's on PC. Although, like, Jesus Christ, like, if it do you think so? It's going to be announced soon. That's what it says?
It says release should be imminent.
Oh, release should be imminent.
Yeah.
Fuck. Well, I don't know, man. This year's already so fucking packed. But,
it almost doesn't it suggest like the PC sales seem somewhat soft or underwhelming in a lot of ways, and for most of the Sony games, but they probably are perfectly happy with it. Like it's. I mean, it's not like a zero-sum thing. They have to pay to port those games, but it's probably somewhat trivial compared to older games, and probably always in the pipeline anyway.
Yeah,
build could have been concurrent to it the entire time, and games often, console games often start and run on PC first. So
I mean, to me, it's just because you have to imagine Nixus is doing this, right?
Yeah, I would assume so.
So, like, I mean, it's just an extraction of their value out of Nixus. I mean, like, the way that I look at it is like, if they're going to put anything on PC, it kind of pays for itself because they've acquired this entire entity to do it. And if they weren't going to put anything on PC, then that would have been a worthless acquisition. So, like, makes sense that it would be Horizon. I don't know if I expected it. I don't know if I expected that the next PS5 game to come to PC would have been this, but I also feel like it makes sense.
Yeah, we're also running out of games. I mean, there's a lot that hasn't been released that I guess could be from older platforms. But you know what? A big compelling thing for me here is also that they're looking at hardware sales, I think, and saying we're actually selling more than PS4 was when we didn't release any games on PC. So it just doesn't even really seem to be relevant. They're just spreading the field. Yeah. I think it's a good place to be. So we'll keep an eye out for that. I'm sure the leaker is right. He's right about a lot of other things. One of the things he recently leaked were all the PS Plus games for extra and premium that we're going to talk about later in the show. So I would count on this coming to PC in the coming months. And I'll be interested to see what people think about it over there and how it does. I think Horizon Forbidden West is superb, personally. Absolutely superb game. And I can't imagine how it's going to look on high-end PCs. It's
oh yeah.
I've said before, I would argue that I think it's the most beautiful game I've ever seen. Just in raw. You could say what you want about the design, or if you like Aloy and the design of all the tribes and all these things, that's different. But just the environment is incredible. I mean,
the fidelity of it is pretty crazy.
It's nuts.
I wonder what the modding scene is like for the first one. Like, if they ever did anything insane. Horizon. What's the first one?
Zero Dawn.
Zero Dawn mods. Oh man. Oh man. A lot of these are just kind of like actual, like, genuine. Oh, play as child Aloy. That's so gross.
Oh, I love that.
Oh no, this is my exact nightmare.
That's hysterical.
That's funny. Yeah,
love that. All right, so Horizon Forbidden West. Shout out to Guerrilla and presumably Nixus. We'll see. Fellow Dutch studio. I wanted to see what you thought of this. Arpad wrote in and said, "Hey fellas, first time, long time. During their press conference, Apple announced a handful of console games coming to the iPhone 15 Pro, utilizing their first 3-nanometer chip in the A17 Pro chip. Not mentioned in the press conference, but tweeted soon after by Kojima Productions was Death Stranding coming to iPhone. And we all should know by now that Death Stranding is powered by the Decima engine. So here's my question then. If this iPhone is powerful enough to run Death Stranding, will we see other PlayStation 4 games come to the iPhone? Will we see SIE first and second party games be ported? Can this iPhone be Colin's fabled PS4 mobile machine? Can Sony use this technology to make their own? Okay, I'll hang up and listen now. Bye. Thank you, Arpad, for writing in. So yeah, it's true. Apple announced in a, not on stage, but in a press conference, and then Kojima announced as well that, yeah, Death Stranding is coming to iPhone 15 Pro and Pro Max. What do you think of this? This is interesting. First of all, I mean, there's multiple things to say to Chris here. They're bringing Resident Evil 4 over. Yeah. And a few other things. It's like, the division is coming over. I'm like, ooh. Yeah, we're getting a little spicy over here. What do you think of this? I didn't realize that phones were capable of playing our current gen games, to be honest.
Well, that's kind of the thing. It's like, what I guess technically they're not, right? Because these aren't exclusively current gen. Like Death Stranding was on the PS4. When you consider, the PS4, you figure, 2013. I think about some of the mobile games or the games that were being made portable around the time of I think about like the Ape Escape PSP port, for example, where that was maybe I think 7 or 6 years after the original Ape Escape, so it would seem to make sense time-wise that okay, the console baseline tends to end up being possible on mobile or at least handheld devices sometime within 7 years of the original launch of the console. And so it makes sense to me that something like Death Stranding might find its way playable on a modern iPhone, at least in some capacity. Probably, obviously, at 30 frames. I don't think any of these games are going to be running at 60 frames per second. But it is still, it's cool that these games are running natively at all on these platforms. The idea that Resident Evil 4 Remake runs at all on an iPhone is kind of amazing. And what was that Division game that was running on it? It wasn't Heartland. It was and it wasn't The Division either. It was it had some weird subtitle. The Division.
Oh, it wasn't The Division on iPhone?
Maybe I'm mistaken, but The Division Resurgence.
Resurgence.
Yeah. So I don't know what The Division Resurgence is. I have no fucking clue. It had a closed beta in June of this year. So.
Oh yeah, it says here, The Division Resurgence is a free-to-play third-person shooter RPG set in a shared MMO open world. So
okay,
kind of like The Division, but with more immersive MMO.
Division Resurgence. I wonder if it's on last gen
and coming soon. Yeah. So yeah, I guess you're right here, where it's not. So that's an important note.
It is. Yeah. Well. I mean, maybe this could potentially be. I'm not finding any information that says what platforms it's on or not on. I guess because it's not out. But I don't know, man. It's cool that we're at this point that's even possible. It's still not where I would choose to play.
Oh yeah,
a lot of these games, I Resident Evil 4. I feel like, oh my god, what is it? Was it David Fincher or it was you're watching a fucking movie on a phone? I can't remember which director it was, but it does feel like it seems like a complete fucking disservice, in my opinion, to play something like Resident Evil 4 or Death Stranding or, maybe The Division's fine on a phone, but certainly experiential games like Resident Evil 4 and The Division or something like Dead Space, you lose so much of that playing on a small screen like that, in my opinion, that I don't view it as something that interests me at all. Personally, awesome that it's possible. I'm sure some people are going to get a lot of use out of that. And if an iPhone 15 can run, can run Resident Evil 4, like imagine all of the smaller, more mobile friendly stuff that it could run. Something like Nobody Saves the World or oh my god, what was it, Cult of the Lamb and stuff like that.
We're going to talk about Cult of the Lamb a little bit later. Funny you bring them up.
Yeah, like I don't know, like there's a lot of modern games that I think work really well for that kind of platform, and it's cool to know that they would theoretically have very, very little trouble running on it natively, whereas opposed to right now, it feels like, I don't know. It also kind of puts into question like what the future of streaming is at all, because you have to wonder what the impetus to do this at all was if streaming is supposedly this big thing, you know? If people can just stream their games to their phones, like why even bother putting ray tracing into your iPhone?
Yeah, it is interesting. There's a lot of tension there, I think, from even my own rudimentary understanding of technologies about how people are going to use these things, or if there will be this all of the above approach.
Yeah.
Where it's like a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, a little bit of column C, where we're going to get, some of your native games. We're going to stream some things. We're going to do some cloud gaming and all this kind of, I don't know, man. I don't know how it's all going to work, but I couldn't help but think about the possibilities as was written into us about the potential of how much more feasible it's becoming for these things to become smaller and more powerful, and what that means for PlayStation. I mean, moving forward, I mean, it sounds unbelievable. I watch a lot of like retro PC and Mac stuff on YouTube. I really like that stuff. So I always bring up 8-Bit Guy I really like, and Lazy Game Reviews. I really love him a lot. I think that guy's awesome. And they talk a lot about it, and they show old circulars and old rigs and machines. And I really do remember how much this shit used to cost, right? And the Apple Lisa, for instance, when it came out, I think in 1981 or 1982, was $10,000, which is like,
it's insane.
And it's still
so
sold.
Fucking baffling.
some appreciative amount of money. I mean, that's like $50,000 today or something like that, right? And I guess what I'm saying is, and I always talked about my first PC that I own, like that I had in my room, was a Sony Vaio that was $3,200 in 1996. And I guess what I'm saying is that the power differential is becoming greater, much more powerful. I think that's Moore's law. And then you have this idea of things becoming cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. Like when I go to BJ's, which is a price club, and I look at the TVs, I'm like, how are these TVs so cheap? It's fucking nuts. Did you see the footage recently of the guy on New Year's Eve, 1999, showing his friends his new TV from Circuit City or whatever? And it was $5,000, and it was like this piece of shit.
Oh no, I didn't see that.
It's super cool. I love this found video, like old stuff that people have like on various VHSs, and then are slowly uploading to the internet. There's so many cool things.
That sounds so sick.
And I just look at it, I'm like, yes, the iPhone 15 Pro and all these things are going to be very expensive, but it's becoming cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. And this nexus is becoming closer and closer of the potential of handheld gaming and the affordability, and understanding that maybe it could become something unswitch or Wii U like, where it's more powerful and more console quality. And you think about something like the PS6 in the future, which we're far away from, where it's like, damn, dude, could they do something crazy with that, where you could have multiple SKUs or things that are different price points, where you can have a mobile unit and a home unit and all these things. I don't know, man. It's becoming really interesting out there.
It's an exciting,
ways that excite me.
It's an exciting time for sure. Like that all this is possible. By the way, I sent you a little something on your phone there.
Oh, let me see.
Send you a nice little image of child Aloy in adult Aloy's model.
Oh my god, look at her neck. Oh no. Oh my god. I'll hold it up to see.
It's so fucking cursed, man.
Oh boy. Dude, the people on PC are doing, it's so funny to me. It's so funny to me that there are people that that just dedicate themselves so quickly to this stuff. I was seeing with Starfield, and we'll talk about Starfield in a little while, and get your most recent thoughts on it, but just even from a pragmatic and practical utilitarian standpoint, how people are like, in like 2 days, there were 1 million things fixed with patches. It's like, what's stopping Bethesda from doing this? I don't understand why they don't.
I don't know.
What are they? It doesn't make any sense. These are just weird. Random people. They didn't even have access to the game until 2 days ago. It's preposterous.
It's pretty crazy.
All right. Let's move on. And Arpad, thank you again for writing in. I don't know if you saw this, Chris. We know It was a great Colin was right moment, although unfortunate to everyone that works there. Embracer Group is obviously cratering, and they're looking to unleash some more assets and free themselves up. And apparently Gearbox is being shopped around, which they only bought a couple of years ago, presumably along with their IP, which would most importantly be Borderlands. There's no one specifically described here as who might be the suitor or suitors, but it's likely going to be some sort of foreign conglomerate, like some sort of weird company, not something cool that would come and save Borderlands. And I don't know if people even really want to be associated with Gearbox necessarily, like what's the buy-in versus what's the value for first parties and so on and so forth. So I don't really know what kind of market will be out there. I'll be very interested to see this though. So what do you think of this? Gearbox maybe going out again? I would love to see Gearbox buy themselves back out and just go back and be an independent studio again. I think that would be pretty cool. I just don't know if there's the capital there. You'd have to borrow probably a lot of that money. Interest rates are really high. That's going to be very difficult, but those high interest rates are going to make it difficult for companies to do non-cash deals. So I don't know who the suitor would be. What do you think about this?
Yeah, it doesn't help that Gearbox is kind of not really. I mean, what was the last? Was Borderlands 3 the last thing they did? It can't be.
Yeah, no, that was their last big release. They did do the Tales from the Borderlands.
That's they haven't really. I don't know. I mean, it could be that it could be that they've been working on something pretty amazing, but like they haven't really been a part of the conversation in a while.
Tiny Tina's Wonderlands as well.
Yeah, but even that was like 2 years ago?
That was last year.
That was last year?
Yeah, so Borderlands 3 is 2019, and then Tiny Tina's Wonderlands and New Tales are 2022.
Huh.
But the reality is that, I mean, when you look at the games that they've developed, because obviously they started as like a Half-Life port studio and all that kind of stuff, but you know, they start with Brothers in Arms, and remember they were going to go back to Brothers in Arms, and there was that dope ass.
Dude, I was so excited for that trailer.
Yeah, that trailer was
so cool.
Yeah, it was awesome. I don't know what happened to that game.
Was it Band of Brothers, you said?
Brothers in Arms.
Yeah, Band of Brothers is the show.
It was supposed to be like the revival of that franchise because it kind of went away, like after the PS2 era. And then Borderlands obviously was their big thing, and that was in 2009. And then they acquired Duke Nukem Forever, I think, and did something like that, got that out, and they did Borderlands 2, Colonial Marines, which was with Time Shift, I think, and that was a fucking mess in 2013. And then just a few Borderlands games, and then Battleborn, which was a failure.
Man,
yeah, I don't know.
What a bummer.
Because they were with Take-Two and 2K as a publisher, but never owned by them. And then when Embracer came in and bought them in 2021, they obviously took them away, but fulfilled their agreements, I guess, in terms of and I think Borderlands might even be owned by 2K. Like, I'm actually thinking Gearbox might not even own that. So, or might have some sort of shared ownership of that IP. So, I don't know, something weird going on over there, but
yeah,
wish everyone the best. I just think this was so predictable. I don't know what they were thinking, dude. I really don't. It seems so obvious that their intention was to just gather the IP and slowly shut these studios down because that's where they saw the value. And that is where the value is, but it's just sad that it has to cost so many people their jobs.
Yeah.
But remember that Embracer now owns the Tomb Raider franchise and Crystal Dynamics and all the rest. And so it makes it relevant that right before we started recording, Tomb Raider 1 through 3 Remastered was announced. 1, 2, and 3 Remastered coming to PS4 and PS5 via port studio Aspyr. These are, of course, ports of the 1996 original that came to PS1, 1997 sequel, which came to PS1, and the game that introduced me to Tomb Raider 3 as well, which came out on PS1 in 1998. The first game, of course, is also on Saturn, and they were available with various PC and port releases since. But are you interested in this at all?
Yeah, I am. I mean, Tomb Raider, I have a weird history with Tomb Raider where I remember really liking it as a kid. And I remember it had like this weird, I remember being oddly scared of it for some reason. I don't know why. I think that's probably like a side effect of the PS1's, like the way the PS1 handled audio was very eerie a lot of the time because it couldn't handle a lot of tracks at once in certain places. So you just get this like eerie quiet. And then you'd hear like really high fidelity footsteps. And there's something about that was like really, I don't know, nerve wracking to me. And there was that old man in the manor, the butler. What was his name? I can't remember his name.
In Croft Manor.
In Croft Manor, that old man scared the shit out of me. He had like this horrifying voice. So I weirdly remember Tomb Raider as like a horror franchise. I know it's not. and I understand it isn't, but it scared me for some reason. But I remember liking it a lot, and then I went back to it because I remember I brought this up before on the show a long time ago, but I remember there was a sale on Steam, and you could get like every single Tomb Raider, including like the 2013 one, which was relatively new at the time, for like $9. And I remember being like, I'm grabbing that. Like, I'm an idiot not to grab that. And I tried them out on PC, and the controls did not, especially on PC, did not work well. So I am actually curious to play something this old with, potentially, I assume, modernized controls, because those games, they're awesome, but they're very, very clunky in a way that I don't think it really benefits the game either. It's not like Resident Evil where it like kind of works. So I don't know. I am interested, but it all depends on how they update it.
Yeah, I think that they'll. Let me see. Let me look in the PlayStation blog post. It says the original D-pad controller provided precise control as players navigated Lara through treacherous terrains. Tomb Raider elegantly showcased the synergy of PlayStation's capabilities. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I don't think they really don't say much about updating. I think that sentence kind of says like, oh, it's already perfect.
That's crazy. Yeah, it's not. It's definitely not perfect.
But yeah, so we'll see what goes on there. I think it'll be really interesting to go back and play these. I want to see how they stand up, and that actually gets into something Joshua Anderson wrote into us and said, "Sup C&C Music Factory." So Nintendo just announced the Tomb Raider 1 through 3 remaster trilogy, and the trailers look, well, honestly, mid at best. Yet the Nintendo masses seem to be going wild, and because it was announced at the Nintendo show.
Oh.
If PlayStation released this, would they receive the same praise? If MGS1 re-releases look the same, will it be considered a win or a lazy L by Konami? Thanks as always, guys. I just don't know what people want out of these games. They're not pretty. They're just not. There's nothing you're going to do short of remaking a PS1 polygonal game like Tomb Raider, and short of remaking it completely. It's not going to look good.
Yeah,
these games look like shit. I mean, that's kind of the allure of them. I really don't think 3D starts to stand up in this generation. It just doesn't. In my opinion. Going back to Twisted Metal, which is older than Tomb Raider, for when we did the episode with Jaffe, it's like, man, it's got its own allure, but it's so funny because it just looks bad. There's not much you can do.
Yeah, it's I don't know. Like I would say, like towards the end of the PS2 and towards the end of the Xbox generation is when things started to look like, oh, that looks like what it's supposed to look like. And I don't have to do like a lot of imagination heavy lifting for it to be convincing as that. And then obviously, I think 360 and PS3 are perfect. Honestly, like as I was actually looking, I was at a friend of mine's house looking at Fight Night Round 3 gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that game? And like
2005,
2006. Yeah. And I remember looking, I was like, damn, this doesn't look nearly as good as I remember, but it still looks fucking awesome. Actually. Like it's kind of nuts.
I think that's the one that's used in Grandma's Boy, and I actually watched that recently again. I remember thinking,
that's right.
I remember thinking the same exact thing. That I was like, this doesn't look so bad.
No, it's a genuinely good looking game still, but no, I mean, I feel kind of so I like when studios or publishers will take these old games and like give them a really, really nice coat of paint. I appreciate that. I liked it with the Crash Insane trilogy. I really liked it with the what is it, the Spyro collection? I forget what it was called. The Reignited trilogy.
Yeah, Reignited trilogy, right.
Those have these cute names that I can't be bothered to fucking remember. But Spyro looked great, Crash looked great, Crash Team Racing looked wonderful. But at the same time, there is part of me that like, man, I do want to play the original Crash game still. It would be nice to play the original like polygonal ass sharp looking PS1 games at just a higher frame rate. Like that alone would make me happy. And it made me happy with Ape Escape. I loved playing Ape Escape on PS Plus when they put it on the backwards compatible thing. And it was awesome. Like it was like, oh man, this is exactly like I love the aesthetic, as ugly as it can be, of that sharpness. There's like a charm or like a magic or something going on there. And I'm so certain that it's because I grew up with it. I'm not saying it's like, oh, it's objectively like magical or anything, but it reminds me of a simpler time more than seeing these things brought to the modern era do. So part of me looks at this and sees like their remastering efforts and looks at it in the sense that like, oh, here's Tomb Raider and it looks slightly better. It's a little bit cleaner, but it still looks very much like it looks like how you would imagine a really, really souped up, beefy PS1 would play it. You know what I mean? Where it doesn't look hyper realistic, it doesn't look insane, but it captures the unrealism and the exaggeratedness and the angulature of that era so well. I like the way it looks personally. I mean, in the sense that I think it harkens back to that era while still making things look presentable in a way that's acceptable. I don't think you want these exact games remade in a modern format. Like, I don't know if they would. Well, first of all, I know they won't hold up because it's just not built for that. You'd have like a hyper realistic Lara Croft jumping across things that were clearly built in a in a time that did not account for this. So I don't know. I'm personally happy with it. It's all going to come down to the controls, though, for me, because that's the one spot where I feel like they need to do a little bit of heavy lifting at the very least. I'm not saying go completely rework everything, but make it a little bit smoother, because the clunkiness is not kind to that game.
Yeah, I'm looking at, if people want to go to the PlayStation blog and the announcement, they have embedded in there like some GIFs showing the game off running, and also like differences like just in the visual upgrade that they were able to do it over at Aspire for them. And I think it does look fun. I mean, it looks like a PS1 game, like you're saying, and there is something charming to it, but it's funny too. Like, in my opinion, I think it is what it is. It's a very early attempt at something that would become refined pretty quickly. And so they obviously did the best they can with what was at their disposal. But I think this looks pretty fun. I think the one thing that I will say about this is, I wonder how good I'll be at them, because I remember being pretty bad at Tomb Raider when I was.
Oh yeah, I was fucking dog shit.
It was a very intimidating game. I played it with a walkthrough, and I probably will do the same thing this time, because I'm not good at solving puzzles. But I'm trying to search through this. Like, there's just no word.
There's no information at all.
Yeah, there just doesn't seem to be.
Which is not a great sign.
Enhanced graphics, it says. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, not great. But keep an eye on it.
I didn't know that there were expansions for each of the first 3 games too that were only on PC, and I guess these will be available too. So that's kind of cool. But
I didn't know that either. What the fuck? Really?
Yeah,
that's crazy.
So we'll keep an eye out for that. That's apparently coming February 14th, Valentine's Day, 2024. And finally, I thought this was interesting. Just a note about XDefiant, which has been in beta and all of this, is that they wrote an article, if you guys want to go read it, from their producer, Mark Rubin, who wrote that basically XDefiant failed certification, QA compliance, and so it's stopping them from putting a release date on it, but they want to release it as soon as possible. I have no idea why they were so candid, but I guess it goes all into, and they wrote about it a little bit in their article here, that on their website, that it goes all into them trying to develop the game up front and be really transparent. But
that's a degree of transparency that's not, like, I don't care if it's failed certification. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, games fail certification.
Yeah,
for all sorts of reasons. I just don't know why you're telling anyone that. So people can go. Did you play XDefiant at all, or know anyone that got into that?
I wanted to, but I think by the time I got into, or by the time I asked around for it, like the beta had ended or something, so I couldn't get a chance to get into it. It looked fun. Like, it looked like how I remember COD or Call of Duty playing like, and that attracted me to it, because I do like classic Call of Duty multiplayer, but I never got a chance to check it out. I will definitely, though, like, because I think it's free to play, and I heard some pretty solid things about it from people who I consider to be trustworthy. So yeah, if it's free and if it's out soon, I'll definitely jump into it and give it a shot, and I'll report back. But very weird that they would just say, like, hey, it's a bizarre thing to say, especially because you have to imagine that, like, let's say this game comes out at some point, right? And it's fucked. Then this is a really awkward article to exist, because then it's like, you knew? You know what I mean? Like, is this why it failed certification? Because it was so fucked? And
yeah, they claim it's like based on like the rule, the arcane rule set that each platform has, but indies pass those certification rules every day. It's not.
Yeah.
I guess what they're trying to say is it's not the game. I don't know if they're trying to get ahead of
that's what I mean.
Leak.
That's what I mean. It feels like a sandbagging almost.
Yeah. Yeah. But people seem to be pretty high on it. I don't know. It's just the name is just so.
It's a terrible,
so bad.
It is a horrible name, and it's definitely not a U game because it's just a multiplayer free to play.
Right.
Yeah, we'll see.
No, it couldn't be any on me. I tried. All right, let's talk about what we're playing before we get into the bigger news items of the week. Chris, it says you're playing Starfield still. I wonder if you want to talk about it more. If you've said your piece, I mean, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get too into it, obviously, because it's the realm of the Dukes, and I don't know how it really is a difficult game to talk about without spoiling key parts of it that would really be transformative for a lot of people. I think this is a game that I'm 75 hours into, which is very highly unusual. Anybody who knows me knows that I don't stick with games to that degree. It's very rare that happens. And there is a magic to it. There is something about it. I don't know if it's because it feels old school in exactly the right ways to me, or if it feels expansive but still very approachable, or if it's just maybe the setting is really doing a lot of the heavy lifting for me. I love sci-fi. I love NASA and all this stuff, and a lot of the story stuff is really grabbing me. I think it's a really special game, and I think this is going to be one of those games that history will be very kind to. Like, I get that feeling from it, where like the more I play it, the more I'm genuinely baffled by a lot of the I guess the criticisms of it. I get some of them for sure, but I don't know, to put them in the same territory as like, and this is, by the way, like, this is why I hate number scores, is because they completely just derail the conversation. But like, I look at other 7s and no fucking way is this in 7 territory. Like, based on the other games that get 7s, it makes no fucking sense to me.
What do you think it is? Do you think that there's a bias against this game? A lot of people think that there is.
I think possibly. I do think its proximity to Baldur's Gate might be like not helpful. I think it might be like a Horizon Zelda type situation potentially.
So you think it's a bias because of that, but not because of it? Because some people think it's a bias because of Xbox.
Maybe. I mean, I do think great games tend to chart. I do have a feeling, and it's so annoying because like you can never prove this, because you would need to just break reality open and peer into alternate universes. But there is a suspicion that I have that certain games, were they to come out exclusively on other platforms, would do better, despite the fact that they are identical. Like, I actually think like that you're seeing that with or you saw that a while ago with the version of Baldur's Gate on PS5, and how like the PS5 version is rated higher than the PC version, and that to me makes no sense at all.
Right.
Like,
yeah,
it's actually inconceivable that that's true. But I don't know what the reason is. I think honestly it's just the onboarding of the game is really not great. I think it has a lot of really deeply hidden mechanics that are really incredible but are never explained to you, which I personally like. I think that's cool, but that's going to result in a lot of people just completely missing, in my opinion, the point. And so that's, in some ways, that's ballsy. I do think I don't know. I think this is a game where you have to get really, really deep into it to really get it. And it is one of those games where, and I make fun of these games all the time, right? Where it's like it gets good 50 hours in. It's not that it gets good 50 hours in, but it gets really great, like really, really, really good. The deeper in you get, and I am getting less tired of it as I go on, which is very, very rare. There's something here, man. I don't know what's going on. I think it might be just like a really busy year. There's a lot of great stuff this year. And so I think anything that falls under, anything that isn't like mega, mega perfect or really mega, mega accessible kind of leans into the territory of like, I'll get to that maybe eventually then. But I think history will be very kind to this game. I think in a couple of years, people are going to look back and they're going to understand that, yeah, it's very much a Bethesda game. It's got some of that jank to it, but they're doing something really fucking special. And I just played like a mission in the main quest that honestly might be one of the most memorable main story missions I've played in anything in the last like 10 years.
Wow.
But I didn't get to it until like fucking 70 hours in because I got so distracted by everything else. And so I don't know, man. I think it's a very special game. I really like it a lot. But I'm not going to get super into it. I recommend it. Just be aware that it's a Bethesda game. I don't know what people expected that it wouldn't be a Bethesda game. It's a very good, very, very good Bethesda game, but it's still very much a Bethesda game.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was looking again at, and I know people find this dubious, but I find it interesting, is like achievements.
Yeah.
And it seems like it's really sifting people out early. To probably the degree of 50-50 based on Game Pass, right? So people
this will sift people out. Like this you know, as I'm playing it a lot, it reminds me a lot of Death Stranding. Like it really does. It reminds me of like, this is a game that people are either going to really get or they're really not going to like it. Like it's really a divisive type of video game where like you have to meet it where it's at, and you have to also be willing to dig deep into it to really get what's special about it. Because you could look at like Death Stranding and be like, oh, it's a walking simulator, and it is, but that's not to its detriment. And I think people look at Starfield and it's like, oh, well, so many of these planets are like really empty and like it's so spread out, and it's like, it is, but it's not. I don't feel like it's detrimental to it at all. In fact, I feel like it really helps. Like, I don't know what it is about it, but I'm enamored with it. I'm trying to get as much time with it as possible before the other games start coming out. Spider-Man around the corner and all that stuff. So I'm trying to get as much time, because there's no way I'm going to be able to juggle this and something else. Because it's so deep, and I feel like I'm only really scratching the surface of certain systems that I'm really, really eager to figure out. But yeah, there's definitely something special about it. I don't think it's for everybody. That's not what I'm saying. It's definitely for a very specific type of person. If you're really into sci-fi, though, like I think if you're into sci-fi RPGs, I really think this is. I feel the same way I feel about like Mass Effect 2. You know, where I'm like, this is fucking dope.
An all-time great.
Yeah. I think it's going to be remembered that way, personally. But that's all I really have to say about it.
I can believe it. I've watched quite a bit of it because it's very intriguing to me. The gameplay, conversations. I was watching you play it on your stream.
Yeah.
And it's I can see the allure to it. My feeling just from the outside, as I said last week, is that I can undeniably say it looks old.
Oh yeah.
I just don't think it really matters that much. That wouldn't matter to me if I was playing it and enjoying it. I don't think that would stand up, because it's not what you really go in for.
Yeah,
but
it's the character models, and like it's that same thing. It's like the Bethesda, like they stare at you.
They gotta fix that stuff, man. You know,
I don't like. The more I play it, the more I feel like it's. The more I play games like this, and the more like it reminds me of like Skyrim and Fallout, the more it kind of sticks out to me as. I think some people might look at it as like, yeah, it's old, but it also feels like it reminds me of like, I don't know, when you watch like a Wes Anderson movie and it's like, this is shot weird. It's like, I kind of like that it's weird. I kind of like that it has this weird presentation angle to it. Like it adds something. The fact that you can have a conversation with a person and then like a fucking giant crab comes into the middle of the frame and eats the guy. Like in mid conversation, and then that's the end of that conversation, and it's just completely abrupt and weird. That's janky, but I also like really like that experience. I like the clips that I've been seeing from people just showing like conversations that just get interrupted in like the most awkward. Did you see that video that I posted on Twitter of like the robot clocking that woman in the face?
No.
Dude, it's stuff like that where it's like you look at that and you'd like, I feel like a lot of developers would be like, we gotta fix this. But like, I would be like, if I was in charge, I'd be like, no, that's so awesome. That can happen, that it won't happen to a lot of people, and that it will happen to some is hilarious. And I think it does add something to it. But yeah, I mean, I don't have much to say. I can. What are you looking for something?
Yeah, I'm looking for it. I can't.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me. I'll link it to you in the chat. I have it saved. But it's it's. I don't know. It's cool. I really like it. I'm obviously 75 hours in. So I'm taking to it quite nicely, but yeah, man, it's cool.
Yeah, I will be interested to see. I love the jank too. As a fan of Fallout 3, that was part of the allure of it, I think, as well. And it was just so mysterious and new.
That's also not to excuse like game breaking shit, by the way. Like
right.
if shit, like if your stuff's crashing and you know, like you're losing hours of progress and stuff, like that's unacceptable, and I think everybody can agree to that. But like, there is like I wouldn't call it a charm, but like there's a character to it where like that your conversation can be interrupted in this way is awesome, because it feels dynamic. It feels like lived in. It also feels like, what are the odds that this would happen to me? It feels like you're having like a unique kind of experience, even if it is like funny and kind of like, all right, I sent it. I sent it in the chat. It's wild.
There is something so wild about that. You know, like, so that is special. That's unscripted.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
And the game knows to allow it to happen and just back off.
Right. They could patch it out, but and it would, I think a lot of people probably would, to have like a more seamless, like, take the story very seriously. We don't want anything, but like they just let that shit happen. And like, dude, that something like that happened to me, and I was laughing for 10 straight minutes. And I don't know, man, I couldn't deny the joy that I got out of that. Like, it was just like, it definitely added something to like how I felt about it in like a positive way.
That's good stuff.
And not a lot of games don't do that, really. Like, it's really only Bethesda games and games that try to emulate it that do shit like this. And I think it might not be a style. It might be a style born out of consequence, necessarily, like, oh, like the engine is limited, so we can't necessarily prevent this from happening, but it also happens to add stuff to our game, so like, let's let it. But I think that's valuable. Like, I don't know. I think it's cool. And yeah, I'm not going to really talk about it going forward. Because I suspect the way I feel is probably going to maintain, or I'll just lose steam and fall off it for any number of reasons. I've got a lot coming up soon. Like, my parents are going to come soon, and so I'm trying to get as much time with it as possible. And
I'm sure your parents would love to see the lady get punched in the face by the robot.
Yeah, I'm sure they would understand the intricacies of why that's funny and not be confused as to why I'm sending them a video of assault. I'm curious. I'm interested to hear about your what you're playing.
Yeah, I will get to this in a moment. I want to just say about Starfield.
Oh, right.
That, yeah, if I might.
Sure.
I'm disappointed with the way this game has brought out the worst in everybody. I don't know why people have to wrap up their identities so much into these things.
It's very weird. I had people angry at me that I was enjoying it. I was like, yo, what?
Yeah, why?
Relax.
And it's at an 83 on Metacritic now, and it's like, well, it's the fucking worst thing that could have ever happened. And I'm like, it's way off of where I thought it was going to be, certainly, but because I thought it was going to be settling around a 9, just the way people were talking about it. But it's still, why can't you just appreciate it for what it is, and obsessing over all of these different things? I think, like I said last week, and I just position, sometimes I look at things from a consultant's point of view or whatever, and it's like there's a neutral point of view, and then there's like maybe 3 levels of good and 3 levels of bad, like really bad, somewhat bad, neutral, kind of good, very good, whatever, something like that.
Right, yeah. It's
I look at scale. Right, and I look at Starfield from a critical and commercial point of view as like one side of neutral. On the good side, it's like, okay, you have something to build on and get going here. I think people probably wrapped too much up into it as far as a critical success, and I think Microsoft has been unusually silent about how it's sold or how many people have played it. They did say 6 million, I think. The 7th after, and that's really impressive considering how many people bought it, like we said, early, $30 for free, but they haven't said anything since. And I did look that even trophies like for getting to level 5 or achievements to getting to level 5, which is a pretty trivial thing in Starfield, only 46% of people have even gotten that. So I think they're waiting for the numbers to kind of settle to something impressive and solid where they can share it and be proud of it. And I think they have a lot to be proud of here, because it's something that Xbox players needed. And I don't know what else anyone wants. It's just like, it seems like there's a position where you just can't win. And I think a lot of that just comes from unrealistic expectations, not from the product itself delivering exactly what it said it was going to deliver to you. It's whether or not you take it for what it is or not. And I must say that there does seem to be the fanboyishness is dominated on social media by Xbox fans from my point of view. But it does seem like there is something that drives an anti-Xbox or anti-PlayStation or anti-Nintendo or some permutation of the 3 from different media perspectives that you can't you can't almost deny. I wonder if that's true or not, but I can see why people feel that way sometimes.
Yeah.
But I also think that this all boils down to scores and why they're stupid.
Yeah, 100%.
Because people wouldn't be talking about anything but how cool Starfield is or how quirky it is or whatever, if not for just this focus on this meaningless score. We always talk about how stupid Metacritic is, but yet everything seems to revolve around it anyway. It's quite ironic. And Benjamin White wrote in and said, hello, Sacred Sirs. With the release of Starfield, we have seen Chris fall in love with Bethesda again. Colin, what are your thoughts on the release? And Chris, how much do you love your Star-Crossed Adventure? Well, we already talked about that.
Yeah.
Has Dustin sent the postcard? He hasn't, but we're seeing him online. He'll be back next week, I think. No, I'm not going to play Starfield. It's just too intimidatingly big, and I just don't want to play it. Okay. Oh, I did want to read this. I thought this was interesting. Just a little, because we've been pretty positive about Starfield, very positive.
Yeah.
Matt Wiles wrote in, I guess I'll bring a little balance. He says, having been a PlayStation gamer since the start, I bought an Xbox Series S for Starfield. Quite simply, I now understand why Sony doesn't seem to worry too much about Xbox. The setting up was painful, slow, and first impressions of the UI were cheap at best. Then I got to the main home UI. It looks and feels so dated. The design of icons, buttons, and font give off a cheap feeling, not to mention the sound effects. Whilst doing all this, I'm amazed at how clicky and loud the controller is. It feels lightweight and, again, cheap. I'm stunned how sloppy it all is. Personally, I don't use Microsoft products. I stick with Apple, and this reminded me why. Then on to Starfield. Yes, it's a game which eats up time. It's enjoyable, but it's no game of the year. Tried Forza, cheesy and naff. I don't know what that means. Anyway, my point is the whole experience feels under par. The PS5 feels like an Apple device in comparison for UI, UX, and quality of first-party games. Surely Sony knows this, hence why they never seem to panic or push too much marketing. I thought this was an interesting, very bullish perspective on PlayStation, because I'm just getting off playing Halo 3 and on Xbox Series X, and I don't feel the way you do about Xbox's, the way Xbox feels at all. I will say you are right on, Matt, about one thing. Why is the controller so loud? It really is. Everything about it is loud, except for the triggers. Dude, the D-pad, the face buttons. It's like, why are you so goddamn loud? But and so I've noticed that too, as if someone who plays usually with a DualSense or a DualShock 4 controller, much louder. But that's about the only thing I necessarily agree with you on. I see things on Xbox when I mess around with it where I'm like, this is pretty cool. Why doesn't Sony have this? I think it's about what you're used to. And I'm certainly not efficient at using the Xbox because I don't know, it becomes second nature, like muscle memory. You go up 3 times and you go over once and you press X and then and like you do all these things. I don't know how to do any of that on Xbox when I go onto it. But I've spent a little bit of time with Xbox over the last couple of months as I played Halo 2 and Halo 3. And though, Matt, you're entitled to your opinion, I don't know that it's quite as cheap seeming as you make it out to be. I really think it's about what you're used to, because I think that there's some functionality like the user review functionality, friends and different menus, the snappiness of a lot of different things and the readability of a lot of different things. I think Xbox has a lot of cool stuff on it that Sony should copy, and they have copied them in the past. But this gets me onto my conversation about Halo 3, which is what you wanted to hear about. And Dagan and I recorded Knockback, and it's in the can, and actually it's already on our YouTube channel in the back end, because Ben is doing the editing now, and Dustin, for some reason, likes to wait until the last possible second to edit and upload anything. I don't know why. He's allowed to do whatever he wants, because I just want him to get his work done and everything be on time, and it is. But for me, let me give you an example. When we record the show, right? We stop recording, we say our goodbyes. I immediately upload my audio. I sit down and I write the description and the title and everything, get that out and all of the rest, and then I can leave. And what I would like to see Dustin do is just get all that work done immediately, and then he doesn't have to do anything anymore for the rest of the night or the next day. But Ben has that mindset. So Ben edited Halo 3. It's already up. I'll send you a link to it so you can check it out if you want. But I talked about you quite a bit in the conversation, because I was saying that you shared with me that meme of Halo 1, 2, and 3, and like how there's all the text in the middle, and then it's just like blow things up on either side of it. And that's the vibe I generally got from Halo 3. I thought it was a masterclass in gameplay. I was left disappointed with the lack of story. I don't know. I was surprised I loved the game time, 8 hours or so, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Give me another 30 minutes of cutscenes. Like, I don't know that I understood everything in the story. If I didn't have the synopsis and wasn't reading it chapter by chapter as I went through, I think I missed a bunch of stuff. And I'm looking at it like, how the fuck am I supposed to know any of this? And then you read, there's like a comic book and a visual novel, and there's this.
Oh, that's not really important. None of that becomes more important when 343 comes in, because they for some reason insist on making sequels to their games in books. But like none of that's really important. The original Halo trilogy is a sandwich. You know, it's very much like bread, meat, bread.
Yeah.
You know, and I remember Halo because Halo 2 got knocked by critics because like there were people who didn't like this split campaign. There were people who didn't like the playable second character, and so Bungie was like, I mean, like, all right, fine, if that's what you if you don't want this, fine. I think it was a mistake personally. Because like I think the Arbiter's awesome, but yeah, it's very much like that third game is very. It's very much like I don't even know. It's almost like an ethereal album where it's more like just the feeling of heroics. You know, like the shit that you're doing in that game is fucking outrageous. Like the enemies that you fight and like the machines that you take down are so absurd that like the idea that any one person would be able to do it is like legendary. And it's very much like the sweeping kind of music over like really, in my opinion, like really beautiful cinematography of like certain shots, and it's very much like kind of like a crescendo to the end, as opposed to like a lot of meat. Like I feel like the second game is so much story and so much lore, and then 3 is like wrapping it up. But I love that trilogy. Like that trilogy, as a trilogy, is fucking great.
Yeah, I loved it. I thought it was awesome. I just think that the 2 is probably the best one for sure. And I actually wasn't crazy about the character changes, to be honest with you. I would have preferred to just play as Chief. Not that not have Arbiter with you, obviously, but I didn't need to play as him. Although I like the introduction of the stealth and the melee weapon that he had, the blade.
Yeah, the sword, yeah.
Which is pretty cool. But you can use that yourself, obviously. But I did really resonate with the meme and that's what I was talking about on the show, in the sense that what I dug about Halo 2 is how all in on the story they were, especially in the Master Chief Collection, how good it looked in the cutscenes and how compelling it was. It was interesting. There's something very interesting about science fiction and religion going together. There are just certain and there are certain entities that understand that. And I love this idea of there being this zealotry filled covenant of different races that are obsessed with this religion, and the religion's wrong, and to massively detrimental effects. It's brilliant. And I wish that they just gave you more of that in the third game. They just dude, I love shooting and blowing shit up. It's fun as fuck to play. I don't want them to change anything about Halo 3 except for just give me a little bit more story. That's all.
Yeah, Halo 3 was very much like a lot of the story that would have been in I guess cutscenes was like kind of relegated to certain terminal, and there are certain conversations that you can like, if you stealth around in that game, there's like a lot of really weirdly rewarding like story that you can hear. Like there's like specifically a group of like, there's one level where there's like a bunch of brutes in like a circle, and then there's one brute with like a hammer, and he's like challenging you, like, and my first up until like maybe a couple of years ago, I'd replayed that game so many times, and I had just gone in there like and destroyed all of them. But like if you go up in there and step into the ring, like the other ones around them like don't do anything to you. Like they just watch. Awesome. They just watch, and it's full of like little things like that where like there's story, but it's a lot harder to find out, because I think a lot of people were like, with Halo 2, it's like so much cutscenes, and Bungie was like, okay, fine.
Yeah, God forbid, like we give texture to the story.
I still think that texture is there, but it's like it's very hidden, and you have to like really go out of your way to find it, which is unfortunate in my opinion. But I just like the way it wraps everything up, and like the sound design and just the absurd. It's so heroic, that game. Just the stupid lines of that, like we're requesting a rally point. Where should we go? To war.
Yeah. It is funny. I one thing I focused on that I brought up to Dagan that I really loved about it in the storytelling vibe, if you just kind of read into the meta of it, is I love the idea of Master Chief this ridiculous character who's been at hundreds of battles and all of these things, and he's like this legendary figure. Yeah. And there are these Marines that you just encounter. And I love the idea of those Marines surviving, or a few of them surviving and telling stories about, holy shit, we were fighting a scarab and I was the machine gunner, and you wouldn't even believe it. Master Chief was driving.
He's like a mythical figure.
Right. And then like they go home and they tell that story, and it's like this legendary thing that he did. He fought alongside Master Chief just for that little bit of time, or Master Chief came and stole my gun or whatever, you know?
Yeah. I love it. Like did you, I mean, I know this is secondary, but like, did you delve into any of the marketing material for Halo 3?
I didn't, no.
Because that shit's awesome. It does exactly what you're saying. Like there's like these war memorials, or like this, like, they have this one ad campaign. It was for that Believe campaign, the one with like that piano music with like the big diorama that was like, it led up to that. But like before, it was just like a bunch of interviews in universe with like veterans from that war. And they're old now, and they're like in a museum full of like, they're in a museum about the war, and like it's surrounded by all these like great props and stuff. And they're talking to them about like, it's exactly what you just described, where like, we're just like, yeah, we were pinned down here, and Chief, you know, is like, and it was nuts. It's so unnecessarily good. Like that marketing material is stupid good for no reason.
Was that the one with Finish the Fight?
Yeah. Halo 3 was Finish the Fight. Right. Man, I don't know. That game's very special to me. I love Halo 2 is my personal favorite for that reason too. It's like very, very meaty.
Well, geez, dude, you were 13 years old, you know, like that must have been a formative game, you know?
Dude, for a shooter to have a story like that was fucking unfucking heard of. Like, I know Half-Life has like this story, and Half-Life's great too, but like I'd never seen social commentary like that, or like even just the idea of like religion being a part of this at all. And the fact that like religion is expressed in the AI behaviors of like of the enemies too. Like the fact that the grunts are like kind of enslaved, and so they believe, but they're kind of like forced to, and so like when things like really turn against them, they become immediate cowards because they don't have really as much conviction as like an elite who's like, even if he's alone, he's going to charge you. Like little things like that is like really contextualizes that world in a really smart way. And I don't know, I adore that trilogy.
Yeah, we're eager to move on. I think we'll probably go until next year to play again, but go to ODST, then Reach, then 4. The thing that I'm curious about, and I know people have brought this up, and I've talked to you about this in the past, and without the context, with just hearing about it, is I am more puzzled than ever why they named their studio 343. Why?
Oh, thank you.
You might as well have named, and frankly, this is a 10 times cooler name, as you should have just named the team the Covenant. Like, why? Because you already have the Initiative and the Coalition, so it's like, all right, we're the Covenant. Or whatever. If you're going to name yourself after the bad guy, it's like with maybe the stupidest boss fight ever. By the way, why did they take that name? It's so weird. You know, it's so weird to me why all the lore and cool shit in there that they focused on 343.
It's insane. It blew my mind. It really blew my mind. It's like this character betrays the main character so many times. It's ironic that you would name your studio this and go on to mess up as many times as you did. Yeah, I don't know. Any other name would have been better. The Covenant, fuck, even Flood Studios or something, like anything else. But like, why's it got to be numbered? I don't know. I've always had, I don't like numbers in names. I don't know. But it reminds me of like gamer tags. You know what I mean? Where it's like fucking Fire Serpent 920 or whatever.
Totally.
It's like, okay, cool, great. Thanks for teabagging me, Fire Serpent 920. I appreciate it.
Totally. But, and the regret that people have as they get older and they can't remove all their Haxor numbers and all these sorts of things from their tags until now they can, which is good. But so Halo 3, really, really fun. I really enjoyed it. Dagan and I had a great conversation. I think we went for more than 2 hours talking about it. And
I'm excited to hear it.
I think, dude, you know, I don't want to be redundant. We talked about so much of this stuff on the show, but what I think I was most blown away by in a positive way was, apart from just the fun of playing the game. The game's just fun, right? But I was actually bummed that you just can't cook grenades, which bums me out. I love cooking grenades, and Dagan and I were talking about that. I wish we can do that. Maybe that probably comes in later. I don't know, but
no. because the grenades function in a way that like they explode once they bounce once. And so it's like a physics thing where it's like, it's kind of how like you can like, okay, well, I'm going to throw a grenade at a wall 2 inches close to me. So it bounces on the ground and then like I turn the corner, then it instantly explodes. There's like a lot of like mechanical.
Oh yeah. I don't understand it on that level at all. We were talking about you from that level too, though, about just your natural inclination towards 3D games and just games generally and how good. And I was talking about Titanfall 2 with you and all that. But the last thing that I'll bring up about Halo 3 is just I really love how they nail the length. They just don't feel like they need to stay around too long. And I was really surprised as I just to like mentally prepare myself. I'm like, all right, how long is ODST? How long is Halo Reach? How long is Halo 4? It's like 6 hours.
They're all short.
8 hours, 8 hours. I'm like, what?
Halo ODST is very short. Like,
yeah, I was shocked. So I kind of expected with that, but I was like, wow, they never really went above and beyond this, which I think is really disciplined, even within the 343R, which I think is kind of cool. But the one thing I was really blown away by more than anything was just the verticality of the stages and how impressive the design philosophies were in infantry design and ground vehicles and aerial vehicles and how they all interact. And it's just got that Battlefield 1942 Warhawk sort of thing going on that I think is really effective. And I love it. And I love how there's different ways to, like when you fight this part where you fight these two scarabs and you can handle that part in a bunch of different ways. And I didn't realize I died more than any other time during that part. That was probably the only part of the game I really struggled with actually. And And I realized over time, it's like, wow, you could do this on foot. You could do this in one of the Jeeps with a gunner. You can do this in one of the aircraft or whatever. You can do it with a rocket launcher. Yeah. Really cool. I mean, this is an impressive. I was even impressed with how the scarabs were interacting with the environment.
That blew my mind.
Really good.
That blew my mind at the time too, because in Halo 2, the scarab sucks. Like it's a cool set piece, but like it's so very clearly not. It's not how as dynamic or as interesting as it has ended up being. But yeah, I love that game. I'm glad you finally got to play it. I'm very interested to hear. That boss fight is really funny. Where you just shoot him with a laser like twice. Yeah,
it's Dagan and I were making fun of it where it was just very, and there's something about the game doesn't nail character very well to me. Like I'm not crazy about Master Chief. In fact, well, I don't want to say anymore because I'm going to start ruining it at the ending of the game. But go listen to Knockback and I'll send you the link when we're done here. But the other game I'm playing is Sea of Stars. So I was playing Sea of Stars, then I played Halo 3, then I went back to Sea of Stars, and I'm playing that now. And I'm going to play it for a couple more days, and then I got to go play Alan Wake again to prepare for the conversation I'm going to have next week about that, and so on and so forth. So I'll be with this game for a while, I think, and Mike is playing it, and she's way ahead of me. But I really like this game a lot. I will say that, and it's not to just go right to the negative, is that this game doesn't yet read at the 7-hour mark as this fundamentally superior role-playing game, which is what a lot of people are talking about it like. And I see all that it does very well, and some of the stuff it does very, very well. It's dedication to, in some way, it's visual fidelity, and it's beautiful in all sorts of respects, and the characters are good, and the writing's good, the battle system's good, and all the rest. There are a few missing components of it that frustrate me, including the lack of a really cogent world map that you can actually explore. And a major thing for me is local maps. Like there's just no local maps, and that sucks. There are parts of the game where I'm like, I don't know where I'm supposed to go. I don't know what you want me to do. How am I supposed to know what you want me to do? I appreciate the deference to 16 and 32-bit era philosophies of it's the role-playing game doesn't have a journal. The role-playing game doesn't tell you what to do next. It doesn't chronicle your quests. It doesn't. And that's something that I think that even old school games today should do, because that's kind of what's expected. A game like Octopath Traveler 2 does this expertly, I think, where it's very old, but it has the trappings of something new. You can quick travel, and you can know where the different quests are, where you need to go immediately, and all of that. I just don't think games necessarily benefit from being antiquated like that. And it's something that I think is missing here, because it just stops me from playing for some time. So, and I'm like, and Mike and I were talking about how when it's a problem, and actually Dagan and I were talking about it on the Halo 3 thing too, about how when you look up help for a game and you can't find anything, so it's you, where you're like no one's seeking help on this, so you're just fundamentally missing something about this game. And I've had that happen to me where I'm like, I don't know where this place is, and it's just in the town I'm in, but I'm not able to explore it properly because there's no map, and so I don't know where I've been and where I'm going and all of that. And I think that the game kind of frustrates me from that angle, but it's fun as hell to play. It's very, very charming. It's funny. I mean, there are parts of the game that make me laugh out loud for sure. Just the text, the writing, what happens. I don't think it's supposed to be funny, all funny. It's like maybe a black comedy in some ways,
right?
But there's a lot of cute, or maybe it's not even that. Maybe it's just like something with a lot of cuteness. But it's something I recommend. I think it's really, really well done, and I'm proud of Sabotage for such a great and smashing success. I hope that updating a game with things like this is not going to be trivial, but they really should think about putting local maps in the game and making a few tweaks here and there. But otherwise, I think it's pretty awesome. RD21 wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, this one is mainly directed at Colin. In his escapist review of Sea of Stars, Marty Sleva said that the dungeons were puzzle heavy. I know you are usually turned off by puzzle games and was wondering if you agree with Marty's assessment. If so, has it impeded in any way your enjoyment of the game? Thanks and keep on keeping on." This is something I actually remarked to Micah as she was watching me play it. And again, she's well ahead of me. But I was saying to her, because the puzzles are somewhat rudimentary so far, but I was saying to her, I'm like, this is not what I'm really looking for. And if I knew that there was a game called Crosscode, I don't know if you remember, it came out a couple years ago, and I bought it actually, and I started playing it, and then I just went and randomly read something, and people were like, dude, the puzzles in this game, there's like puzzles constantly.
Oh, man.
And I was like, oh, no, I can't play this. And this game doesn't strike me like that, but there is a little bit of that puzzle functionality, maybe more akin to a game I really love, like Wild Arms, but it's not really turned me off yet, but I haven't encountered anything that I truly didn't understand yet. It's somewhat basic. Maybe it gets more complicated. I don't mind making me run around and do shit if I can understand it. I just don't want to be solving math problems and shit. You know, like I'm not trying to like split the atom when I play a video game. I just want to play the goddamn game. I want to at least, I want to, the lack of understanding in a game for me is the story and the characters, but also what to do in terms of the gameplay, not where to go and where to be. And it reminds me of old text adventures, and I hated those games because where you play a game like Police Quest or whatever, and you'd go into a locker room and it'd be like, open the locker, and it says like, well, I don't know what you want to do, and it's like, oh, open the locker, and it's like, oh, okay. This is very, very, I don't know, pedantic way of playing. It's too much.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm going off on a tangent. Okay, we're here with an interstitial. I think we talked about it at some time on the show. I have no idea where we're going to put this. Probably in the beginning of the news. I must say, so the state of play happened, and I counted 12 games and one kind of hardware update.
Yeah.
So quite a bit to talk about here. And I must say, they staged this. They just announced this. They didn't give anyone any time to like hypothesize or blow it out of proportion. They were very clear with their verbiage that it was for third parties. They lied. And I think that there's something to be said about that, and we'll stitch that at the end because that's now going to set people's expectations of like, you know, they were very clear about, you know, Helldivers is not technically first party, although it's a second party game. It's showing Spider-Man. Now people are going to be like, well, they said it last time.
Yeah.
Where is, you know, Uncharted? So I think that was probably a mistake to actually do that. They should have just done a state of play for Spider-Man by itself. I don't think it needed to be shown there, but it was cool to see Helldivers and some of these other games. This actually exceeded my expectations, and I think that it's a good thing about keeping your expectations low. I was curious what you thought.
Yeah, no, it was. I finished it and I was like, this. I remember like halfway through, I was like, there's kind of a lot here, and as it ended, and I was like, okay, this is. I asked you initially, like, how are you feeling about doing a pickup? And then, like, as it got further and further, I was like, we have to do a pickup.
Certainly, I think once we got to Helldivers, it was clear that we had to do something.
Yeah, yeah, easily.
Because we've seen some things here that were interesting and random. Certainly, a number of different parties that were, publishers that were involved here. So let's go through them one by one, and we don't have to dally at all on any of these if we really don't want to. But
yeah, there
are a few worth talking about, I think. So first, they showed Baby Steps. I actually went and researched this game.
Yeah,
a little bit. So, yeah, go ahead.
Well, it's. I saw a name that I recognized at the end of that trailer where it said Bennett Foddy, which is interesting because that's the guy who did I think Getting Over It, which was that like. Did you ever see that? Did you ever see that game? Where it was like the guy. No, I don't. If you Google it, you'll know exactly what it is. It's like this. It was like a co-op type game where you played as this disembodied torso man in like a cauldron with like a hammer, and the whole gimmick of the game was like you had to get this guy up this really difficult. It was just a traversal game. It was just get your guy to the top of this mountain or whatever, and it was notoriously difficult, like finicky controls and all that. And it's funny because that was what I thought that out loud almost, like when I was watching Baby Steps. I was like, oh, it's like a physics kind of traversal, like puzzle game. That's weird. And then his name showed up. I was like, oh, cool. Okay, that's interesting. At first, it kind of bugged me that it was taking so long, because they spent a weird amount of time on it, like more time than I expected. And it was clearly like, oh, okay, this is aiming for like a QWOP, getting over it type of vibe, but I guess in 3D, which is cool. I love those ridiculous physics-based type platforming titles, so that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I was seeing that Devolver is publishing it, which was kind of low key, and I don't think there's any of their branding at all on it actually, and that the guys, including who you were talking about, I guess met at NYU. Oh. And I was reading an interview with them at The Guardian. This game was revealed a while ago, like earlier in the year.
I don't remember that at all.
Yeah, me neither. But I found things just dated from. There's like a Guardian interview from August. There's like a reaction video someone put up from January. So this thing's bouncing around, and Sony went and found it, I guess. And I don't know what the nature of it, if it'll be on Xbox and PC and all these other things too, or if they got some sort of timed exclusive. But that was the first game they showed, and then they showed Roblox. We already talked about this later in the show, so we don't have to spend any time on this. But they did date it, which we didn't have yet. October 10th. And it'll be on, we know, PS4 and PS5. And they had an interesting stat here that's a little bit different than what we had in the write-up as well. 66 million daily active users.
It's disgusting.
Holy moly, it really is. Number 3 was Ghostbusters Rise of the Ghost Lord, coming October 26th to PSVR 2. This is from the studio End Dreams. This was revealed, again, a little bit of research. This was revealed at the VGAs, or the Game Awards now they're called, last year. And it was revealed for Oculus at the time, so it's being ported to PSVR 2. Any interest in that? Anything to say?
I mean, it's good. It's good that PSVR 2 is getting stuff for it, but I've talked on the show a couple times now about how like Ghostbusters kind of confuses me. It's like one of those franchises that, ironically, given its subject nature, refuses to die, and I don't quite get it. Like, and honestly, a lot of what I saw in that trailer just didn't look like Ghostbusters to me. Some of it looked like fucking. I thought I was having a fever, like I thought I was having a stroke, because I thought I saw like Hatsune Miku in that or something, like, or just, you know what I mean? Like just some like Hatsune Miku adjacent character design in this Ghostbusters thing. I was like, I don't. Good for PSVR. They need stuff, but this did not. It didn't move the needle for me in any real way. I was just like, oh, okay. That's probably the weakest part of the show for me, honestly.
Yeah, I agree. I don't understand Ghostbusters either. I don't understand this lasting legacy with it. I don't get it at all. Number 4 was Resident Evil 4. So a few things here.
Yeah.
First, the VR mode will come this winter for PSVR 2, which is cool. So very similar to Resident Evil 7. And then the Separate Ways DLC that I think was in the PS2 version of Resident Evil 4, as I recall. I never played it. That will come September 21st, remade. And then Mercenaries, the multiplayer mode, is also getting an update as well. Or Mercenaries, I guess, is kind of like is Mercenaries a multiplayer, or is that a?
I think so. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No.
No, that's like the Horde mode kind of thing.
Yeah. You're thinking of Reverse or something.
Right.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So I think this is the Horde mode. So there's nothing for that as well. Anything you want to say here?
Yeah. I mean, Separate Ways is cool to see that. More content coming. I don't know if I'll really dabble in the VR mode or Mercenaries really all that much, although Ada and I think Wesker coming to Mercenaries is cool. That Ada DLC is more interesting to me. I'm like, yeah, I'll play it, because that's something I've never played before. In fact, before you said it came out before you said anything about the PS2 version, I didn't even realize it was a remake of something that existed already. I thought they were just adding new chapters onto Resident Evil 4. I was like, that's kind of bold. That's dope. I had no idea. But super into that.
Number 5 was Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, which we already knew was coming December 7th to PS5, the Avatar game from Ubisoft and Division Studio Massive. I wrote down the term here, Far Cry like.
Yeah. It's
definitely a Far Cry like.
It's very clearly it's clearly Avatar Far Cry. Avatar Cry, and that's fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. It looks cool, honestly. I think it looks more interesting to me than Far Cry does. I think largely because of that sci-fi kind of tinge to it. I would probably check this out, honestly. Like I think this trailer moved the needle on me, or moved the needle for me, because it looked a lot nicer. I think it's always looked good, but I think we saw a little bit more moment to moment gameplay of it, and how flying looks and taking off. I remember I was specifically taken aback by how good landing one of those winged creatures looked, like how it like pushed all the plants and stuff.
Yeah,
I was like, that's a fucking dope animation. So
yeah, it had a Horizon vibe for sure.
Yeah. So yeah, maybe I'll probably check it out. Looked cool.
I was surprised by this next game. This is another one of my Shaq, I apologize, I wasn't familiar with your game situations. Ghost Runner 2?
Yeah.
Coming to PS5 October 26th. The original Ghost Runner from Studio One More Level came out in 2020 on PS4, and I think it later came to PS5.
Yeah.
I don't think I understood what this was. It gives me a cyberpunk Doom vibe?
Totally, yeah.
In some way?
I played the first one and I really loved it. It definitely felt more of like a PC game to me because of the precision of it, and it's one of those games where I would liken it to if there was like a cyberpunk melee Doom, but in the spirit of like Hotline Miami, where it's the idea is like you run through this level and you kind of like maximize your time and efficiency and plan your course, and if you die, you kind of immediately get kicked to the beginning. So it's very much a game about not necessarily speedrunning inherently, but like you kind of get into a flow state where like you're kind of, by the time you're done with the game, you kind of want to do it again as perfect as possible just to get that time up. Really, really fucking good. The first Ghost Runner was awesome. And this one looks, I mean, it looks like more of the same, to be honest, but like I don't mind that because I like these types of games that are very much like, oh yeah, just run in and do as best as you can. You have one hit and then you're gone. But that's like a cool thing. It doesn't feel like you're weak or anything. It's
very, very, very Miami-esque.
Cool. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right, cool. Yeah, I might check out that original one. I feel like Ghost Runner might have been on PS Plus at some point, so I might have it, but if not,
I think so, yeah.
But if not, I'll buy it. That's no big deal. All right, then we have an interstitial here. So we got through 6 games, and then we have the hardware interstitial. New PS5 and controller colors for DualSense.
Yeah.
The so-called Deep Earth Collection. But so these will be. I don't know. It wasn't clear to me if they're going to sell. And I guess I could probably look on PlayStation Blog and see
if they're going to sell them as consoles as opposed to.
Yeah. So new metallic colorway for PS5 accessories beginning later this year. So yeah, they're just covers. Okay, so console covers and DualSense Deep Earth Collection, Volcanic Red, Cobalt Blue, Sterling Silver. I must say, that blue controller is kind of sexy, dude. And so is the silver one.
Dude, I was looking.
They're all nice, but
I was looking at the silver one. I was like, damn, I like that.
Yeah,
I like that a lot. It reminds me of I mean, it's not the same type of gray, obviously, but like there's something about gray in consoles that I really, really like. It reminds me of like the NES and the PS1 in that time. So when I see all like that silver, I was like, yes, I'm definitely I'm gonna be paying attention to that for sure.
Yeah, it says you can begin pre-ordering the Deep Earth Collection October 4th, presumably on PlayStation.com, and then the Volcanic Red and Cobalt Blue accessories launch November 3rd. Sterling Silver accessories launch January 26th. I think I'll pre-order one of those blue controllers for sure. I don't care what the console looks like. I actually don't really care what the controller looks like either. I just like cycling my controller like once a year. So
yeah.
Like time for another one.
Yeah, my console is hiding behind my TV, so I don't. I never see it anyway.
Right. The blue's pretty sexy though. I got to be honest.
Yeah.
All right. This is, I think, the biggest news for sure is that, actually probably second biggest piece of news, I should say. Helldivers 2 finally has a release date. Unfortunately, it is not coming this year. I feel like we talked about Helldivers at some point in this episode, so it will either be before or after this. I have no idea. But it comes to PlayStation 5 and PC via Arrowhead and published by Sony as a second party, February 8th, 2024. I wrote in the notes, looks fucking sick. I think this game looks fucking awesome. I don't know. I think this looks super fun to me. Yeah. And it looks a lot like the first Helldivers. I mean, if you played the original Helldivers, the perspective's a little bit different.
Yeah.
It's less top down, more third person, obviously, but everything else about it's exactly the same. Like even the ship and dropping down and the stratagems, and I think it looks great. Do you seem more skeptical?
Yeah, I don't know. I was watching it. I it's a game that I want to like, but like the more I look at it, it just, I don't know if it's the way that they're capturing the gameplay or what, but it feels like the frame rate is all over the fucking place. Like it never felt like it was stable. I always got this sense that either 30 frames or below, and I don't know if that's a problem with the encoding or I don't know if it's a problem with the stream or what. I would imagine, like, it looks fun, and I would imagine playing it in real time would be a lot of fun, but like, I don't think the presentation is doing it the best service. But I am looking forward to it. I liked the original Helldivers a lot. I'm definitely more of a third person shooter person than I am a person who is more interested in like the way the original Helldivers played. So I think this is going to be right up my alley. But it's something that I definitely want to get my hands on. Something also, we were kind of theorizing about it being free to play or whatever, but it's a price game. I don't think we know the price of it yet.
No, you can begin pre-order. Actually, well, pre-orders begin September 22nd, so we'll find out.
So we'll find out, but it is a paid game.
Yeah, $69.99, I would assume.
Yeah.
If they charge that for Returnal and they're going to go down that road again, I think that's probably reasonable here. They say that they're going to have more news soon. I wonder if they'll do a beta. I don't know if they need more time for it, if they're just trying to get it out of the way of Spider-Man. They want to release it too close to the holidays. I don't know. I'm pretty, assuming the technical fidelity of it, I'm pretty high on this game, actually. I think it looks kind of dope. I don't know if people are going to get into it or not. Helldivers was strange, sticky for a lot of people back in the day. I will say that there is something interesting and intriguing about a Sony that just doesn't do very many second-party games anymore. So everyone kind of pops a little bit, and you would assume that they have seen something in this. As I've said before, there is a piece of a trailer that leaked from this game with the old Sony Computer Entertainment tagging on it. So a long time ago. And it makes me feel like they restarted it or something, or like they just gave it a bunch of time. They maybe believe in it.
Yeah.
It's a weird one to stick around with. It's also a game that came to PC early, and it's another game that will come to PC at the same time. So I think it allows them to kind of have that little advantage too. But I love the whole thing of like managed democracy and this whole fascist
it's cool
thing they have going on. It's very, very funny. So we'll see Helldivers 2, February 8th, 2024. All right. And then they showed Spider-Man, which we know is coming October 20th to PS5. I was fascinated by a specific part of this trailer. Did you see when they were in the menu and they blurred out parts of the screen? I've never seen that in a trailer, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that either. I noticed that too, where it was in like the top left, where it was like in the little mission.
It felt like
things.
It was the factions of the enemies or something they were hiding.
Probably.
And so what did you? I think the game looks beautiful. I don't need to see anything from it. It looks like more Spider-Man, so I'm not going to say it's reinventing the wheel by any stretch of the imagination, but I think it's going to do what it needs to do, and I'm looking forward to playing it.
Yeah, no, me too. It didn't move the needle for me. I was in fact a little frustrated that they even showed it because I get it. Like I'm already in. I don't need to see all this stuff. And granted, it was a little bit more. They were a lot better about not spoiling the shit out of the fucking game. Because that was my immediate concern once it showed up. I was like, because I think it showed up at the time we stopped recording the episode today. It was what was on screen, and I was like, oh god, they're gonna spoil this shit. But they didn't. I think it's the fast travel looks cool. I like that it's you can swap between characters. It's very GTA 5 in that sense. Although GTA 5 on the original hardware was wild when you switched characters and it would take like a full minute to load. We're easily a far cry from that now. And no, it looks great. The combat looks awesome. The different suits look cool. I like that we've got Queens and Brooklyn in there. That's very, very, very dope.
Yeah, and we know that they figured out the traversal, which is cool.
Yeah, we haven't had Brooklyn and Queens in a Spider-Man game for a very, very, very long time. So, or at least, I think probably ever. I think maybe once in Spider-Man 3 on Xbox 360 and PS3, you could go through a little bit of Queens. But it looks like a lot more expansive, and it looks dope, and I'm glad to see it. I don't really need to see any more of it, though. Like, I get what it's going to be. It's going to be Spider-Man. Spider-Man's going to be good. I get it, you know. I don't think this game's going to surprise anybody, you know what I mean? Like, I think it's just going to be like it's going to come out, and it's going to be like, yeah, that was great. And then the conversation will probably move on.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
I was captive, so... And we all were, so in some sense, that's why I watched it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have tuned in. And I would assume they're going to do a state of play for it. They should. I mean, I don't mind if they feel like they need to advertise it to others. They just don't need to advertise it to me.
Right.
All right. Number 9 is Tales of Arise Beyond the Dawn DLC coming November 9th. I'm a little confused about this because I was reading about Tales of Arise. Came out back in 2021, as we might recall, from Bandai Namco, and it's the last Tales game. Tales games used to come out like fucking Madden games. We haven't really seen them in a while. It did really well. It has an 87 on PS5 on Metacritic, so not too shabby. Actually, maybe a low key banger in some sense compared to a lot of games in that genre. But there was a note in the Wikipedia that there was a DLC content announced as some sort of costume thing with Sword Art Online. So this is not anything to do with that. That was back in the day. So this is just a new piece of content that I guess extends the story. I wonder if it's going to set it up for some sort of sequel. I know there's nothing to really be said here. I need to get back to Tales of Arise. Micah really liked it. I never beat it. I started it, but I never got back to it. I was just not in the mode for, I don't know. Sometimes I just play. It's like I experienced with Deathloop, where I was like, I'm just not feeling this. And then I went back and I loved it. So I think the same thing would happen with this too. Number 10, Honkai Star Rail finally has a release date. This is news for PS5. No PS4 version, which I was interested in. I thought that was coming to PS4 too. Yeah. Honkai Star Rail, of course, is the new game from MiHoYo, the Chinese developer behind Genshin Impact. It is coming October 11th, 2023. It's a gacha game, free to play. And I got to say, man, it's a pretty ass game. I was surprised. I'm not so surprised because Genshin Impact looks kind of cool too. I think another Colin at 15.
Yeah, you'd be probably all over.
Dude, oh my God. Genshin Impact would have been like an obsession. And so this looks a similar thing. I don't know. The very melodramatic story beats and all that. I don't give a shit about any of that. But this looks kind of cool. I know people are stoked about it. And I imagine this is going to be a big moneymaker on PlayStation. It's only available on Windows and then your phone on iOS and Android or your tablet. And it came out in April. So this is a somewhat new release.
Yeah.
But not for us. Maybe Dustin will play it. I don't know. Maybe we'll force him to. Maybe he's playing it right now.
Yeah, I was about to say, he's playing everything comes out early there. He's probably playing it already.
Those were the days, man, when it was such mystique around the early release in Japan and how badly that almost never happens anymore.
Yeah.
All right. Number 11, surprise appearance. Foam Stars.
Yeah.
Open beta. The open beta will have 4v4 matches. I don't know if that's just the totality of the game or that's only what the beta is offering. 2 different modes, 8 characters. It runs September 29th to October 1st on PS5 only. The game will come out in full in early 2024. Now, when this was revealed at the June event, you and I made fun of it because it was such a clear, or it seemed like such a clear copy of Splatoon that it was almost shameless. However, we have to admit that when people got their hands on it, I think at Gamescom, they were like, oh, this is low-key really good. And so now I'm taking it a little more seriously, although I don't know if it has any heft. This seems like it could be another Square Enix boondoggle, but they certainly have like this vibe going with it, the game show type vibe going.
Right.
And I don't know. I think it could be fun. It's not my kind of game. Will you check it out when it comes to when the beta comes out?
Yeah, I'll probably check it out. I'll be honest. I can't imagine this grabbing me in any real way, but it's a multiplayer game. It doesn't demand, I can't imagine that it would demand much of me. So like, what's the harm in trying it? But yeah, the concept is I just don't get it. It's a foam. It's foam Splatoon, but it's not. It's a game show. Cool. It's weird for sure, and it's the kind of stuff that I think PlayStation probably needs, like this weird kind of diversity of a portfolio where they've got just like weird stuff. And from that regard, I appreciate it. But I also think it just looked bad in that first trailer too. Like straight up, I saw this trailer and it looked significantly less jank than the small snippets of gameplay that they showed interspersed with like the CG trailer that they showed the last time they showed it off. So, I mean, it looks like it's improved a great deal. So, and people seem to like it. So yeah, I'll give it a shot, but I don't imagine this is going to be a game of the year for me. And
then finally, Final Fantasy number 12, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2.
Yeah.
Release date, February 29th, which I love. I love that release date. That's the leap day. And so it's like this bespoke date that only happens every 4 years, which I think is pretty cool. Dude, I am so excited for this game. I just can't wait. And the things that they were showing for Final Fantasy VII nerds, like, Junon and Fort Junon, Kate Sith, seeing able to just titillating, totally. Costa del Sol. Well, titillating makes it seem like I'm sexually interested in Kate Sith, which I'm not. Yeah, well, maybe I am. I don't know. Costa del Sol. They show the Gold Chocobo, and then a bunch of the different games, like the motorcycle racing game and some new stuff. The the Chocobo Racing,
Polygon Boxing.
Vincent, yeah, Polygon Boxing.
That's
they
cool.
show Vincent, although only from behind. There's a ton of stuff here, man. I am amped up. I'm gonna replay. So now that we have a release date, I'll probably replay Final Fantasy VII Remake on PS5 and do the Yuffie DLC in early to mid-February and just roll right in. I think that'll probably be the way I do it.
Yeah, it looks dope. It looks really cool. There were some parts of it that deeply disturbed me, made me really upset. Namely, look. There are some characters that I find still very jarring in that universe, and one of them is that fucking cat. And,
Kate Sith.
Yeah, Kate Sith, and
that's what I said was titillating.
No, and there was another like big, like giant fluffy thing that like deeply. It was like dancing or like moving around real quick, and I was like, it's deeply disturbing. But the rest of the game looked fucking dope. It looks cool. Like I'm glad they're kind of delivering on this. Like because I don't know, man. I was really skeptical of their ability to really pull this together in any real meaningful way a while back, especially with how dire the situation seemed to be when they wrestled it away from CyberConnect 2. So it's nice to see this is on like a proper schedule, and it seems to be hitting its stride. This game's on 2 discs also, which is something I noticed, which is kind of cool. It's like an increasing rarity now.
Yeah, they did it in about they're going to get it done in about 4 years, a little less, and that's not so bad. I mean,
no,
taking these bite-sized little samples of the game, and now I'm so fascinated to see. First of all, it's very weird seeing Aerith in this part because she's dead. R.I.P. She's fucking dead in the regular game that you could have played 26 years ago by this point in the game. And so it's cool to see her in places where she probably, I don't think, should be.
Yeah.
And I guess the other stuff that's interesting is just thinking of where the game will end and what the third part will. I mean, it's getting so far ahead of things, but it's exciting to think about the potential PS6 version of this finale. It'll probably do exactly what the first one did, which will come to PS5 very late, and then it will come to PS6 quickly, and that's probably when it would come to other consoles and stuff too. So I don't know. I'm amped up about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Great to have a release date for it of February 29, so I know exactly when to plan that replay. I don't have to worry about it this year, which is wonderful.
It's a good time for it too.
Definitely, and I think that I try to do something with Dagan. I want him to play it so bad. I'm totally using him at this point with it, or using our connection with this company to just get him to play all these different games so he can catch up, and he's having a great time. So I think that's a big one for him. But otherwise, I guess that's all we have to say. I mean, we recorded the rest of the episode, so it's all ready to go. We just have to send this over to Ben. Or do you have any thoughts before we move on?
No, man. Overall, I thought it was a good showcase. Or good state of play. Like, I guess that's part of what happens when you don't let expectations fester, even though they lied. Right.
I think that's an important point. Like, I don't want to take away from what I thought was a very interesting and good state of play, but they set the seed that they could lie. And now that will, I don't know that was the smartest thing to do. Spider-Man can get his own thing.
No, it has the energy of Bethesda being like Elder Scrolls is coming, where it's like you really I don't know, man. Every you're gonna get this question a lot now, and now like every time a new showcase or not showcase, every time a new state of play is out, it's gonna be like, oh well, there might be something there. There might be something special there, and it's
wondrous.
Like 99% of the time, that's not going to be something to be something special there.
Indeed. Yeah. Well, say la vie. I thought that they did great. I mean, I think the Sony community could use a little bit of a win. Everything's so dire. You guys are so fucking dire. And again, it's me saying it. Me.
Yeah, you got to relax.
I'm one of the most dire people you'll ever meet. And I'm I'm judging you on your direness. So yeah, relax, enjoy. We have some things to look forward to now. Some new games to talk about, which is exciting. Dustin's probably like, God damn it. I missed an exciting and interesting episode as opposed to like the 2 or 3 of the last episodes. Just like, I don't even know what the fuck we're supposed to talk about in this.
I wanted to talk about Honkai Star Rail.
Yeah. Oh, play Honkai Star Rail.
The idea I love the idea that that's our impression of.
Yeah, I know. All right. Back to the regular show.
All right,
Chris, it's finally time to get into the news. We have a pretty long one here.
Yeah.
People wrote in about it. I didn't want to ignore it. In fact, I'm going to name the show after it, I think, because it's a bit of inside baseball, but it's quite fascinating and gets into the business of the industry. And since news is a little slow otherwise, I thought we would maybe delve into this a bit. So let's read through this. Number one. The biggest news story in gaming over the past few days is a bit of an insider tale, but it's a fascinating one nonetheless. The whole thing revolves around the engine Unity, created and owned by publicly traded company Unity Technologies and first launched back in 2005. The idea behind the Unity engine was scalability. Bringing games from one platform to another is complex, and Unity aimed to minimize this, working for basically every platform you can imagine since the mid-aughts, and they found growing adoption over the last 15 years, with 2011's Kerbal Space Program the engine's first mainstream hit. Others followed even that year with the infamous Temple Run, but ultimately a string of hundreds of games across platforms have since used Unity, including the likes of Gone Home, The Forest, Monument Valley, Threes, Angry Birds, City Skylines, both Ori games, Layers of Fear, I Am Setsuna, Oxenfree, Tacoma, Yooka-Laylee, Among Us, Subnautica, both Overcooked games, The Messenger, Disco Elysium, Outer Wilds, Doki Doki Literature Club, Tunic, Inscription, and on and on and on. Fall Guys runs on Unity, so does Call of Duty Mobile, and Pokemon Go, and Genshin Impact. Upcoming games like Hollow Knight Silksong likewise run on Unity. This is to say, what we're about to go over stretches far and wide. And a post to their official website, entitled Unity Plan Pricing and Packaging Updates, major changes were announced for the widely used engine that will enter into effect beginning January 1st of 2024. This is perhaps the first major change to Unity's pricing structure since it went to the subscription model back in 2016. Before this, Unity actually sold one-off licenses to its engine without any consideration for the scope or size of the game being made, nor a product's commercial potential. The subscription model doesn't preclude users from using it for free. Indeed, for projects that come from companies that don't or won't churn higher revenues than low six figures per year, there is no licensing fee, and that will remain true. But for those that are making a living off of a Unity-based game, things are about to change mightily. As explained in part on Unity's website, quote, the Unity engine is in fact two substantial software components, the Unity editor and the Unity runtime. The Unity runtime is code that executes on player devices and makes made with Unity games work at scale with billions of monthly downloads. We are introducing a Unity runtime fee that is based upon each time a qualifying game is downloaded by an end user. We chose this because that each time a game is downloaded, the Unity runtime is also installed. Also, we believe that an initial install-based fee allows creators to keep ongoing financial gains from player engagement, unlike a revenue share, end quote. In other words, Unity isn't seeking to get a piece of your gross profits earned from games on its engine, but smaller and consistent pieces from merely accessing a game. For lower-tier Unity users, the free personal users, and the lower-tier Plus users, if your game has made $200,000 or more in the last 12 months and has surpassed 200,000 lifetime game installs, you'll be on the hook. For higher-end and more expensive Unity Pro and Enterprise users, games that have grossed $1 million in the past 12 months with at least 1 million lifetime game installs will likewise be on the hook. For standard Western markets, lower-tier users will owe a staggering 20 cents per installation, while higher-end users vacillate from a single penny to 15 cents, depending on tier, success of the game, installation amount, and more. So imagine how problematic this could be. Say you're a lower-level Unity user making a free-to-play game that is downloaded 700,000 times and reached the gross revenue limits. You're on the hook for 500,000 downloads above the threshold at 20 cents a pop. That's $100,000, or 50 times an annual Unity Pro subscription plan. It's a mid-tier plan that can cost that could lower the cost to 15 cents per unit to start. Unity predicts this will only affect the top 10% of their users, but those users aren't happy, and there are churnings of a bubbling class action lawsuit, as many developers are too far in with their projects to turn back. I'm sorry, right. It's the least trivial thing in the world to move an in-development product game engine. It's simply not something that's done very often at all, and games that are already out being remade in another engine is even more unheard of. The reactions have been far and wide. Among Us developer Innersloth noted it may undertake moving engines entirely, while Cult of the Lamb developers Massive Monster have stated they will be deleting the game off of all marketplaces entirely if the situation isn't ameliorated. I don't know. Did you see this bubbling? What did you think of it when you first heard? Because when you see things like this, Chris, I'm always like, all right, there's got to be something more to this. Like, this isn't an accurate representation of it. And indeed, in some ways, people's outrage wasn't accurate. Original outrage was like, we owe. People thought at first that because of Unity's bad language, they weren't terming it right, but it sounded like people were on the hook for all legacy.
Yeah, right. Like it retroactively applied.
None of that is true. But yeah, other stuff is true. That they put out their own grid with all the pricing plans and how much it's all going to cost, and this will hit people in the pocket if they have a game that is somewhat successful. Saying only 10% of your audience will or 10% of your user base will have to deal with this is kind of disingenuous, because it's those high tier users that Unity games actually come from. Lots of people have Unity subscriptions and don't make games. Lots of people have Unity subscriptions, don't get games out. So that's really not.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
It's not accurate.
Like I've had a subscription to Unity, you know, like not as of late, but like there was a period in time when I was dabbling in it that I was messing around with Unity. So like, I mean, that's, yeah, the 10% thing is kind of is pretty disingenuous. It reminds me a little bit of like, you know, this how many players played this game versus like how many sales, you know what I mean?
Right. Exactly.
It's a very similar kind of distortion. I don't know, man. I saw this and this is my higher level thoughts are basically that this is a very catastrophic thing for Unity, because not necessarily because there's certain aspects of what they're doing where it's like, okay, they're not retroactively applying this fee. That was easily the most egregious thing about this announcement when I first saw it. I was like, you can't possibly do that. That almost to the point where it's like, that can't be legal, can it? That's crazy to like retroactively like ensnare people in a contract that they didn't sign. Like, it's insane. But even so, as it stands, it's like, you're right. Like, I mean, 10%. That's pretty much everybody that's relevant to the conversation. And so when you're talking about a game engine, you're talking about a change, what January 1st, 2024, that's so little time, especially for projects that are either continuously maintained on Unity or projects that are like really far already in development, who didn't agree to this, who didn't know about this. This is catastrophic for Unity because it kind of displays or kind of exposes just an inherent lack of communication and a lack of trust between them and the developers that they work with. Like if I decided tomorrow, right? If I was, let's say like I had like a meeting tomorrow to decide like, all right, what engine are we going to build our game on? No fucking way am I going to pick Unity. Not even necessarily because of this pricing thing, but because like the fact that they were willing to kind of just throw this out. And I know some people would be like, oh, well, it's not last minute. They've got a couple months. It's like, it is last minute in terms of game dev speak. Like 4 months is not, by this point in the development cycle, games are already done. They're just being like polished and you know, certified and all that stuff. So like this is last minute for a lot of people. And they did not know. They were not communicated this. They didn't agree to this, and they have no choice. So it's fucked. This is bad for Unity. This is really bad. Like at a level I don't think people fully understand yet.
Yeah, I wonder. Well, first of all, there's a few things that are important to note here. Is that Unity is in clear financial peril. Their stock is tanking, although that's not the only relevant indicator of financial health. It's a pretty important one, and if you're down so significantly and seeking revenue. But people have to understand that there are different ways that engines make their money. And actually, I guess I'll get this letter in here now because it makes some sense. BD Squat wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Boys, I understand the arguments against Unity charging a so-called runtime fee based on installs of games of their engine, but I think they will clean that up. But what did people expect? Unity invests and enhances their engine with capital traditionally collected on royalties from game sales. Through the advent of Game Pass, there are no sales because Xbox has taught all these weirdos not to purchase games. So Unity is adapting. Maybe Unity's initial messaging was half-baked, but it's only the beginning. Game engines don't grow on trees, and if gamers aren't willing to pay for games, either the engine goes away or they seek a new source of revenue. And I'll give you a hint. The engine isn't going away. Thanks for all the content and work you boys do. Truly makes my week." You have to understand that there are different ways that engines seek the money. Like a lot of it is on, you could have either a licensing fee, which is how Unity traditionally structured it on a one-off basis. Then you can have these subscription fees. Then you can have kind of a mixed market thing where there's a subscription fee plus you're going to owe like back-end gross revenue or whatever the case might be. Then there are engines, which I think Unreal still operates like this, where there is no entry fee unless you're using it at an enterprise level, I think. And then you just have revenue share at the end if you try to put out the game with an Unreal marker on it. So I just think that I understand what you're saying, and that's BD Squad, and that makes some level of sense in terms of you have to invest in things, but this was kind of the bed that they chose to make, and there's money to be made in just this enterprise. They need to extract more out of it, and that's why they're doing this. And I just think that it's fundamentally dishonest. That's why when I first heard about this and saw the way developers were reacting, I really did wonder, what about a class action lawsuit? That seems to be a no-brainer. And that seems to be based on reporting around it, what is going to happen from the bigger guys. I don't deny that Unity has the right to do whatever they want, but I don't think that you can do it with games that are already in operation. In fact, or in development rather, I read a piece written, like an op-ed written somewhere from a prolific developer, where he was saying, if your game is fewer than 6 months old, you should just move it now.
Yeah.
That you can't trust this anymore. But it also goes into, and this goes into the whole fanboyishness online about how people don't understand how games are made and how they work or whatever, is that it's just, moving engines is literally the least trivial thing that you can possibly imagine in video game development.
Yeah.
It's remaking the whole thing. You might have assets and ideas and all of the rest, but you have to translate all of that, especially in programming and all of the rest, to a different structure, different framework.
And all engines are very, very different too. Like they're
right.
like if you're really good at working with one engine, that's not necessarily a guarantee that you're going to be as proficient with another one. Like they're very, very different softwares. I almost liken it to editing software in some way, where like you might know exactly what you're doing in Premiere, but chances are if you've only used Premiere, you're going to be fucking lost in After Effects, because these are very, very different programs. And you might still have the footage, you might still have the fonts that you need, you might still have like everything that you need, but like even just getting it to work in a similar way that you had it before is like such a different workflow that it takes some getting used to. And granted, people are, if you work with engines at all, you have some level of proficiency that your average starter up probably won't, but that's a massive deal. Like I remember hearing some news about like, and this was like rumblings a while back, earlier this year or like late last year, that Halo Infinite was going to switch to Unreal. And I remember thinking that's insane. Like that would be so difficult and so like that is such a massive decision. Like it's not even funny. Like that'd be catastrophic for them to do at the team size that they're at. So like it is not trivial at all. It is the most important aspect of your game, quite frankly. Like literally the engine is like how it runs, how it fits together, how it operates, how it handles everything. And switching mid-development at any point, really, that's a big blow. But the farther in you are, the less likely that is to be done in a cost-effective way. I mean, you have to imagine, like, let's say you've spent 2 years working on a game in Unity, and you're 6 months out from release, and then this happens. You're basically asking for another 3 years, probably of dev time.
Yeah, you kind of have to just go with it at that point. Like you have there comes a point where you have no choice but to just go forward, and that's why I think I have no doubt that in Unity's EULA, that gives them the permission to do this, to change whatever they want. So I don't think that's a fruitful legal angle for a class action lawsuit, but it really is about the spirit of the contract and whether it's just there's a level of unfairness to it, because a studio that's about like polishing their game, like you're saying, about to get it out, is going to not be able to, it's not going to be in their math to be like, oh, now we have to withstand X amount of installs, and how is this going to be manipulated? And this idea that they have, that they basically said in their updates at Unity, that for installs of Game Pass games that Microsoft would pay for it. It's like, well, are you sure about that? Because I don't think that that's going to a guarantee. Why would Microsoft just start paying for these things?
Yeah,
it just doesn't. It just doesn't comport. It doesn't make any sense.
It's all great, and the fact that it's install based too, and like there was like, oh, and they had like something in their thing about too about how like, oh, well, it'll protect against like fraudulent installs. Because theoretically you could. I remember seeing this on online a little bit. It's like theoretically you could install, reinstall, and just like drain money from this developer, which is insane. And they'll be like, no, we have ways to protect against that. It's like, how? How would you have a way to know? Any way that you would have to know or protect against that would be bordering on like a really like unethical amount of data that you know about any given, like that's almost on the borderline of malware at that point. Like how do you know what is a fraudulent install or not? That's crazy. I'm sure like they have like a lot of data. I'm sure they're able to comb through a lot of information about any given user, but like determining what is a fake or fraudulent install versus a real one is fucking weird. Like I don't even know how you would even begin to do that. We've never been able to do that. As far as I know, like I've never. How could you even? I don't know. Seems crazy.
Yeah, I don't. I don't know how you could do it with. I think it would be easy enough to do it with like user IDs and stuff like that. But I don't think the point is that I don't think you could be 100% accurate with what would be authentic and what wouldn't be, and what would be chargeable and what wouldn't be. And there's going to be just so who's going to audit this and who's going to control these numbers, and whose data is right and whose data is wrong, and what if the data doesn't match up from the developer and the publisher. And this just it introduces a lot of things. I don't think there's any doubt, as BD Squad said, that Unity and other engines are forced to and need to invest a lot of money in keeping their stuff going and keep it functional with tons of middleware and lots of expansions and all these different things that people cook up, this homebrew stuff. And that's really cool and that's great. But you'll also read a lot of stories about Unity, about how things just fundamentally break there all the time. People aren't crazy about their CEO, John Riccitiello, who used to be the CEO of EA and has been the CEO of a lot of other things. He apparently, this is a subscription site, so I couldn't see the source, but people are reporting that he sold
I saw that, yeah,
a ton of stock. So he knows, right? I mean, and I just don't think that that's an effective way to move forward with your people. I think that, so what I was saying earlier was that I think that it would be fine for them to change the rules for people that come in as of January 1st or something, but you can't do this to, I just don't understand how they think they're going to get away with doing this to games, big games that are going to be really materially affected by this. I mean, hundreds of thousands of dollars, potentially a month for some of these free-to-play games is a lot of money for for almost any company. And I think Unity is kind of getting a little silly with their assumptions that they can really demand that. They have a shit ton of people working for them. They have a head count of more than 7,000 people.
That's crazy.
They're losing money and they need to figure things out. And I don't know if it's the people. I don't know. I'm not familiar enough with the company to know if it's the people at the top or the technology itself. It seems to be still very attractive. The entire idea of Unity, as I noted in the write-up, is the name Unity is it's supposed to be easy. It unifies all of the different ports. It became really relevant in PlayStation with PS3 and Vita because a lot of games use Unity.
Yeah.
And so in our realm, that's where it started to become relevant. But there are other options. There are good options. We use Game Maker for Lily Mode. That's a 2D engine. And again, there's so many options as far as licensing, back-end revenue, some sort of hybrid of the two, subscription models, whatever. But there's other ways to make money.
Yeah.
And I would really love to know what your Call of Duty Mobile, what does Activision think? Call of Duty Mobile has like 50 million players. Do you have any idea how much money that's going to cost them? I don't. Cutting off your nose to spite your face, I think.
100%, yeah. Because they've completely fucked a lot of the goodwill that they. Not that they had like immense goodwill, but they had at least. I would say Unity had neutral will. You know what I mean? Where like they were, like,
I never heard anything really bad about Unity ever. I know some people that work there. They're very nice, and and they do good work.
I've messed around with the engine. I like the engine. Like it was cool, but like I mean, this is so bad. This is like an immediate nuclear destruction of trust between developers and the engine, and that's not good for them going forward. Because even if they manage to get like even if some of these companies have the structural integrity to withstand a lot of the costs that they're demanding, a lot of people going forward just aren't going to even bother with Unity, and you done fucked up with that.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, I mean, you have to know that you can't trust them.
Yeah,
at the very least, which is what a lot of developers are saying. But I'll leave it to them.
Yeah, it's rough.
All right, so we'll see how this evolves. There's no news as of the time that we're recording that would bear an update for the Unity situation, so we'll leave it for now. Number 2, after much delay and confusion, mega popular game platform Roblox is coming to PlayStation platforms. This is a huge deal, as the ever-dominant Roblox is playable virtually everywhere else except Switch, including on Sony's rival Xbox platforms, phones, PCs, and even VR. News of the port comes from the so-called Roblox Developers Conference, or RDC, which took place in San Francisco. Buried in a lengthy blog post on the official Roblox website, it says in part, quote, "At long last, we announced at RDC that next month millions of PlayStation console owners will be able to access the full catalog of Roblox experiences," end quote. Roblox will be available on both PS4 and PS5, and this is, of course, mega important, as it was only last quarter that PlayStation 5's monthly active users surpassed PS4's. In other words, lots of people are still playing there. If you're curious how big things currently about how big this thing currently is, they tell you at the top of this press release. Quote, "As of the quarter ending June 2023, 65.5 million users spend an average of 2.3 hours every day on Roblox. That's some 25 million more people than currently own a PS5. So it's vital that Sony gets whatever piece of that pie it can, especially because it likely doesn't account for the totality of the actual more casual audience, which was numbered at 164 million in a month only 2 years ago. As one of the highest grossing games in the world, and as both a games platform and creation engine, Roblox's journey to dominance was a long one. It launched on PC all the way back in 2006 and remains free to play. It should be noted that you won't be able to create anything on the PS4 and PS5 version, however. Creation tools remain limited to PC. Roblox. Whenever I read about it, I become more confused, to be honest.
Yeah,
I read a lot about it. And the more I read about it, the more because I've yet to interact with a single person in my life that actually plays it.
Yeah,
but it's there, including young people, obviously. So what do you think here? Roblox finally coming to PlayStation. I was surprised to read that it's not on Switch. How is that possible?
I guess I don't know. I thought for sure that it was for some reason. I guess because it's so much of it is based on an online infrastructure that and Switch is kind of, I mean, Nintendo in general is notoriously kind of bad with that.
As I understood it, Chris, you might have read this at some point too, that I think that I don't think anyone ever confirmed this, but the rumors were that what was precluding it from coming to PlayStation was that Sony has, I guess, no power over the games on the platform. Like there's no I guess like things I was reading about this when it came to Xbox One in 2015, that I guess certain things have to be in the United States and I'm sure in other territories to their related agencies, but have to be kind of exposed to the ESRB to be on console. And then they kind of, there's this very weird ecosystem with Roblox where it's almost this rogue entity that exists within these walled gardens, and they don't know how to deal with them from a regulatory standpoint, from a certification standpoint, and all the rest. And as far as I understand, Sony basically just relented with this and was like, fine. So,
it is weird.
Yeah.
It is a bizarre, because you look at the ESRB and it's supposed to tell you like, oh, hey, like this is what's in this game. You know, this is the experience that's in this game, and here's what you can expect. Oh, is there nudity? No. Is there blood and violence? Yes. In the last, I would say like maybe 10 years, maybe a little bit more than that, because I remember this in Halo 3 as well, where like, because there's a map making mode in Halo 3, and I remember seeing in people's file shares all the time, people drawing hentai by like placing guns on the ground in like Forge, you know what I mean? And so like there would be just porn basically like in Halo 3, but like the ESRB, there's no way that they could account for that. And we've had games that do this kind of custom content for a long time now, to the point where I think we just kind of have to accept that it's a part of the industry that we can't fully exactly regulate. And so I guess that probably plays a part into it. It's like, look, there's so many other games with custom content that are out. I mean, Dreams, I've seen some fucking heinous shit on Dreams, so like, why not Roblox? Honestly, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if Dreams was the argument, but yeah, I don't know. This is one of those games, man. It's so big and it's so important and it makes so much money, and I know fucking nothing about it. Every time I see it, every time I see gameplay of it, I'm not 100% convinced that it's what it is. You know, like I always feel like someone's playing a joke on me, or like I saw this one game that didn't look like Roblox at all, and somebody's like, this is Roblox. And I was like, is it? I guess. I mean, it could be. I have no way am I going to verify this because I don't care. But yeah, it mystifies me, man. Roblox is a mystery.
It also just is, it's so interesting to me that it's been out for so long. That
2006
I was in college, and and then I entered the industry full time, and then I've been there the entire time since then. I've never encountered it. It's just very, very weird. You even encounter Minecraft, you encounter League of Legends, you encounter World of Warcraft, eventually all these random big things that would necessarily not be big in the console space, but not this. So I'm sure Sony's amped to finally get Roblox on PlayStation. And maybe a little too late. This has low-key been a huge thing for Microsoft, I think, for a while. It's been a de facto console exclusive for them for 8 years, which is a long-ass time.
Yeah.
All right. I got something to say about this. Number 3. Is Square Enix in trouble? We've had to visit and revisit this topic multiple times in the wake of Final Fantasy XVI's release on PlayStation 5 back in the early summer, primarily surrounding reporting about the game's softer-than-expected sales and the publisher's narrowing profits, which have it admitting in its most recent quarterly financial report that it needs to double down not on volume, but on quality. Now, new reporting from publication Bloomberg Japan indicates the situation isn't rosy indeed, As noted on this podcast many, many times over the past couple of years, Square Enix has for some reason decided to publish tons of games during this generation, releasing more than a dozen within 3 months during holiday 2022 alone. This is an obviously nonsensical strategy that has come back to bite them, and as Bloomberg notes, the firm's new CEO, Takashi Kiryu, who apparently I was reading about, educated at MIT here in the United States, quote, intends to whittle down the number of smaller titles and decrease outsourcing to focus on big budget games with higher potential to improve the company's profitability, end quote. This makes sense as Square Enix sometimes released so many similar games aimed at identical, often niche audiences that it was literally impossible for any of them to do well as they could. And it's important to note that its arch rivals in Japan and in the West alike have long since abandoned smaller games with rare exception, which is something that made Square Enix unique and appealing to some, but not nearly as large as it could be considering all it owns. But there's a problem with Bloomberg's article and its doom and gloom too. Its lead analyst quote somewhat comes from a person described as a, quote, Tokyo-based developer and gamer, end quote, named Michael Prefontaine. It's completely unclear who this person is, as he has neither a Moby Games page, meaning he's unlikely to have ever worked on a console or PC game of note, nor any form of Western social media presence. Googling around seems to connect him to having worked or perhaps still working as a PR person at a relatively obscure Japanese outsourcing studio. Indeed, virtually all of Google's results comes from this Bloomberg article or sources citing it, suggesting something cyclical, as no one has ever heard of this person before, whose expertise is unknown. Bloomberg does cite other financial analysts, however, who primarily have a dire, mid, and long view for the company. However, the article also claims Final Fantasy XVI launched to so-called mixed reviews in its very first paragraph. Final Fantasy XVI sits at an 87 on Metacritic, making it one of PS5's highest-rated games of the calendar year and the console's highest-rated exclusive in 2023. The article has some interesting insight, though, including from unnamed Square Enix employees who report so-called fiefdoms, dominated by producers that create erratic development environments, timelines, and ultimately a wide array of releases that range from critical and commercial smash hits to absolute duds, with no seeming rhyme or reason. But there also undoubtedly seems to be some sort of narrative building that distorts the reality at Square Enix. Yes, its stock is down 30% from its all-time high, but this puts it at where it was just last spring. And no, Square Enix didn't lose $2 billion as is being widely reported. That loss came from their net value on the market. They show a profit last quarter. So Dale Catracho, as a lot of other people did, wrote in and said, what's up, CC? With the latest report that Square Enix has lost $2 billion since the launch of Final Fantasy XVI, how dire are things looking for them at this point? And how do you guys think they can bounce back from this difficult financial situation? Appreciate all of the randomness from you all each week. My personal take on this is that though Square Enix has been making questionable decisions, and we've really gone in on them about why they release so many games, I don't like this distortion field being built around Final Fantasy 16 specifically. It's getting annoying, actually.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy 16, I think it's awesome. Whether you like it or not, it's a critical success and a commercial success. And people have been distorting the shit out of this, primarily through this writer at Bloomberg Japan in several articles about the performance of the game, conflating it with Square Enix and kind of its mishaps in other places. You would think the story about Final Fantasy 16, Chris, would be that it's a increasingly rare example out of Square Enix of a AAA success story.
Right.
Instead of the Forspokens and the Babylon's Falls and the Marvel's Avengers and all of the rest, or them really getting rid of Crystal Dynamics and all their Western studios and selling Tomb Raider off and all of the things that they own through the IDOS acquisition. Mm-hmm. This Final Fantasy, in other words, if you wanted to be objective about it, you would think Final Fantasy 16 says something different about the company than. Yeah. So I don't. We were talking earlier about how I think that there's something cooking in the water about. Yeah, there's a little bit of an anti-Xbox thing going on in some corners. There's a little bit of an anti-Square Enix thing going on. As well. I wonder if you agree with me.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, I really like Final Fantasy 16, and I don't normally. I definitely put more time into Final Fantasy 16 than I probably have into any given Final Fantasy, and that says a lot about it as somebody who doesn't really gravitate to those types of games. And I think there was a narrative too about how like the sales were soft, but I remember feeling like that was weird too because it didn't strike me as. I don't know how much. What did it sell?
It sold 3 million. They reported 3 million, and then they haven't said anything since. A lot of it, the reporting comes from this specific reporter. I'm telling people, right. Like, yeah, and certain basically conflating it not reaching the height of their expectations with it being a failure. There's no doubt in my mind that this game was a financial success. for Square Enix, a much needed one,
right?
For so I'm not trying to protect Square Enix and put my bearish man arms. Not really. I have no.
Yeah, no, it's just around them. It's just an observation of reality, right. Where it's like, yeah, no, it's sold really well. It's critically pretty well. I know some reviewers didn't like it or whatever, but I mean, it's still. I mean, like you said in the write up, it's like it's the highest reviewed PlayStation exclusive of the year. That's got to count for something.
Yeah, it's not. The reviews weren't mixed and the sales weren't soft, and I think that just needs to. People can call it fanboyish all they want. It's just like this is a win. This game was a win. It's objectively a win.
Yeah.
For Square Enix. Focus on the cavalcade of games that we've named over and over again between September of last year and January that they released one on top of the other, sometimes 2 days apart from each other.
Yeah,
that's the fucking problem, dude.
Right.
Like, and it's not even that they're releasing bad games. It's that they're just releasing games or that are just kind of mediocre, mixed, or just into the ether. ActRaiser was awesome. Tactics Ogre Reborn was really great. People really loved it, on and on. But dude, these games are all aimed at the same fucking people. There's no time, there's no money, and there's no inclination to buy all those games. The people that are going to buy Tactics Ogre Reborn are the same goddamn people that are going to buy Crisis Core. Are the same people, right? That are going to buy your Dragon Quest Monsters game, and are the same people that are going to buy your Front Mission game, and the same people. It's like, what are you doing? You got to spread these out. You gotta do it.
Right. Yeah, so it's not. Yeah, obviously we're protecting Square Enix right now.
Well, right, exactly. Dude, and I'm not. I don't really have I don't want Sony to do this at all. I don't. But if you're at Sony, you look at this and you're like, they're vulnerable, and can be had for the taking right now. I think, right? Because their stock price really exploded, like, last generation, and it's low now, but again, it's back around where it was. But before that was an all-time low too, or not an all-time low, but a recent low for it. So it's definitely in a more vulnerable position. If they didn't have Final Fantasy 16, they'd be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah,
I think Dragon Quest is going to do well for them. Dragon Infinity Strash will be probably a good game for them to release and get out there. It probably wasn't very expensive to make, and Final Fantasy 7 Part 2 is going to be huge. For them.
It's going to be big.
And that could very well be at the thing tonight. I have no idea.
Oh yeah.
I forgot to say that at the top. I guess I should have said it. You'll already have known is that we'll put the state of play stuff earlier in the show. I haven't acknowledged state of play at all, so that's interesting.
I think we did. Right, I think we mentioned it kind of, sort of.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. So yeah, I guess what I just want to say in wrapping up, and I've already said this, but just to put a bow on it, is I agree that Square Enix is in a precarious situation in terms of its competitors. I agree that they probably release too many games. I think this is a strategy and content management problem, not so much a game quality problem, although they have to work on the quality of the games as well. And I think that they can probably rely on Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, Kingdom Hearts, and a few other games, huge tentpole games, to get them going as they ramp down some of these smaller productions and get going on better re-releases, staggered time releases, getting your games on more platforms, and so on and so forth. I think all those things are relevant, but I just don't think Final Fantasy 16 should be the target of people's ridicule. It's fucking insane.
Yeah,
Final Fantasy 16 is really, really not the problem.
Yeah, it's the exception to the rule is what it is.
Right, that's exactly right. Yeah. All right. Well, so are they in trouble? I don't think so. But we'll find out. And by the way, just to underline another thing, they were profitable last quarter. That's what everyone's like, they lost $2 billion. I'm like, that's the stock price.
Right.
They're not for sale. So it doesn't matter. These are stocks going between buyers and sellers on the market. It indicates perception, but it doesn't indicate reality. The reality is that they're in the black. That is the reality. I don't know if that's going to be in the next quarter. We'll find out in October. Their quarter ends September 30th. Okay. Number 4, new PlayStation 5 firmware is here. And as promised, it brings with it quite a few changes that you'll want to take note of. It's a mandatory download, and it comes in at around a single gig. As you may recall, this firmware underwent a closed beta with certain PSN users beginning in the middle of the summer, and so we already know some of what to expect, but it's worth going over everything again. For audiophiles, Chris's favorite word. PS5 now supports Dolby Atmos, and Sony's proprietary Tempest 3D audio tech will now work through an Atmos setup. For the storage-inclined, PlayStation 5 now accommodates M2 SSDs with a maximum capacity of 8 terabytes, which is twice as large as the previous threshold. In the realm of accessibility, you can now do something very cool on PS5. Use a second DualSense controller as a single player in any game on the platform. What this essentially means is that a disabled person could use 2 conventional controllers with identical mapping in a way that's most comfortable for them, or a parent could essentially play a game for a child when the going gets tough. Think of it like using 2 Wiimotes instead of a Wiimote and a nunchuck. I'm really, really amped about this because I think people will do cool stuff with this.
Yeah.
And I write here, this obviously has substantial use outside of the realm of disability, accessibility, and help as well. As you can imagine, some pretty sophisticated setups for certain games. Sony also outlined a slew of new social features that this firmware brings to PS5, including updates to the party system's UI, easier access to friends' gaming sessions, better tournament layouts, emoji reaction implementation for messages, and more. Thankfully, one can now search their games library as well, so you don't have to scroll through a sequential listing of your life to find a game. On-system game help has also been enhanced, and finally, you can mute your PS5 so it no longer beeps when it's turned on and off. A godsend to apparently many a man and presumably fraught relationships. You can learn more about the firmware update on the PlayStation blog, but wait. Before we let you go, there's also talk of PlayStation 4, but only briefly. Eagle Eyes at website Push Square realized that PlayStation 4 also received a major firmware update 11.00. At half a gig in size, this update seems to merely mimic some of PS5's new social features, like emoji reactions and so on. However, it's mandatory. So if you plan on using your PlayStation 4 anytime soon, get to downloading. Dibs94 wrote in and said, can't wait to replay Final Fantasy 16 with Dolby Atmos. You have this setup, right?
Yeah, I have this exact. I just got this setup, which is nice. I think once I'm out of Starfield, I'm pretty close. I'm so far into Final Fantasy 16, and what's really rare about Final Fantasy 16 is that like I remember all of it. So like I feel like it's a game that I could jump back into and be like, oh, I remember it. Sick. I know exactly where I was. I know exactly where I left off. So this is nice. This is awesime. Finally get some use out of my setup.
Active time lore.
Yeah, dude. So well. Good.
Yeah.
Such a good. I've been thinking about that feature all the time now. Like whenever I play like a new game that's like very, very story heavy, I'm like, damn, dude, it would be so nice to, even in certain conversations in Starfield where somebody will bring something up, I'm like, damn, I wish I could highlight that and like read about it. I'm sure there's a way to read about it in the game somewhere else, but like it's cool. That's such a cool feature. Underrated. Great.
Yeah, it's great. It's so difficult and laborious. Holy moly, man. Yeah. It's interesting to think about how useful that could be as a rule moving forward for big AAA games. And it's basic because what was cool about that, which I don't think I put on which I don't think I put quite a point on when I was talking about it when I was playing the game, was it's such a deep level of optional immersion that you almost look at it as a waste of time and money when you're making a game like that. And yet it adds so much to it and has so much potential to change other games by making them real, living, breathing worlds with lots and lots of deep understanding of the fictional histories of their worlds and so on and so forth. I thought that was one of the coolest parts of Final Fantasy 16. Finally, number 5. Sony has revealed its slate of games coming to PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium, the mid-tier and highest tier of the somewhat recently revamped PS Plus service. The following games, and more expensive as well. The following games will be available from September 19th to active subscribers of both tiers, and many of the titles have a distinctly Japanese flavor to them, though certainly not all. Sorry, Dustin. Starting us off in 2021's action RPG Nier Replicant on PS4, a kind of remake of 2010's PS3 game Nier from publisher Square Enix and defunct studio Cavia. Square Enix also offers up 2 Tri-Ace-developed JRPGs, Star Ocean Integrity of Faithlessness, first launch on PS4 in 2016, and Star Ocean The Divine Force, first launch on PS4 and PS5 in 2022. Meanwhile, Sega offers the Vanillaware-developed 2020 PS4 adventure strategy title 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim, and Sega-owned imprint Atlas likewise contributes the Vanillaware-developed 2016 RPG Odin Sphere Leiftweiser. I never knew how to really say that. Launched as a re-release of the classic 2017 PS2 game on PS4 alongside a Vita version, which is obviously not included here. Publisher Take-Two's 2K imprint offers up the superb 2016 turn-based strategy game Civilization 6 from Firaxis, which comes to PS4 in 2019. And developer Witchbeam's surprise hit puzzler Unpacking, launched on PS4 and PS5 in 2022, will likewise be available. Other games include the following on PS4, PS5, or both, depending. Paw Patrol the Movie, Adventure City Calls, West of Dead, Call of the Sea, Tales Noir, Contra Rogue Corps, Cloudpunk, The War of Mine Final Cut, Sniper Ghost Warrior Contracts 2, and Planet Coaster Console Edition. Meanwhile, the so-called classic games for the highest tier only premium somewhat stretch the bounds of the word when it comes to how old they are. Of the 4 games for premium, 3 come from Square Enix, and from the same franchise we noted earlier, Star Ocean. First Departure are Till the End of Time and The Last Hope. This is no doubt to tease the second the second Departure R game that's coming. I think that's what it's called. That a demo just went up for PS4. So they're obviously trying to get you into Star Ocean here. And likewise, Sega Atlas and Vanillaware step up once more with Dragon's Crown Pro on the PS4, the 2018 port of the amazing 2013 action RPG launched on PS3 and Vita in 2013. I don't know why I said that twice. There was one piece of news here as well. Oh, do you have something to say? Please.
No, I was gonna say, like, I'm looking at it, I was like, man, this month is not for me. Like, I wanted to play Dragon's Crown. I never got a chance to play it. But that's the only one on this list that seems interesting to me.
Dude, Dragon's Crown's awesome. Really, really awesome game. Loved it. And I'm sure it's awesome on PS4. I played it on Vita and PS3, so it was a lot different. The final piece of news here, this happened, and this was Chris was saying this. Did you say it on the air? But when we were in between recording sessions, I have no idea.
It was after we stopped, I think.
Right. Okay. Is that we have a sad piece of news here to stitch on. This comes from Polygon, website Polygon, which we rarely cite. Immortals of Aveum Studio lays off nearly half of staff weeks after release, it says. And it reads in part, quote, Immortals of Aveum creator Ascendant Studios has laid off nearly half of its staff, according to 3 people at the studio. Workers estimated that before the layoffs, the studio employed 80 to 100 people. Around 40 were laid off. Ascendant CEO Brett Robbins announced the layoffs in a meeting on Thursday. One former worker told Polygon that Immortals of Avium's poor sales were cited for the layoffs, which were said to be necessary to keep the studio running. Immortals of Aveum was released on August 22nd, blah, 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 end quote. So, it's a real shame, dude. That game was so great, and you stupid assholes would rather play Genshin Impact. You know? So I guess we get the gaming industry we deserve. Yeah. I mean, I understand people. I mean, in all seriousness, I understand the people's, I guess, general aversion to the Marvel style writing. This is something I wanted to say to you, actually, Chris. Was we talk about the Marvel writing? Yeah. And you said that I think you saw clips, right?
I saw one clip where a character was like, "They're right behind me, aren't they?" or something. Or sorry, right behind me, isn't he? And I remember looking, I was like, "Ah, geez." But it's, I don't know, it's not that big of a deal. Like if what it's attached to is good, I do think it doesn't really matter. I do think it tends to. It's just that's such a rookie mistake. That specific line is just such a, like, you got to know that that's a line that people are going to make fun of. So why would you put it in? But you were going to say something though, right?
Yeah, well, I was just, I was thinking about that, and I think I'm somewhat not immune to it, but I haven't been exposed to Marvel dialogue very much, or Marvel style dialogue, where it doesn't probably bother me as much as it probably bothers other people. And I think when you see a product like Immortals of Aveum and you think about the common nerd consumer that has been immersed in the MCU and immersed in a lot of similar kind of fare over the last 10 or 15 years, right? Maybe something like this wears on you a lot thinner, but for me, it didn't feel that way. Like, I didn't get that vibe of it being even, like, I was looking at it being like, this is pretty well written. Not all of it, but not all the dialogue, but I was like, this is good. Like, this is good. It's a real shame, dude. This is a fucking shame. It really is.
It sucks. It sucks too that, like, and we like to make fun of the consumer a little bit, but they didn't do this game any favors by putting it out at this time, man. Like, it's just, this is a bad time for this game to come out. Like, just not good. I'm not saying necessarily that, like, there was an obvious better time, but, like, I feel like, I don't know, man, Starfield, Baldur's Gate, like, these aren't games that are necessarily that have necessarily a huge amount of overlap with the type of person who might play Immortals of Aveum, but it's definitely going to dominate the conversation around it to the point where no one's even going to hear about this game. Like, I really feel like they would have benefited greatly from, like, maybe delaying until, I don't know, January or February or something, or just something where they could breathe a little bit and have a little bit more of the conversation focused on them and get some distance from these massive tentpole games. I mean, this year's just stacked in a way that we haven't seen before, and they just EA does this sometimes. They just take a great Titanfall 2 is like one of the biggest examples of, like, just what a travesty, because that game's so good and it just they murdered it, like, out the gate for no reason. It's crazy. That's still cited as, like, a great game still to this day. Like, people bring it up now, and a lot of that is because it was just a great game, but also because, like, man, it got treated so unfairly that year. And I'm not, and that's not saying Immortals of Aveum is Titanfall 2 quality. I have no idea, but I definitely don't. I don't know. I get the sense based on what I've seen of it that it's nowhere near as bad as it's being treated as. And I'm looking forward to playing it. That'll probably be, like, something I dive into super soon, because I want I like shooters like that, and I'm curious to see what it's all about. But yeah, it's really sad.
Yeah,
really sad.
EA Originals is taking a little bit of a beating because there was a rumor going around, or not a rumor, someone posted on Reddit, on the Wild Hearts Reddit.
Yeah.
Like someone in the know saying like the game is basically, they're going to announce that they're not going to support it anymore soon. So that came out earlier in the year. And then Immortals of Aveum, the Polygon story says, quote, one former worker told Polygon that Immortals of Aveum is likely one of Electronic Arts' worst selling originals, end quote. I was talking to someone behind the scenes in the know on things, a friend of mine in the industry, like a really knowledgeable industry person. And he was like, dude, that game, like you can't even imagine how bad that game bombed, like to maybe tens of thousands of copies or something like that. And the big shame is first of all, it's awesome that Ascendant can stay alive, and hopefully like the spirit of that as they get something else going. Hopefully there's a publisher out there. It would be, in an ideal world, it would be EA itself who knows the quality of this game and says like, we'll fund another one and we'll try again because we have something here and we're the ones that messed up a little bit and how we timed it, how we positioned it. Maybe we didn't market it right. Maybe we spent too much money on it, blah, 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 blah. I'm not saying this game deserves to sell millions and millions of copies. I'm saying Immortals of Aveum deserved its 1 million sold press release. It's certainly that good at the very least. Not to sell fewer than probably 50,000 copies or something and everyone to write it off.
Yeah.
I mean, to say that EA ate shit on this game is to put it lightly. And it says something to the deal that Ascendant had with them that they don't have to shut the whole studio down. They probably got a big lump sum of money. I'm sure EA is taking a big loss on this one, and we'll learn more about it when they do their next financial report. But it just sucks because EA Originals is so cool. It's such a good idea. And I think both of the games they released this year were good. I didn't play Wild Hearts, but I heard good things about it. And they just tough out there, you know?
Yeah. It's a year, man. This is a year that you can't be caught lacking, because this is we've talked about this ad nauseum on the show, but like this is gonna be one of the all-time years for sure, obviously.
Yeah, I definitely think so. We were just on actually the Halo 3 conversation. Dagan and I were talking, and I again, we were stealing the Red Letter Media idea of reading a little like blurb at the beginning of how we feel about the game. And I was reading mine, and I wrote about how Halo 3 reminds me of my first year at IGN full time and how insane that year was. And that even with a year with like Mass Effect and BioShock and Modern Warfare and
Portal,
Super Mario Galaxy and the Orange Box. And yeah, it's fucking it's nuts how many games came out that year. And Halo 3 is still a game that somehow sold something like 11 million copies in 6 weeks. You know?
Yeah.
And how that's like a phenomenon at that time. Games didn't sell like that back then.
No.
And still games don't typically sell that many copies, but that they do more regularly. That would be like the best selling game ever, 10 years before that.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. I really think Immortals of Aveum is great. It's truly great. I know some people are just almost everyone's going to shrug it off, but if you see it in the future on sale for half off it's like, that's a steal, dude, a steal. But I'm sure at some point you'll see it for like $10, and then that's like highway robbery at that point. So definitely check it out. You'll see what I'm talking about. And it's a shame that I deleted the thread because it didn't make any sense because there was nothing to say about it. Someone wrote in on the thread this week, and that's part of what you can do over at patreon.com/laststandmedia, as you know. And he said something like, wow, like he was making fun of me, basically saying like, Colin, your taste is always so questionable, but you were totally right about Immortals of Aveum, and like went on and on about how good the game was. And I should have used it, but I didn't know that this news was going to happen at the time I wrote the article. So, so nonetheless, you guys can go read more about that. Polygon broke that story, but I'm sure that EA and Ascendant will say something soon. I'm glad that the studio seems to be alive. And as I was saying earlier, is that if EA is so stupid not to see the potential in these guys to give them money to do another game of some sort, even if it's not another Immortals of Aveum game, I hope some publisher out there sees the talent here. They made something great. And for Christ's sake, dude, if Dead Island 2 could sell 3 million copies or whatever, and I like Dead Island 2, I think it's good, and I platinumed it. So I platinumed Immortals of Aveum as well. Immortals of Aveum is fucking way better than Dead Island 2.
Yeah, I could I could believe that. Yeah.
So that's a shame. I'm glad both games did well.
Yeah, not an insult to Dead Island, but like I mean, like
right.
Yeah. I mean,
I would want both games to do both well. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I'm just mumbling. Let's get into the listener inquiries. Mumble. 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience. submitted on patreon.com/lastnaymedia. Remember, we could not do it without you over there. That's how you can support us. $5 a month gets you early ad-free access to every episode of this show, every episode of Defining Duke, our Xbox podcast, every episode of Punching Up, our Nintendo podcast, every episode of Knockback, our Retro Nostalgia podcast, every episode of Constellation, our conversational podcast, 2 episodes of Sacred Symbols Plus, which is our expansion of the Sacred Symbols universe, twice a week, only on Patreon, Defining Duke, Ultimate. I mean, there's a lot. Yeah. Go support us over there. You'll get your money's worth, I promise. Timmy Tolkien wrote in. He said, "Hey, CC, this one's for Colin. We all have backlogs, but there's 2 games that Colin has mentioned multiple times in recent months that he would like to play at some point, Skyrim and Final Fantasy XIV. As an avid trophy hunter myself, Skyrim is long but has a relatively straightforward platinum. Final Fantasy XIV is more accessible than ever, as it now has NPC support for dungeons, meaning you can play the vast majority of the game as a solo player. I think even a few hours spent on Final Fantasy XIV will be enough time to decide if it's for you or not. As someone who spent hundreds of hours on MMOs such as ESO, Final Fantasy XIV, and Fallout 76, I think a conversation around these types of games would make for a great episode of Sacred Plus. Thank you all. Thank you for all things LSM, and have a great day." Thank you, Timmy Tolkien. Good to hear from you. I didn't know you were real when I conjured your name up those months ago. So, Chris, I wanted to talk to you about this one-on-one. I thought this would be interesting.
Yeah.
Not so much Final Fantasy XIV, because I've looked at Final Fantasy XIV and I've studied it and I've thought a lot about it, and I just don't think it's going to do it for me. Skyrim, I think, could do it for me. I think it broaches that ambition that stresses me out, the inability for me to the paralysis I experience in games like that, where I'm like, right, I don't know what to do. But I'm intrigued by it. Do you think that I was thinking about something bold. I was thinking recently about how I might spend my Christmas, assuming that there's nothing I really want to play or like nothing outstanding. I don't know how it's going to all work out. And I was thinking that I wanted to play some Call of Duty games. And then I was thinking Skyrim would be an interesting game to play. But
yeah.
Do you think I would like it? Do you think I should play the PS5 version of Skyrim, just straight up?
I mean, it's a seminal game, and I think wintertime's a perfect time for Skyrim. Personally, like that's like a great. That's like when I played it, and it was like there's like a coziness to it. It's in a cold kind of fridge, but look, man, I have never been. It's so funny to think about it because I like when I first played Fallout 3, I hated it. Like I couldn't stand it. And, you know, I just didn't get it. I was like, what the fuck am I doing in this classroom? Like this shooting feels so fucking horrible in comparison. Because you have to understand, like Fallout 3, like I was in high school. I wasn't really that. I only just started getting into the games industry, really. Like I was playing games forever, but like really paying attention to stuff. And then I remember just playing Fallout 3 like a year after Halo 3 and being like, the shooting in this is fucked in comparison. And like I can't understand this. Like this just I don't get it. And it took me years to really get into it. And I think it was after Skyrim that it made me like understand, where it's like, oh, this is doing something way, way different. And I kind of have to meet it where it's at if I'm gonna get the fullest experience out of it. I think Skyrim's great. I think the mod, like with all of the DLCs attached to it and all of the like the quality of life changes, and it's still very much that game. It's still very Bethesda. It's got that jank to it. It's not going to play like an amazing hack and slash combat game, but it's a really rich world. And I think, I don't know, it is paralyzing. And I get that, but I don't know. You've never played Skyrim at all.
I played it when it came to PS3 and it just didn't function. So I played it for 5 hours, maybe.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely more stable now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you should. I think there's really cool shit in that game. The main quest is whatever, but it really is the side content, like the side quests that you get involved in is they're all really, really cool. Like the Dark Brotherhood quest in particular is like one of my favorites. Like I love that entire quest line, and it's just fun. There's an explorative nature to it where like just getting stopped by some random NPC like while you're like exploring and he's like, you've committed a crime over there. We remember that. You didn't think we saw that guy you shouted off a mountain, like because you thought you were alone? No, we saw that. And that even though that happened like 7 hours ago, we're catching up to you now because fuck you. And I remember just feeling like blown away by shit like that. And it's really mundane and trivial now. It's so funny, but Skyrim's a special game, and I think you owe it to yourself to at least see it through to the point where you personally feel like you've seen enough. and not because like the game is fucked. You know, like I think having like a version of Skyrim where, oh, you don't finish it or you don't get far enough into it to see what's really, really cool about it because the version that you're playing is just absolutely fucked. I think that's a disservice to both you and the game. You know, whether it's for you or whether you fall off of it is, I mean, that's another story entirely. But I mean, you know, at the very least, you'll know that it was on, you know, the game's terms and not, you know, or it was on your terms and not like the fucked hardware, because that PS3 version of Skyrim is hilarious.
Yeah, it was bad. I remember we didn't get it until we had to go buy it, as I remember. And because that's what people are so funny with the conspiracies around Starfield, like, oh, they only sent copies of games to people that would review it well and all that, or that they would be more likely. I'm like, dude, PR has been manipulating shit like this at companies forever, like in all sorts of different ways. It's not new at all. You're just paying attention to it for the first time, and that's kind of their right to do it. So they stopped everyone from playing the PS3 game. Like, we just didn't know how it was going to work until close to. That's why people thought the review was insane on IGN. Like, what? Like, the game doesn't work. But it was based on the PC version, as I recall. I'm looking at my trophies. I went and looked it up. I played it in November of 2011, right before Thanksgiving, and I guess I gave up. So it's like I have the first trophy on the 11th and the last one on the 27th. And I have the trophy for like getting to level 10, learning 3 words of a shout, absorb a dragon soul, buy a house, complete 50 miscellaneous objectives. So I guess I played a little more than I thought, but not. I only have 3 story trophies. Yeah. So I didn't play very much, but I'd like to. Yeah, man, I'm gonna really deeply consider this on PS5.
Yeah.
In the future, I already own it. I think maybe not the PS5 version because you probably have to buy it separately, but I own one of them. Yeah, the trophies look good. There's the expansions and all the rest. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there's a whole vampire expansion that's really fucking cool.
Yeah, the 3 expansions here are called.
I think it's Dawnguard, Hearth. Oh my god, what was
Dawnguard, Hearthfire, and Dragonborn.
Yeah, I didn't play Dragonborn. I fell off of it.
Yeah, maybe I'll check it out. I don't know.
You know what happened was like I found like I got so deep into my 360 file where like I put like 70 or like 60 hours into it, and then I lost it. Like it all just went away, and I was like, oh, that's so rough. It's so sad.
I wouldn't play anymore without the cloud, man. It just it eases my fears.
Dude, I tried to replicate it. I tried to like, okay, what do I remember that I had? Like, because when it came to PS4 and Xbox One, many years later, I was like, ooh, yay, I get to go back, and I kept being like, I'm never gonna be who I was. I'm never gonna be that awesome character that I spent so much time. This is over. So Skyrim's kind of, it sucks because like in that way, Skyrim's kind of ruined for me. Because like I just don't have that character anymore, and that was just so much time. But luckily, we're in a very, very different time now, where cloud saves exist and are reliable, and you know, there's cross save and all this stuff. Like it would have saved my life so much if.
Yeah, it was still that era where there was not much interactivity yet.
No, not at all.
Saves. It's the same thing with batteries on console and all the rest. I'm looking at howlongtobeat.com. And it says main story, which I'm not going to do, is 34 and a half hours. Main and sides, 109 hours. I've probably spent 100 or more hours with only a small handful of games, but the way people talk about Skyrim, I don't know, it's probably worth a go these 12 years later. I just don't know if I'm going to have time this. But the holiday, you're right. Because I remember it being a Christmassy. Well, first of all, it is Skyrim snowy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a very like frigid kind of like icy place. There's some places that are like melted down a little bit, but like yeah, it's a very frigid kind of landscape. And so I remember feeling like really at home in winter in New York playing Skyrim, and it just felt really good.
All right, we had a technical problem there, so we're back. We have no idea what we're talking about. We'll just move on to the question. Mac the Knife wrote in. Nice reference. I love that song. Hey all, what are your thoughts on cinematic trailers? While I don't have a problem with these, I'm decreasingly interested in them, especially for new IP. The skeptic in me always wonders, what are they hiding? Cyberpunk comes to mind as one that was slow at revealing the gameplay, and I remember it seemed like people were assuming it would be third person because The Witcher was third person. Once first person was revealed, it seemed to change the vibe and discussion around the game pre-release. This is a minor irk, but just wondered if you all sympathize or can alternatively shed some light on why devs push these versus gameplay sooner or later. Thanks for all the content. I mean, the reason is hype and marketing. I mean, that's the reason and excitement. But whether or not they're useful or purposeful, I think, is another question entirely. I think I have an interesting insight into this, in that, not insight, and just an opinion, Chris, in that I used to love, I still do, but Japanese role-playing games when I was a kid, right? On SNES and PS1 is a really great example of this. Because on PS1, because of the space of the discs, they were allowed to kind of implement anime intros, and you get little anime interstitials. Dude, Mega Man 8 had an anime intro, which was like, and all these interstitials with the horrible voice acting and all the rest. It was so dope. And part of me grew up in an era where I kind of understood fundamentally they're showing you two different things: the game in its pristine form and the game as you play it. And for some reason, I never let that go. So that when I see something like everyone's freaking out about fair games or something, I'm like, I don't know, man. What's the big deal? It's like, I want the way the game looks too. Like, what is the big fucking deal? Like, why is everyone melting down? This is the way it is. But then there's the argument that it doesn't need to be that way anymore. Now you can have anime quality RPGs that don't have to have those interstitials, right? So I don't know. That to me, I think always programmed my mind in some sense to be like, this isn't the end of the world the way people talk about this. As long as they're being, it's not a Killzone 2 situation where they're lying basically about it.
Or they're pretending it's gameplay. Yeah.
As long as they're being honest about everything, I think that does. I don't know, man. I don't see the problem with it personally.
Yeah, I don't know. I like a good CG trailer every now and again. I think the ones that stick out to me, like the one that I really, really remember really fawning over was the BioShock. There was a CG trailer for BioShock that really, really captivated me. It was like, I bet if I were to look up that trailer now, it would still look incredible. Like the design of it, like the fidelity of it, like the texturing of it, like, and it was just I think just the first person perspective of like the main character fighting in Rapture, and there's this great scene where he's holding up his hand and like the Big Daddy drills through his hand, and then he like shoots. It's super fucking cool, and I think it shows you enough of what the game is going for and what the game is trying to be, that I think it kind of transcends into. Yeah, it's not gameplay, but it's pretty informative of what the vibe is, and it tells you a lot about the game. Like if you compare the original CG trailer for BioShock to the gameplay, it looks wildly different, but it's also not misleading at all. Like it's very much what that game ended up being in a lot of ways. And so like I think there are certain ways that they can do it. I think certain CG trailers are kind of useless. They're like those teaser like I thought the one with oh my God, what the fuck was that 70s looking? It wasn't Fair Games.
Oh, Concord.
Yeah, Concord and Contraband are both like Contraband on the Xbox side. Both of them, like, I mean, I don't really see any value in that. Like, there's really not. I guess there's a tone, I guess, but even that's kind of up for interpretation because it's just kind of 70s vaguely, I guess. That doesn't really do much for me, especially because it's a new IP. We don't really know what to expect. I'm a lot more forgiving of this kind of thing when it comes to like sequels. You know what I mean? Like when it comes to I don't know. I remember that Halo 3 cinematic trailer being fucking really cool because you understood what Halo 3 was going to be in some way. It might have evolved in some way from Halo 2, but you kind of understood what to expect. Same thing with any given established IP. I'm a lot more forgiving of that stuff, but I generally agree that new IP need to be a little bit more. If they're going to do CG stuff, that it needs to be a little bit more like BioShock and a little bit less like Concord. Where they need to show you like what I thought Fair Games actually was a good example of, although I guess we don't know exactly what Fair Games will be, but I have a pretty good idea based on.
Yeah, they were the reveals of those two games were very different. Concord seemed very
teaser,
stapled together, and teaser.
Well, exactly. I think the purpose of those trailers specifically is to attract talent. As far as I know, like based on the people that I've spoken to, it's like a lot of times like these types of trailers that are very, very vague. Or like the Elder Scrolls 6 or whatever, where it's just like a flyover of like the wilderness. It's less about what the game, although that to some extent kind of falls into what I was talking about before. It was like, we know what the Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be to some extent. We have a better idea.
10 years.
Yeah. In 54 fucking years when Todd's when Todd's a Draugr.
Why did they announce it so early? What the hell are they thinking with that?
I don't know. Strange. I think they just needed to be like, hey, the Fallout 76, we're sorry, but like that's not the future. Don't worry. I think it totally bit them in the ass. But yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of times that stuff is like, hey, we're working on the Elder Scrolls 6. Who wants to come? You know, because if you're really passionate about something, right? If you're really like excited to work on the Elder Scrolls 6, and then you see that they're working on the Elder Scrolls 6 and you know that it's not going to be out for a long time, that's probably really alluring to some talent where it's like, I get to be there from like, you know, the ground floor. It's pretty cool. But it's more for the industry than it is for us. Like it almost is kind of befuddling that it would even be at showcases meant clearly for audience stuff. And like, I feel like that stuff should be at like GDC or something, you know?
It's they ask, they show Elder Scrolls 6 and they say like, well, who wants to come? And then you see Donald Trump and he says,
I'm gonna come.
I'm gonna come. Do not come. Do not come. Mac the Knife, thank you for writing in. Greg Hommel wrote in and said, man, you guys seem so wrong to me regarding the strike. So he's talking about what's going on in Hollywood right now.
Right.
If the creatives were truly more important than the non-creatives wouldn't exist. They are imperative. The creatives are interchangeable. What? The function of what's happening, regardless of how anyone feels, is that a new technology has emerged that devalues and eases access to the work of creatives. In response, they have demanded that their employers don't utilize the technology and that they receive an 11% increase in pay for that less valuable work. Does that seem backwards to any of you? I just fundamentally disagree with the entire premise of it.
Yeah.
I've gone into this before that you can't, the AI is trained on them.
Yeah. And it's not an 11% increase in pay. It's what they should have been earning before. Like it's not like they're asking for a bunch of money out of nowhere. It's the money that would have gone to them had it not been for this like loophole in the system. Like, look, I don't know, I'm asinine comment. Like I appreciate you. Like I don't understand what you're saying. I don't understand how somebody could give like a genuine argument that the businessmen are more integral to the creative process than the creatives. Like it makes inherently no. It's like saying like, oh, doctors. Who needs doctors when you have the health insurance execs?
Right.
Like,
yeah, exactly. I don't understand it either.
You need doctors because without the doctors, you die. And like we've had incredible art we had incredible art long before business people found a way to weasel their way into positions of middlemen for creatives. Like that's not to say that their input can't proliferate. That's not to say that their input can't help proliferate said art wider than it ever maybe could have been on its own, or maybe that's not to say that they can't help smooth things along, or maybe that their skill sets aren't useful in the organization of some things. Like they are, but make no mistake, like they're riding on the coattails of creatives. It's not the other way around. Like this art would exist in some way, shape, or form without the business people. It just might not be as universally, popular or accepted or like whatever have you. Like it might not proliferate to a global status, and maybe people might make less money but still make a lot of money. But like, I mean, I don't know. Like this seems like a really confusing view of the world to suggest that the guy who approaches you, like I think about it in the context of like musicians, right? Like how like musicians are out and they're playing shows, and I'm talking about like indie people, right? Like they're out, they're playing, they're writing their music, they're out, they're getting gigs on their own or whatever, and then some agent in the crowd goes like, "Hey, look, you guys are great. I'm going to help you get to the next stratosphere," and then they do that. It's not to say that guy didn't help, but that the art existed already. Like that businessman had to seek that art out in order to get anything out of it. So I disagree with the core premise of his comment. Really, like I can't fathom that perspective at all.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think you can even totally steelman what you're saying even further by saying that when that executive who understands business and all that stuff goes and tries to manipulate an act to make them more marketable, they go to artists to do it.
Yeah.
Right. You go to producers and sound engineers and all that kind of stuff. The people that know the craft, that are paid a lot of money to do it. I am I am really concerned, Chris, about what it says about a lot of people that they don't care about this. Not from a striking or labor perspective even, but from a specific artificial intelligence perspective.
Right.
If you really feel out, and this is, I'm just going to shoot straight with you. Like, if you really are of the mind that you don't mind being inundated with AI created art and entertainment in the future, you're a fucking robot.
Yeah.
Because it is all about the human instinct, and everything that the AI knows about how to write like a human comes from humans. And just because it's being mechanized and eased doesn't make it better. The novel, the great novel that struggled over, is impressive in the end result, but impressive in the formation of it as well. And that's part of the human experience. That's what I said last week about humanities. Like, that's the word,
right,
for writing and for literature and for movies and
yeah. And also,
how could you want this? Like, how could you want it?
Yeah.
How could you really feel that way about people? Not again, divorce the labor. Let's say that you're one of the people that thinks a garbage man should make more than a TV writer. You're probably right.
Yeah.
Right. But whatever. Say you're one of those people. Do you still not see that when you sit down to read a book that it's written by someone at a fucking computer or a typewriter or on a pad, and then people read them and edit them and go over them and mature them and get them ready to, and that's part of it. And that mechanizing that removes the soul of all of it and makes it akin to eating Soylent Green.
Yeah.
You know, instead of a fucking steak. I don't get it.
It's crazy. I just don't. I don't know what else to say about it, really, other than it baffles me that this is the perspective, and also just like, and maybe some people view it as like a utilitarian type thing too, or it's like I don't care if a garbage man is taking my garbage. It could be a robot for all I care. It's like, so why would I care about it in the writer's room? It's like, I guess if that's your deeply, I mean, that's a really, I can't even imagine being in a brain that would perceive the world that way. That would be so sad, I think. But I don't know. I don't feel this way at all about any of this. The exact opposite.
Yeah, it's I don't know, man. It's scary.
You could also argue. By the way, that an increase in pay for work that's less valuable. You could argue that it's actually more valuable now with the inundation of mechanized work. That like the sheer speed at which AI is able to flood the market with like ostensibly garbage theoretically would lead to an increase in the value of human made work, creatively speaking, because it's what it now becomes like a more sought after or like it becomes more premium in that way.
Right. I agree with you.
So you can
yeah, I think that will be a tagline on a movie or a TV show or a game in the future.
Oh yeah,
like
no AI.
Made without AI. And the reference I've used in the past was the Rage Against the Machine records would always say made without turntables. You know, and like, because to basically say like we're actually scratching on the guitar, we're actually making turntable noises and keyboard noises and stuff on string instruments, and so you want to make that clear, and that kind of gives you a little bit of a little something. But I don't know, man.
It's crazy. It's crazy out there. And by the way, like I've seen a lot of people attributing a lot of praise to certain AI things that aren't even AI. Like the AI song covers have been like really funny and like amusing for a while. But I saw one recently where it was like some metalcore version of like Plankton from SpongeBob singing about the secret formula or something. And it was like, it's really, really good. And I remember thinking like, this is awesome. And somebody was like, wow, AI is doing amazing stuff. It's like, this isn't AI, dude. Like this is some guy, like it's AI in the sense that there's almost like a voice changer applied to the main guy to make him sound like these characters. But this is all like an original, and AI couldn't do this well. Like that's why it's all original except for this like voice changer to make it a little bit more memey. But like there's still a lot of human input that's very, very necessary. And it's so funny that like some of the most popular AI driven works that I've seen are just, they're not even truly AI. They're not even truly AI. So I mean, think about that, you know?
Yeah, I don't know, man. This is a complex and quickly evolving and adapting situation. And I'll say straight out, I could give a flying fuck what a computer has to say about love loss or whatever, trained on actual writers. I care about the computer calculating the orbit of a satellite. I care about the computer adding 2 and 2, and I care about the computer giving me the information I asked it for. I do not care about the synthesis of human experience. by computers. And people that embrace that stuff, it is unnatural and weird. And it's weird that you want to be entertained with that kind of stuff. It isn't the human element of all of it. Doesn't that matter to you? I think about that with everything I watch, everything I view, everything I read. I think about the human element. When I watched, I love that. I was talking about that show Severance on Apple TV. When I was watching, I was thinking constantly about the camera work, about the acting, about the level of the writing, about the set design, and how people did it. And that's when I play a game. I think about when I was playing Twisted Metal, I was thinking deeply about Jaffe sitting there fucking making this thing. You know, isn't that part of it? Well, you know him. He's there, like he's your friend now, and he made this thing, and this is what made him famous. It didn't come from a computer. I'm so disappointed that people feel that way. And Greg, I wanted to read your article, or your inquiry rather, not to bash on you, but to represent that a lot of people do feel like this, and you have the right to feel that way. But I will say, I'm a staunch defender in some way of the executive and the non-creative as well. Like I have been in the past. I just think, because I think they are important. I think there's a whole series of skills that get a game to mass market that goes from outside of the realm of creating it. Totally. You can make the coolest shit in the world, and if you don't know how to get it out there, it doesn't matter what you did. And if you don't know how to fund it, and you don't know how to manage it and produce it and all that, that stuff all matters. But to claim, and so I've always said, you know, don't bash on the CEO and the CFO and the COO and all that kind of stuff. Like that's important stuff.
It's important. People just have to know, like, who has the coattails and who's writing it, you know? Like, and I think ultimately, exactly right. I think a lot of people just kind of have it reversed. And especially in the online ecosystem that we have now, like, I mean, you could argue that a lot of this stuff is, a lot of the services that are, like, a lot of the services that would have been necessary for these people in the past are, like, kind of like, not that they're not important now, they still are, but if you're an independent musician or whatever, you have a million ways to get your stuff out there. And you have a lot of ways to do it on your own without having to negotiate a contract through like a network or anything, in ways that you had before. So like in many ways, like the value of the executive or whoever, it's not to say that it's, you know, completely nothing, but it's arguably less than it used to be, you know, because it's so much more open than it used to be. Like I didn't need to, the fact that I'm even where I am right now, right? Like I'm on this show. I got here because of like X, Y, and Z that I was able to do like literally on my own. Like I didn't meet with like some executive somewhere to get like my show picked up or whatever. I didn't need to do that. There was a time where I probably would have needed to do that, but I'm thankful that I don't have to. Right. But the show exists. Despite the absence of that person.
Right.
And
you're right.
Yeah.
And well, I think the perfect illustration that comes to mind for me, I don't know, I just think this works great, is like a man comes into a room with a plate and on it is a piece of white bread with peanut butter on it. Right. And that piece of bread with peanut butter on it would be pretty damn good on its own, in my opinion. Right. But then and he's the creative. Right. He's got something good and he's ready to go. A man walks in on the other side of the room with a plate with a piece of bread on it and it's got jelly on it.
Right.
And it's like, well, the peanut butter is pretty good on its own, but we can put these together,
right, and
have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, you know? And to me, I'm like, yeah, that's exactly the relationship between art and economics. It's just that one should be leading the other. Executives are vastly overpaid. The difference in the monies that people make and where things go all across the board is egregious and offensive. It's offensive to the very foundation of capitalism, because some people say that is capitalism. And I'm like, no, it's vulture capitalism. Capitalism is a person making $10 million a year as the CEO of a major corporation to me. Yeah. And a worker making whatever they make. And when people beat up the writers and they say like, well, I built a house. Do I get to get paid for it forever? And I'm like, okay, fair argument. Interesting argument. My argument is just that why can't everyone just get as much as they can?
Right.
To me, generally speaking, workers supporting workers is good against a vulture managerial class that profits a great deal off of it and would have nothing to sell, which goes back to the peanut butter and jelly thing. It's like no one wants a fucking piece of bread with jelly on it. You can imagine a piece of bread with peanut butter on it. Your jelly makes the peanut butter and augments it, makes it better.
Right.
But the peanut butter, it's like you said about the show, it exists. And I could just eat this piece of bread with peanut butter on it and be fine. And I just, so that's the thing that everyone needs to focus on, is the complete vulture capitalism, which I think really really, you're getting into that in the weeds with the Hollywood stuff, which is why it really speaks to me, in that this stuff exists in perpetuity and people just make tons of money on it, because people will make the argument that we were talking about Aaron Paul and how he doesn't get money for Breaking Bad. And it's like, yeah, because and it's like people write in and say, yeah, Netflix signed an agreement with the company that said that they weren't going to give any money to him. Netflix doesn't owe him anything. And I'm like, yeah, but it doesn't make it right. Why are these things happening?
Yeah. I also feel like I disagree. I feel like they do. Like if they're making money off of content that's made specifically that people seek out specifically for the people that are in them, and that's absolutely true with Breaking Bad. I don't know. Maybe they don't legally owe them anything, but
well, that's what I'm saying. Legally, yeah. The licensor, right, owes them something, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. Contract.
But I agree with you, dude. Apple Plus is the great example of this, because they have so few things, but it's like good. Yeah, you don't need this volume of stuff, and then you can't pay for any of it. You know, and people want. Why would you want your entertainer? Why would you want anyone to get ripped off? And why would you want the gratuitously rich to get gratuitously richer? I don't mind people making lots of money. I want money.
Yeah,
you know, like I want as much money as I can possibly get.
I would like a lot more people to make a lot more money.
Right. That's exactly
how I feel about it. It's like and that would be possible if, you know, if certain things were a little bit differently, and it wouldn't even hurt. It wouldn't even hurt the people at the top really all that much. They would still be profoundly rich beyond most people's wildest dreams. So that's exactly right. Like generationally rich. I don't begrudge anyone that. I just think it's gotten fucking crazy. I mean, I don't even have to bring it up. Just go read the stats about wealth inequality. It is the problem, in my opinion. I think everything else is a distraction from money. 100%.
And how a person's experience, dude, I think about it from my own perspective. Like, I do pretty well for myself. I'm very grateful. And my experience is a lot different than someone that makes $25,000 a year. And it sucks. You know, like that's a harsh reality for another human. And so you would want, just instinctively, I don't want to lose anything I have. I want something more for them, though. And I don't think it's crazy to say that, you know, there's a huge gap between the people who have nothing and the people who have something. And that there's a huge gap between me, who does pretty well, to people above me. And I don't begrudge them that at all. But I think that there comes a point where it becomes insidious and gratuitous. And I see it in athletics. I see it in entertainment. I see it everywhere. Yeah. People making enormous amounts of money for nothing. Yeah. And that money, man, split between the people that really need it could like save a person's life. I don't know. There comes a point where if I was making that much money, I'd be like, I would probably just give most of this away at that point. Yeah. Yeah.
My favorite report is whenever like a company's like, we're going to lay off a bunch of people and also give our our CEO like a crazy bonus that would attribute to like years and years of those other people having jobs. That's always my favorite one, where it's like, what's happening? Exactly.
That's the true trickle down, dude. You know, like that saves a community, that saves a development of houses, that saves a family. Like, I don't know. I don't see it so reductively anymore. It makes me sound like a communist so much, which I'm not. But I'm a red-blooded capitalist through and through. I just think that this is broken capitalism. I just think it's broken. Yeah.
It's a really basic acknowledgement of what's observable. You know, it has nothing to. I don't even think it's ideological at all.
No, I don't think so. It's like one of the least political things I really feel. That's why I feel bummed saying it. Like when you say like it's about class, and that becomes something fundamentally third railish in some way. And I'm like, dude, it just is. It just fucking is. And it's really about, I would argue, like 99.9% of the people versus 0.1% of the people. And it's not about good or bad. It's about how can this imbalance just exist? That there's a person who has billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars, and then there's a person with nothing. If I had that much money, I think I feel like I would. My whole goal would be to change the world in some way, or do something small for some part of it.
Yeah, but I don't know. That's built in though. That's kind of built into the system, where it's like if you have that kind of inclination, you're probably not the kind of person who's willing to do the kinds of things that it would take to get to that amount of, because there's no question in my mind that anybody who has that amount of money had to do some really, I'm not saying necessarily illegal shit, but like, I mean, definitely borderline callous, stepping on people and being like, well, no, fuck this guy. I'm taking this company, you know what I mean? And you're not really that kind of guy. And
no,
those people aren't. I don't think those people are weighed down by those kind of moral things because they just don't. I don't think they think about them.
Well, that speaks to something I read. I saw an interview with Dana White recently from the UFC, where he was saying something about how soft the new generation is and how you can basically just roll them. And I thought that was a really interesting admission. He's like, they're nothing. Like you can just take them,
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, it's interesting. An interesting observation. I think a sort of Marxist class consciousness is not what I'm talking about. I just think people need to pay more attention to, and I think as I've made more money in my life, I've become more and more and more and more cognizant of it. If anything, I was the most fiscally conservative person in the world when I had nothing. And to me, it almost feels unnatural to be like, wow, you really benefited from a series. You worked hard. I worked hard. I made sacrifices and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, 1,000,000%.
But so too did the society serve you in X, Y, and Z ways or whatever. And I just don't know what a person, I guess what I'm saying is that like, there would be a time where I would make so much money that I would be like, I don't know what you even want me to do with all this money.
Yeah.
Now you got to give it away. Dude, I would love to have $100 million or something like that. I'm not saying that's not even the level of wealth I'm talking about. There's people that have so much more than that.
Like 10 times.
And at that point, I would be like, at that point, I've said this in the past that like my dream, if I and it's a weird thing. I don't know if people would think it would be an effective use of money, but I think the United States suffers from a lot of urban and suburban blight, where it's like abandoned buildings, abandoned houses, abandoned neighborhoods. My whole thing would be like, we're getting rid of as much of those as possible. Like we're knocking down entire abandoned neighborhoods in Detroit. We're just going to give it back to the earth and start again and like have a nice place to live, right? Without having to drive through this shit and see this stuff and be reminded of it. And just in perpetuity.
Yeah.
It's like East New York and places like that in Brooklyn. And like where you got to just do something. And Detroit, of course, is like I said, the prime example, and Flint and other places like that. But just, you would think people with a lot of money would want to do things like that because like, what do you really have to lose? You have so much money, dude. I mean, it's this simple. CDs right now are 5% or 6%. If you have $1 million and you just put it in a CD right now for a year, you will come out with the $1 million that you just put in and $60,000. You have enough money to just make money on it forever.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's not even like you need it. Like any smart person can make that money work forever.
Yeah.
Forever and ever and ever. So
yeah, it's easy. It's easy. Yeah. It's a lot easier. Like there comes a point where it's like kind of impossible to be poor again. You know what I mean? Like it's like once you have like an insane amount of money, then that kind of money just makes money. And that's great. That's whatever. Like you can be, I mean, we've run around the horn with this a couple times, but like, yeah, I don't mind people being rich. I would like to be rich. I'd very much like to be rich. And I would love my friends to be rich. I would love a ton of people that I know to be rich. It'd be great. And I think a lot of them could be. But like that money can't be sitting in fucking Switzerland, doing nothing. It's got to go back in some way.
Yeah, I don't know. We're going on and on. I don't want to.
Yeah.
Take up any more.
Sorry.
Yeah, well.
Sorry for my woke politics.
Yeah, I'm so, as everyone knows, I'm so woke. So yeah. I'm the wokest person you've ever met. Ben Scott wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC. I was recently watching Seinfeld, and Jerry has a bit about people and their books being displayed like trophies in their homes. He goes on to say that after you read a book, why keep it? It's not like when you reread Moby Dick, Ahab and the whale are suddenly going to become friends in the end." Which made me think about the people that go to libraries and read tons of books that might not have many books of their own, but are rich with the knowledge and experiences of having read them. This got me thinking about games and subscription services. I'm a no subscription services guy because I want to speak with my wallet and be able to return my games to return to the games to re-experience them without needing to pay for a service in perpetuity. However, while some games can end differently depending on the choices I make, I feel that most of the time games don't hit the same the second time, particularly if I really enjoyed them the first time. Suddenly, I feel like I see a perspective on subscription services that I hadn't considered before, all because of Jerry Seinfeld's hot take on book ownership. How do you feel about your experiences when returning the games? And how does the ability to do so weigh in your decision to buy them rather than paying to access them via subscription services? Interesting take, because I've thought about this too. The only thing in my life that I really actively collect outside of the random toys or whatever that I buy or that I shouldn't even say collect, but acquire, let's say, are books. And I have a shit ton of books.
Right.
And the answer is I have no idea why I have them at all. In some ways, there are trophies. Like you want people to see, oh, look at all the books I read.
Yeah, they're achievements.
Or look at all the books I have, you know? And there's something to that, of course. But I also love the visual of it. Like just I love this, the knowledge, the potential, the unknowns of a book, all that. But it is strange. And I love what he says about the guy who goes to the library and kind of modestly reads books without any of the outward proof that he knows what's in them, while you could have a shelf full of them and not know anything. That's pretty profound.
Yeah.
And it's not a surprise that something profound like that would be derived from Seinfeld. But I do think that, see, subscription services are interesting to me because I totally get it. I just choose not to participate like that because I don't have to financially, which I'm appreciative of. And I feel like because I'm in the financial situation and the critical and media, situation I'm in, that I should put my money where my mouth is for the health of the industry, for the health of the developers and publishers. And I think that that's important. And I think it's important to set that precedent. But I've long said, Chris, that that's not really your problem. Like the survival of Ascendant Studios and Immortals of Aveum, not really your problem. Right. I just choose to kind of take that on in some ways to just contribute something better. And I've used that as the farmer's market mentality of like going and buying more and paying more, even though you don't have to.
Yeah.
But for normal people, they'll just go to Publix or, Vaughn's and buy normal produce and be fine with that. And that's totally great. And I look at that as kind of subscription services in some sense. I think that there's a level of stubbornness with my own view of it, in that you can't deny the value of it. It's a matter of what he's saying. Do you ever want to go back to this stuff, or do you want to pay for them in perpetuity? And I think most people are safe to walk away from their games, which is why I think subscription services are certainly valuable as legacy devices. But what do you think about this?
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of different threads I feel like you can pull at. I personally I do. There is that aha moment that kind of happens with a game the first time. Like, there's never going to be a moment where I'm going to replay a BioShock and it's going to feel like the first time I played it, But at the same time, there's a complexity to certain games where I feel like, or there's so much interactivity inherent to them that there are things. I mean, dude, I was talking earlier about Halo 3, where like I played that game like not a million times, but like it feels like a million times before I even noticed this very specific thing that I just blew through a million times before and just decided to stop and, oh, it's different this time. And I think that's interesting that, unlike a book and unlike a TV show, I guess with the exception of maybe you just weren't paying that much attention, in which case, I don't even know why you're even watching or reading in the first place. But, in that sense, I feel like there is a different, I guess, classification for games as far as that goes. I think they are inherently a lot more re-experienceable than a lot of other mediums. Even something like movies, where like you can rewatch a movie a lot and you might enjoy it. There are movies that I rewatch a ton, but at a certain point, it almost kind of becomes like, I'll put this on because I've seen it a million times and I don't have to pay attention to it. Like I'll put it on like while I work. Something like Spider-Man 2 or Inglourious Bastards or like any given episode of Seinfeld or, Short Circuit. I really like Short Circuit. I'll put those movies on because I've seen them a million times and I don't have to watch them. It's just noise, and I can if I'm going outside to check the mail real quick, I'll come back and I'll see a scene and I'll understand the context of that scene because I don't think about it, and I'll be like, oh, it's this scene. And then I'll go back to working. You can't really do that with a game because a game demands it demands you to pay attention to it in a way that's very, very specific. And so I don't know how that ties into subscription services. I feel like is actually a great boon to the argument for them specifically in this industry versus other ones. Like what good does it do me to be subscribed to Netflix just because I know Seinfeld is there, when I know that I could just buy Seinfeld and it'll be the same Seinfeld today as it will be in 10 years, as opposed to, as opposed to something like, I don't know, even Starfield, where I'm still finding new things, or other RPGs where there are different ways to go about it, different endings, different characters to meet. Baldur's Gate, I can't even imagine how many permutations Baldur's Gate 3 has of like how many hours you could spend with that game. So I don't know. I don't really know how I feel about my experiences when returning to games, as far as at least as far as it delves into subscription services, because I'm subscribed to Game Pass, but I also buy all my games. I kind of don't know why I do it. I just feel like it's kind of interesting, and I also feel like, oh, you know, I'll give a game a try and then I'll buy it. Generally, like even if I didn't really vibe with it that much, if I played more than like 5 hours of a game, I'll buy it, because that's like indicative of something where it's like, okay, you got me, you know, I'll toss it.
Well, it's nice of you.
Yeah,
I think that.
I'm also. I mean, we're both in the fortunate position where we can, you know.
Right. And that's a huge point. And that's why, and it'll go into what I'm going to talk about with the next answer to our next question too, is that I think that you just can't deny that the general everyday value of a subscription service. I, again, just worry about what it indicates and and just its complete unsustainability.
Right.
And what that means for games. I mean, imagine a game like Immortals of Aveum in some way would have been blessed to have been on Game Pass compared to the way it was received.
Oh yeah, 100%.
But generally speaking, I just that's my major concern. So I guess we operate from a financially solid place, which is a blessing. But also, I think I just act in what I think is of some sort of benefit to the greater industry, in some sense that if everyone was able to act like this, we would have something very vibrant and healthy. So it would be hypocritical of me to do it otherwise. And I think people that buy physical games look at it like this, but I buy a lot of digital games and I look at it identically. I'm building a huge library of games that I know is going to be there. Like my PlayStation games digital games are not going anywhere. Beginning with PS4, there's not. Yeah. I'm so confident in that. I would think that Sony would have to go away forever for that to happen, at least in the next decades. You know. So anyway, so I feel the same way. So I have this back catalog. Do I revisit these games though? Not often. And it's nice to scroll through them though, and see what you've played and have the options and to own a huge catalog of games. I'm glad that I don't have them physically, because it would be a fucking nightmare.
Oh man, dude, moving alone. I think when I started moving apartments a lot, like early, like when I lived out here, I realized inherently that I would be changing apartments often, because that's just like the nature of like being young right now, is like people don't really live in the same place for a really, really long time. People switch apartments all the time. Just funny. But the idea of moving boxes and boxes of cases was so deeply unattractive to me. I was like, nah.
That's why when I moved here, I just gave all my games to Dagan.
Yeah.
It's interesting to think of how unencumbered I am from having literally hundreds of PS3 games alone.
Yeah.
Just trailing in 100 Vita games and all these random
fucking things. Nuts. Like I have my cases and stuff like at my parents' place, but I have with me like a CD kind of sleeve, like a CD. Oh my God, one of those. You know, it's like a almost like a binder for CDs, and that's all every single physical game I own is in there, and it's fine. It's one binder. It's like perfect.
It's dangerous stuff.
It is dangerous stuff, but it's also stuff that I know I'm never going to play anyway.
Yeah, that's fair. It's like when it used to be how catastrophic it was when people would get their CD cases stolen from their cars.
Oh my God.
And it's like your whole history. It's all gone. It's so
yeah. I had an entire box of games stolen when we were moving at some point, like when I was like really, really young. And that alone was like, oh, that hurts. It wasn't any game that like, as far as I remember, it wasn't any like it was like my secondary box of games where it's just like all the stuff that I didn't give a shit about. But I mean, speaking retroactively, there's probably like a lot of rare shit in there. So it's kind of, I don't know. Especially because so much of it was unplayed too. Like some of them was even had the shrink wrap on them. Sucks. I don't know what the fuck happened to it.
Reckless Knight wrote in. Said, hey, XQ, Chris, Professor Moriarty, and possibly Dustin. My dad is inheriting my sister's old PS4 Slim since she purchased a PS5 last month in preparation for Baldur's Gate 3. He isn't much of a modern gamer, however. He played lots of boomer shooters, Wolfenstein 3D, Doom, Quake, back in the 90s. He also played lots of Mario Kart, Party, and then Call of Duty in the early 2010s with me and my siblings. What games would you recommend to him as he joins the PlayStation ecosystem? Thanks, and I look forward to hearing your suggestions. So very similar to, and I said I was going to say this earlier, just in the last question, very similar to Ramon when I gave him my PS4 Pro and then just told him to subscribe to PlayStation Plus Extra. That is what I recommend. Mm-hmm. For this. That is perfect for this person. For the person who doesn't care about new games, who's in it in a casual way, or Game Pass if you have an Xbox. But since you're giving him the PS4 Slim, you got to go PS Plus Extra. I think that's just the sweet spot. And then he'll have a whole litany of options, including tons of games that fit the bill with all of those genres. So that's what I think. I wouldn't give him any specific games at all or aim him at anything. I would give him 3 months of PS Plus Extra and see if he likes it.
Yeah. That would be the best answer, I think. Like it frees you from making a recommendation that he might hate. It also frees him from the financial encumbrance of having to buy all these things. And it gives him primary choice of like just to pick things that he finds interesting. I mean, obviously, like, you know your dad better than we do, you know? So like, I would say like, if you have anything that you might know that he might like, then yeah, point him in that direction. But I think that's probably the right call is PS Plus. There's a ton of shit there at this point. Old and new.
Indeed.
So
yeah. And then we just talked about updates that were put maybe your dad will get really Star Ocean. It's perfect for your dad. You'll love that. You'll probably never touch a video game ever again.
No.
He's like, what is this degenerate shit? Lee is Cool Jenkins wrote in with our final inquiry and he says, hey boys, do you ever feel that you're wasting your time playing certain games? Recently, I've been in a gaming funk. It usually happens to me over summer. I've only had the time for a few gaming sessions here and there as I don't really want to get into the big game I've been passing my time with games like Vampire Survivor and Power Wash Sim. These games are fun, but I find myself thinking they have no real intrinsic value to me. Does this ever happen to you all? Can certain games be considered a waste of time? Thanks as always, my dudes. How do you feel about this? Do you think your time is better spent with some games over the other? Because I feel like it's all just a pastime.
Yeah. I mean, like, I feel like if you're having fun, then it's not wasted time. And even if you're playing something that you find like really abysmal, you'll at least be able to like commiserate about it and you know, voice your opinions on it, which that's not a waste of time either. You know, it's communication. I don't know. I fight this intrinsic kind of feeling all the time because I grew up very, very enamored with video games, and it's not to say that my parents weren't supportive. They're really great actually. Like I have a great relationship with my parents, but every now and then I would spend like a long time in my room, both working. I would be working on videos, or I would work on videos, then take a break to play video games. But I wouldn't change my settings or surroundings. You know what I mean? I would still be where I was in the morning. And so my parents would often, like, I would come downstairs and they'd be like, man, you've been playing games all day? And I'd be like, no, but also like, let me like what's going on? So I do have this feeling like every time I play a game, there is this kind of voice in the back of my head that's like, are you wasting time? Mm-hmm. Like you should be working or something, or you should be doing this, or you should, you know, any number of things, because I always felt that weird pressure to not be seen playing games at very specific times. Like I would always like, if my parents are in the house, I would always make sure to like only be working so that when they would come in, they would see me working. And then so I would like play games like super late at night. But
yeah, hide it a little bit, obfuscate.
Yeah, because otherwise it would just be misconstrued. And I hated the idea that I hated the perception that like at any point in my life that my parents could be like, he's lazy. You know what I mean? That bothered the shit out of me. Especially just because it wasn't accurate. That pissed me off. So I just made every opportunity to make it not true. But like it bleeds in still sometimes where I'm playing a game and I'm like, fuck, am I like, should I be doing something else? It's almost like my parents astral projecting behind me. Like you're still playing games.
Action at a distance. Yeah, I think for me, Chris, it's interesting because I look at a game like, it's funny you brought up Power Wash Sim because I was thinking about that game recently too, where I was like, do I want to play this? I really like Future Lab. That's a really awesome studio. And I was like, it did feel kind of like not, I was like, what is this? Like, why do I want to play this for? And so I was kind of putting a value judgment on it. But then I think about the games I played as a kid, and pretty much all of them are trivial, with rare exception. I think that was what made JRPGs and role-playing games just later generally so appealing to me, was just because they were the ones that didn't seem trivial. And now games don't seem as trivial as they used to. But I was actually just saying to Micah recently that I feel like I'm playing more games than I have in my entire adult life, I think.
Oh, yeah.
And so I just, at this stage in my life, I just own it. I'm 38. I own this business. My continued relevance hinges on my ability to play games. And
yeah.
And you know, like stopping playing games would be a suicidal and stupid thing. I also just don't want to. So I don't know. I don't look at it. Yeah. And I must say I've sacrificed a lot. I don't really watch film very much anymore at all, and haven't for a while, but I definitely sacrificed TV. Football makes it a little more complicated now, but nonetheless, I just think to me, Vampire Survivors, which looks awesome, and Micah really loves it, and Power Wash Sim are just as much of a video game as Starfield or Final Fantasy 16, in my opinion. I really just think it's about what you get out of them and the value judgments you bring along to that. I don't find them. I find it pretty much all to be a waste of time, or none of it to be a waste of time. And I think you just have to embrace your pastime. It's a lot more productive than sitting staring at your screen all day on your phone or at your computer. At least you're doing something.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's better than nothing.
It's so funny that because he mentions like certain games like, oh, Vampire Survivors or Power Wash Sim is less of a video game than, I don't know, Starfield or something. But like, I feel that guilt all the time. Like even if it's like with like if it's Starfield, if it's Final Fantasy, if it's Vampire Survivors, I'm always like, should I be working? Which is insane because it's my job to do this. Which I understand. I acknowledge that it's like an insane kind of, but I don't know, man. It's deep rooted in there, man. It bothers me, the idea that like I'm playing a game so that's lazy. Like it's there. It's like like wiggling around in my brain. But obviously
that's a human need for productivity, I think, which is sad.
Yeah. I think it's also like maybe not just, I don't know, maybe this is too maybe it's not East Coast necessarily, but it's so fast over there, you know, like, and you just gotta like, are you working? Like, what are you doing? Come on, we gotta get going. And there is an element of like, fuck, I should be getting to that thing that I've been putting off. But at the same time, it's clearly not that big of a deal because I put fucking 75 hours into Starfield, so it's clearly not it's not making my decisions for me, but it bothers me. It gets in my ear from time to
time. By the way, I see to wrap things up here, to touch back on the Ascendant Studio and Immortals of Aveum story. Brett Robbins, who's the CEO of the studio, just released a statement in part. I thought this was interesting because he said, quote, "We've poured our passion into Immortals while wearing our hearts on our sleeves. The studio will continue to work that way as we support the development of this game and our Immortals IP moving forward with future updates and offers," end quote. So we'll see what happens as everyone gets back on their feet. 45% of their team, he said, they got laid off. So I guess they go into pre-production maybe on their next thing and see if they can scale up again. All right. Well, let's get out of here. We have to go watch the State of Play now. We'll have a pickup earlier in the show that you would have already heard if there's anything relevant there for us to discuss. So we'll leave it there.
Is it live right now?
It's live right now, so we'll have to rewind and go back through it.
Okay.
But yeah, no worries. Chris, thanks for your time. Appreciate you.
Of course.
It was good to talk to just you today.
Yeah.
Dustin. Where's Dustin? We'll hopefully we don't have to get him back from the Yakuza that captured him. And we can have him back in the fold soon. But it was good to talk to you. Thank you for your time. Appreciate you.
Of course, man.
And thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support. We'll see you next time for more Sacred Symbols. Until then, goodbye.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.